Britannico 1986. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, Reply and Broken Pen. On the rostrum, the leader spoke first and talked about the history of the two countries. Wales has had simple folk customs, beautiful scenery and profound cultural heritage since ancient times. In addition, the flag of the Principality of Wales has a red dragon pattern, which means that the two sides are very destined. As the first stop of Carmarthenshire's visit to China, Shanghai is one of the most developed port cities in China's coastal areas. It is a perfect match to form a sister city with Carmarthenshire in Wales. Never mind whether Carmarthenshire's provincial unit of hundreds of thousands of people is adequate point in this era. It is rare for a provincial level unit in a developed country to have its leader personally lead an inspection delegation to visit China point. In addition, Wales is still very famous in China in recent years. At least last year there was a flood, and that count donated so much money and materials. This is the fact. Plus there is investment from others in the South Point. Shanghai has passed the primary stage of attracting foreign invested enterprises. What Shanghai needs now are high-end foreign investors, and a county-level administrative unit of the old British Empire has formed a sister city with them. This is obviously very high-end. Carmarthenshire, although its population is not large, its per capita GDP is now much higher than that of Shanghai. Moreover, Carmarthenshire also has a large port and beautiful scenery. The other party also promised that it can invite the Chinese delegation to visit point. A series of conditions are laid out, let alone going to Shanghai. With these conditions, no city in China will be willing to accept it if you choose it casually. In addition to signing a sister city agreement to support each other, Carmarthenshire also brought a big project to Shanghai this time, a comprehensive hospital construction project. Point. Things like hospitals don't seem to be as profitable as directly investing in an industry. Point. But the other party made it very clear that this hospital was built directly to the standards of a large tertiary hospital, which is still the minimum standard. Point. What does the hospital focus on? The main focus is on some diseases of affluence or modern diseases in modern society. Point. For example, cardiovascular disease, heart disease, obesity, lumbar muscle strain, cervical spine problems, etc. Point. These are common diseases among people in modern cities, and ordinary poor people really do not suffer from these diseases only when living conditions improve. Bosses, people who sit for long periods of time, office workers, etc. are the people who are most susceptible to these diseases. All medical personnel and medical equipment are handled by Carmarthenshire and imported directly from Carmarthenshire to Shanghai. Point. The main focus is high-end, all foreign doctors, all equipment imported. Of course, medical treatment in such a hospital is definitely more expensive than the profit, and it is no worse than an ordinary commercial company. Point. The specific form of cooperation is that Carmarthenshire in Wales provides the personnel and equipment, and Shanghai is responsible for providing the site and construction costs and patient numbers. Then, when the hospital is established, it can accept a group of Chinese interns and learn from the foreigners. In the future, it can also provide opportunities to study abroad in Wales, from interns leaving school to internship in hospitals to studying abroad. One-stop service. These days, the scholarship mechanism for studying abroad is used as a bait. Not to mention ordinary interns, even chief doctors and the like cannot resist this temptation. Go abroad equals further education equals study abroad equals make money equals gain a professional title equals embark on the road to success. The reason why Alan wanted to give instructions to open a large hospital in Shanghai was simple. Point. For example, Carmarthenshire has a small population, with a total population of less than 500,000. Many civilians here usually have minor illnesses and can be cured by taking some medicine. Point. What should he do if he has empty hospitals and equipment but can't use them to perform effectively? Doctors don't get the training they should. Point. You can't wait until you have a physical problem in the future and then go to London to see a famous doctor, right? So. Point. Reuse the waste and open a large hospital in Shanghai. Transport all the equipment there, and the doctors will share half of it to make money for themselves. There are many people in China, and there is no shortage of opportunities for doctors to gain experience point. Although it seems cruel to say this, a doctor, especially a good doctor, cannot simply learn theoretical knowledge. He needs to practice on a large number of cases to become a famous doctor, but Wales does not have this condition. Now that we have formed a sister city with Shanghai, we can learn from each other's strengths. I have equipment and doctors, and you have land and patient numbers. Isn't that all it takes? From now on, doctors from Carmarthen Public Hospital can travel to China on a shift basis to gain experience. These doctors are not ordinary doctors. They are all graduates of serious schools and majors. They just have little experience. Not that they are incompetent in medical skills. Going to China can just increase your experience. A group of people go there for half a year, and then they will work in shifts in this way. When Alan gets older, Carmarthen Public Hospital can also recruit a group of old experts. When he gets old, if he is not in good health, this will be his private hospital and private medical team. Yes, Alan still attaches great importance to his own life and health. Whenever he has the opportunity, he will invest in the medical industry. Although the origin of this medical equipment is somewhat unorthodox, if you don't tell me, and I won't tell, who outsider will know. After the leader on the stage finished speaking, the representative from Carmarthenshire in Wales spoke. The lady with an oriental face sat on the far left and did not speak. The person who stood up and spoke was a bald foreigner named Smith. Some of the reporters below listened to him, and their eyes flickered. As for foreigners in the past, not to mention that everyone was arrogant. At least 7 or 8 out of 10 were extremely arrogant. Let alone foreigners these days. Even a Hong Kong businessman who comes to the mainland is extremely arrogant. But the foreigner speaking now is different. He was very kind. And when he spoke, he frequently mentioned what Your Excellency had told me before coming, and what Your Excellency had requested, before in Wales anyway. A certain name was mentioned frequently, making him look less like a person in charge, and more like an ordinary servant running errands. Very humble and like a mouthpiece. But if he is like this, no one will look down on him on and off the stage. The national conditions are different. There are nobles there, and they are hereditary nobles with fiefdoms. Be careful what you say, and be reasonable. As Smith finished his speech, the leaders stood up and applauded. Then the two parties exchanged cooperation agreements written in advance, shook hands and took photos with the audience. The first phase of the inspection team was considered a successful conclusion. Zhang Xin stood on the far left, looking at the reporters in the audience with a smile, and clapped along, feeling relieved that he had finally completed the task assigned by his boss. The end of April 1992. There was no celebration ceremony for the Queen's birthday this year. The reason is that the economic situation is not good, and the Queen does not want to be extravagant and wasteful. But since Alan wrote a letter to the Queen, the letter seems to have disappeared without any response. And what about Princess Anne? It's also very silent. For a moment, Alan even doubted life. The outside world was too peaceful these days, and it was so calm that Alan was uncomfortable with it. This is quite a feeling of calm before the storm is about to come. Alan came out early this morning for inspection, just to take a look at his yacht that was undergoing trial sailing from a distance. Although he couldn't officially sit on it and play with it, he could still take a look at it from a distance. Alan was really waiting. It's unbearable. Now that he finally took a look at it, he felt relieved. According to Alan's request, the hull was changed from the traditional grey paint of the British Navy to white with blue lines. Some of the superstructure was removed, and the entire yacht looked more concise and attractive. On the way back, Alan had a small game console in his hand. This was the first batch of game consoles that were trial produced after the electronics factory was built. They were small game consoles that could only play Tetris. In Alan's opinion, this is very low and rubbish. Compared with Nintendo's small game console with a card inserted into it, it is simply electronic waste. But as long as you can make money, it's a good thing. The small game console is only about the size of a palm. It is surrounded by a rounded and cornerless design, and has a yellow body shell that looks a bit like small slices of cheese. The long body is not the worst candy bar type, but a small black and white screen of 3 inches, which is less than 7 centimeters long, and about 4 centimeters wide, is used on the entire upper end. The display resolution is crap. What resolution do you need to play Tetris? 2/3 of the entire console is occupied by this entire screen point. There is also a small button on the left side of the fuselage, which is a one-click mute button. At the bottom, there are only up, down, left, and right direction keys on the left, and confirm and cancel buttons on the right. There is also a small pause button below. The overall design follows a compact and concise design route. For the sake of hand feel, the back of the game console has been frosted on the outside of the battery compartment. When held with both hands, it is non-slip and feels good. Just 2 AA batteries can last about 8 hours. The screen has no built-in light, so you can only play it during the day, not at night. Unless you turn on the light yourself, you won't be able to see what's on the screen. Plus, with this big screen, that looks very intimidating in this day and age, the battery life seems. It's not very powerful. However, as long as the price is low enough and the gap between it and Nintendo's handheld console is large enough, the profit will still be considerable. With such an exquisite gadget and a price of £6.90, I wonder if you are interested. Every purchase of a small game console can contribute a small income of £2 to Mr. Allen. If you don't like the yellow shell. There are 5 colors available: pink, white, black, and blue. There is a small crown logo at the top of the screen and on the back of the fuselage. This is the Earl certification made by Allen himself, although this kind of single game console is still a little expensive now. No matter how cheap it is, it has to be simple. Use that crap plastic mold and add a smaller screen. Allen doesn't like that kind of product. It's too ugly, so he sells things that are too ugly, and Allen doesn't want to sell them, even if it can make more money. It's so out of class. Diu very rubbish sound effect. Every time you press the confirm button changes direction from left to right, and the cancel button on the right changes from right to left. Each time you press the small combination of buttons that falls from above, you can adjust the direction. It is also accompanied by as for the sound effects, the overall sound is just passable. As long as they are connected in a line, a row can disappear. The up button of the direction key seems to be useless. It can move left and right, and the down button can accelerate the fall. But for the overall design, the up button must be there. Don't ask why, I just have obsessive compulsive disorder. Just to look good. He put down the game console and just turned to look out the window when the phone in the car rang. Oh shit. I answered the call, nodded and said a few words, and handed the phone directly to Allen. Master, butler, who's phone number? We are already on the way home. It's not like Ute didn't know that he was going out today. Is this call because something happened at home? Allen has long been accustomed to the days without mobile phones. He usually doesn't use a phone. He has basically developed the habit of sending people to ask about small things and writing letters to report big things. Taking the phone, Allen tilted his head and hummed, "Master, I'm Ute. An old butler from the royal family came to the house just now. He brought you something." Ah, royal family. If he was checking things sent by his boss, Ute would definitely not say that. But now that Ute is addressed by the royal family, this is a bit intriguing. Is it Princess Anne's reply to him? What did you give? I didn't look at this, but his identity is that he used to be His Majesty's servant. Something sent from the Queen. Speaking of this, Allen subconsciously straightened his waist. More than a week has passed since then. Has the Queen finally remembered her loyal courtiers? I understand. Has anyone left? I'll go back right away. Master, he has left. He left his things and left. Okay, I get it. Allen hung up the phone and said, "Drive faster and go home quickly." Yes, the last time I saw you was during the military parade last year, right? Your handwriting is really bad. You are really ignorant. What do you mean when you write that good luck is bigger than the Atlantic Ocean and the life behind it is higher than the Alps? Are you describing me as fat? In Allen's study, he held the letter in his hand and looked at the content. Allen looked confused. I said you are as blessed as the Atlantic Ocean and as long as the Alps. Who the hell said you are fat? Besides, you are the Queen. Wouldn't you look richer if you were fatter? Sure enough, Women are all petty and will stick to other people's small details. Alan felt that he had failed in showing off this time point. Looking back again, the Queen expressed her gratitude to Ellen for writing her a letter wishing her a happy birthday, and then it was gone. At the end of the letter, the Queen once again complained about Alan's poor literary talent and poor cursive handwriting. She gave Alan a pen she used when she was young so that Alan could practice calligraphy. What a shame, such a small letter was placed in a large box. In addition to the letter, there was also a somewhat worn pen in the box. What the hell does this mean? Didn't you understand when I wrote to you? Not only did you complain about my literary talent, but also my handwriting, and finally gave me a broken pen to mock me. Alan held this broken pen and suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a line of writing on the pen point. This is a very common proverb, and it is habitually used on many things. 1,000 words will not leave so deep an impression as one deed, or 1,000 words won't make as big an impression as one thing. Alan looked at this line of words and silently thought of its meaning. Does this mean that I can only ask for instructions? Why not just kill first and report later? Is this encouraging yourself to do it boldly? Chapter 352. Pretty boy. Looking up at Hute, Alan handed the pen to Hute and said, "What do you mean by this?" Hute didn't dare to take the pen carelessly like Alan. Seeing his young master hand over this broken pen, Hute carefully took it with both hands, then gently placed the pen on the desk, and then he took out his monocle from his pocket and fixed it on his left eye socket with difficulty. After getting ready, Hute rubbed his hands again and gently picked up the broken pen again and looked at it carefully. There was a golden pen cap, and there were tiny fish scale patterns on the pen cap. The material should be gold. The manufacturer's logo is printed on the cap buckle point. After rubbing the pen body a little, Hute observed it carefully and then said, "Master, this should be a Parker 51 heirloom series pen, produced in 1941. If I remember correctly, this model was approved this time. A total of about 6,000 were produced that year, and the selling price that year was $80. This one is the rarest one with the fish scale pattern, and may be more expensive. As for the ordinary version now, it is initially estimated that it will not it's less than £1,000, but if this pen is still used by His Majesty, the price is hard to estimate. I didn't ask you to identify the pen for me. What I meant was what the pen was sent to me." Who? Ted glanced at Alan with an embarrassed look, moved his lips, and finally lowered his head to check again. The young master is indeed not interested in these things in Huth's view. Although the Parker pen is not the most high-end pen, and is an American brand, it has been recognized by the Queen in the early years, and was specially issued a royal certification. In other words, when promoting the Parker pen to the outside world, it can be said that their brand of pens is the royal pen of the British royal family. Just like that, because of the royal certification, the status of the Parker brand rose to a level out of thin air, and it is now synonymous with high-end fountain pens. As for this so-called heirloom model, it literally means translated, which means that the pen is rare, valuable, and has high manufacturing technology. It can be passed down to future generations as a legacy, so it is called heirloom grade. Hute picked up the pen again, looked at the words on the pen, and then looked at Alan and said, "Your Majesty means." Alan made an OK gesture with his right hand. Hute nodded quickly, and he thought that was what he meant. This kind of trick that you can't explain clearly and just let you play with your own understanding is really annoying. What if you meet a stupid person? Can't you understand it yourself? Or 1,000 words won't make as big an impression as one thing. Hute, tell me, how should this leave a deep impression on people? Alan hated this method of relying entirely on guessing and understanding on his own. Are you afraid of leaving behind written evidence? But even if you don't want to write directly, you can just give me an OK gesture. I just gave you this broken pen, and you still have to guess, just because you're afraid of leaving evidence. But he didn't want to leave anything behind, but he also gave this exact response. Alan could roughly understand the meaning. The key now is whether to follow the words on the pen. It's written above. It should be impressive. Can this be understood as wanting to make this matter bigger? There was a lot of fuss thinking of this. Alan frowned slightly. Given the queen's character, this was a little unreasonable point. Even if she supports her fight against Karami, if the matter of starting with her husband first makes a fuss just because of her, isn't the queen afraid that it will end badly in the end, or even affect the reputation of the royal family? Thinking of this, Alan patted his head gently. Sure enough, sometimes, his thoughts were still too one-sided. He was a little bit over the top just now. He only considered it from his own point of view, but ignored it. In fact, if this matter gets serious, it will have nothing to do with the royal family at all. Now Karami is just an unrecognized little lover at best. As for her husband, he plays a minor role. At present, these two people have nothing to do with the royal family. No matter whether they make a big fuss or not, they will not harm the reputation of the royal family. If it gets too big, it might even dominate the news and suppress some scandals in the royal family. Moreover, if things get serious, as Alan thinks, the most unlucky person besides that man, let alone others, is Karami. Once her reputation becomes infamous, it will be exponentially more difficult for her to enter the royal family in the future. And a divorced woman can still make it through. But what if Karami becomes an adulterer? With the queen's scheming mind, it's impossible for her not to think of such a thing. So, she didn't respond to Alan on the surface, but now she sent Alan something that represented her meaning. She didn't seem to say anything, but she seemed to have said everything. There is no evidence anyway. Even if the outside world does find out by then, it will have nothing to do with her. This old lady wants to gain benefits, but also wants to keep a low profile. Alan thought about all the key points and tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. With the queen's approval, this backer has been found. However, her unclear attitude seems to have little evidence for Alan, but a return gift is the best evidence. At this moment, Alan quickly changed his plan, preparing to change from a role of being a troublemaker with Princess Anne to a passive role. If Boss Cha really asks about it, Alan can use the queen as a shield and say that the queen ordered him to do this. He doesn't want to do it, but it's hard to disobey the king's order anyway. Boss Cha didn't dare to ask the queen face to face whether she had given her permission. As long as Alan holds the things given by the queen in his hand, Boss Cha will have to believe him. Even if he doesn't believe it, the fox pretends to be the tiger's power. I'm familiar with this trick. Dang. Dang dang. There was another knock on the door outside the study. Judging from the frequency of the sound, it seemed a little urgent. Ute quickly stood up and walked to the door of the study. As soon as he opened the study door, his secretary whispered a few words in Ute's ear. Ute subconsciously straightened his back, glanced at Alan again, and then nodded and said, "I understand, you can go back." What's wrong? Alan was still worried about how to make this matter bigger. He watched Ute open the door and say a few words before coming back. So he asked casually, "Master, the princess just called. She is back. She wants to have a talk with you." "Princess? My aunt? Now, right?" Alan blinked. "Why are you so lucky today? How long have you been home just now? And are you going out again? And the person coming is Diana. Why did she come to him to accuse him? Wasn't it said that Diana traveled abroad some time ago? She probably didn't get any news from staying abroad. Now she's back. I heard that she beat her brother violently. Is she coming to ask for an explanation, time, and location?" "Well, who?" Te grinned. "Master, the princess has just disembarked in Lanelli. She invited you to the cafe in the city. She said you know the place." After listening to Ute's words, Alan looked at the things on the desk speechlessly. In other words, after he finished inspecting Lanelli, Diana's side was almost entering the port. Call earlier and save yourself the trouble of running back and forth. Go and ask someone to prepare the car. I'll go now." Alan stood up and twisted his neck. He had a headache as he was about to face Diana. Bile. Coffee. This shop is still very famous in Lanelli. It is a time-honored cafe. It is said that their coffee has a unique flavor and is particularly refreshing because of the addition of bits and pieces of gall from certain animals. It is different from other coffees. because it is close to the port. The boss seems to have added a few squid ink into the coffee point as a result. The whole cup of coffee looks pitch black and smells weird, but it has a very refreshing effect. Point: the owner who can open such a cafe and produce such dark style coffee needs no thought and knows that he is British. Point: that is to say, when it comes to food, the British have a talent for creating dark dishes that are self-taught. They can always come up with some strange things that look disgusting and taste disgusting. Point: Alan changed his clothes and rode for 40 minutes before arriving at the door of Bar Coffee. Point: at this time, the coffee shop had a closed sign on the door. The boss must have recognized that Diana was here and closed the shop on purpose, concentrating on entertaining only the noble princess. Alan raised his chin and several bodyguards went in first to take a look. Point: no matter where it is, no matter who it is, as long as he makes an appointment outside, Alan will maintain the necessary vigilance. A pure and kind nobleman like him must not have the intention of harming others and must have the intention of guarding against others. After waiting for a full 5 minutes, a bodyguard came out and nodded to Alan, indicating that there was nothing wrong inside. Point: Alan then slowly walked into the door of this small bar cafe. Point: when he saw Diana for the first time, Alan was about to smile and say hello, but the man next to Diana made Alan suddenly frown. Point: who is this? This man had a big nose, a bit like a mixed race Frenchman, with short curly hair and very thick eyebrows. When he saw Alan looking at him, he just smiled politely at Alan, and then nothing. Then this guy just sat there and smiled at Alan, taking it as a hello. This is in Carmarthenshire, on the doorstep of Alan's own home. This is the first time he has seen such a big person. Point: he actually doesn't take the initiative to salute himself, so he just nods. Who are you? In a louder voice than usual, Alan pointedly said, this is the result of your examination. Who is this person? How can he appear next to the princess? Catch me and call Rex. Let him come here to pick up someone and take him back to ask who he is, what is his purpose in approaching the princess, and who is planning it behind the scenes. After a series of accusations were pressed, the man who had smiled at Alan just now, the smile on his face, had not completely fallen. After listening to Alan's words so suddenly, the smile froze on his face. Before he could argue, looking at Alan, who suddenly became angry, several bodyguards next to him came up to pluck the man's hair and gave it a strong push. Another bodyguard came up behind the man and pulled his arm behind him. Twisting, he lifted up the slightly thin man very roughly and pulled him out. Hey, what are you doing? Alan is my friend. Diana looked at the scene in front of her and was still a little confused. She didn't know why Alan wanted to arrest people. As soon as they met. Point: instinctively, he stretched out his arms and stopped in front of the bodyguard. Point: Alan's face twitched slightly as he watched Diana's movements. This situation always felt a bit like being raped. Point: the bodyguards who were following Diana behind her took a few steps back consciously after hearing Alan's words, as if it was none of their business. Others may not know it, but they, who are security guards, know the temper of His Excellency best, not to mention that we are still in the territory of this excellency, and any resistance or obstruction will be shown as provocation. They don't dare to provoke this excellency. Hey, do you know who I am? Why should you arrest me? The boy was forcibly pulled from his seat by two bodyguards and looked at Alan with an angry look. Oh, you have a lot of status. When Alan heard what he said, a smile finally appeared on his lips. He raised his fingers at the pretty boy and motioned for the bodyguard to bring him over. Seeing Alan's actions, the boy's face lit up, thinking that Alan recognized him. As the son of a rich man in Egypt and a wealthy generation, he was treated as a guest wherever he went. When had he ever received such treatment? Even the Crown Prince of Great Britain often invites him to play polo with him. As he got closer to Alan, the pretty boy's arms were still twisted behind his back, but he tried his best to hold up his chest and proudly prepared to introduce. Point: but I was just about to say the word snapped. An extremely clear sound sounded, and the left side of the boy's face gradually became red and swollen visibly to the naked eye. Point: he didn't even see clearly which hand Alan used to hit him. He only felt that his vision went dark and half of his face was unconscious. After waiting for tens of seconds, the pain slowly spread from the gum to the eyebrow bone. On the left side, half of his face hurt. He was actually slapped in front of his face. I Don't care who you are, and I don't care who you are. Remember, I'm Alan Hill, and this is Carmarthenshire. You are now on my territory. I want to kill you just like killing someone. It's as simple as an ant. Can you understand? The pretty boy grinned, squinted one eye, and looked at Alan, and his right hand tremblingly prepared to point at Alan. What are you looking at me for? Take him away. Without my order, I will see who dares to save him. Let me interrogate him, and interrogate him to death. Alan stretched out his right hand. It was the same hand that slapped the pretty boy just now. Now, Xiao was standing next to him, holding a wet wipe to help Alan wipe his hands. After wiping his hands, Alan waved his right hand and sat across from Diana, who looked angry. Auntie, I heard that you traveled to Egypt, but you didn't tell me in advance when you came back. Diana's face turned red with anger as she looked at Alan, as if nothing was wrong, and began to reminisce with him. Why are you hitting people randomly? Do you know who he is? Hey, auntie, here in Wales, let alone him, I dare to fight anyone who comes. Okay. Alan glanced at the several bodyguards around him and said, you guys stay away. I want to have a good chat with my aunt. Chapter 353, Parting on Bad Terms. After driving away Diana and the bodyguards, Alan finally felt much more at ease. These people are not all Diana's confidants. They are just bodyguards assigned by the royal family for Diana. What they see and do every day may have to be reported to others at some point. It's just that Diana is too big-hearted to care. Maybe she was hoping that these people would directly tell Boss Chad what she had done and then make him angry. But this would make it difficult for Alan. I won't say anything else. As I said before, you can do anything in private, but you can't make some things public. Like Diana, she is playing with fire. She is now blatantly appearing in Wales with a pretty face, and she is still at the place where she had an appointment with Alan. If Alan hadn't encountered this kind of thing, he wouldn't have said a word. She would have fun doing whatever she wanted, and no one would care about her. But now that he saw it, and in front of so many people, he had to say it. This is his responsibility. No matter what the relationship between Alan and Diana is, seeing her with a man in front of her, the relationship is quite close. Under such circumstances, if Alan does not react at all, then he will be negligent. If these people secretly spread the word again, he didn't want to make a fuss. She didn't consider the consequences of what Diana did, or she didn't think about it at all. What do you want to do when you bring him here? Are you making it obvious? Are you crazy? Hey. He just sat like this and nodded to me when he saw me. He is such an uncultured person. Why should I care about his identity? Then you can't either. Okay. Needless to say, you brought him here today just to make me cause trouble for you? Well, I've arrested him now. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Alan didn't want to listen to her quibbles anymore. It was really pointless. He was tired of all these old things, and he was just doing these things all day long. In the eyes of outsiders, he is a gentle and elegant nobleman who drives in luxury cars and is followed by countless servants. In reality, you don't love him, he doesn't love her, and you mess around all day long. Alan always feels like a firefighter or an emotional mediator on a people's livelihood program, just taking care of this kind of mess thing. Diana was choked by Alan and opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. He felt that this Alan was no longer the Alan of a few years ago. A feeling of alienation arises spontaneously. Taking a deep breath, Diana asked in a calm tone, when I was in France, I heard that you beat Spencer, princess. Alan interrupted Diana again and looked at her expression. He didn't care whether Alan was blamed or not. For a guy like Spencer, he asked for the beatings. To put it bluntly, Alan could beat him. That's saving him in disguise. If it's really not a good thing, do you know, when was the last time William saw you? When was Harry seeing you? When you were playing outside? Did you think about these? Have you thought about them? As for me beating Spencer, did he tell you the reason? Do you know the inside story? Before you do anything, can you? Alan stretched out his index finger with his right hand and pointed at his head. He made a circular motion with his index finger and stared at Diana with a complicated expression on his face. Can you use your brain and think about it carefully? Don't always let people use it as a gun. make it happen without knowing it. When did I get used at gunpoint? Diana asked back with a look of astonishment. Snort. Alan shook his head. There were some things that he couldn't explain clearly in one sentence or two. What's more, even if he explained it clearly, it was not her decision whether he could be listened to or not. Point, as the old saying goes, when an avalanche comes, no snowflake is innocent. Some things do not come suddenly, but are basically accumulated over time. Point, in the past, Alan couldn't quite understand why Boss Charlie ignored the younger and more beautiful Diana and turned to the unattractive Calamy. Point, now Alan understands a little bit. Point, when a man is tired after being out for a day and has to face various problems, when he comes home after a long time, the man will collapse. He needs to be tolerant and understanding. Not unreasonable. Point, love brain does not represent everything. If used well, it can enhance the relationship between two people, but if used poorly, it will have the opposite effect. Point, just like Diana now, Alan doesn't know what she thinks, but even with Alan's character, if his wife needs to cheat to gain his attention in the future, then leave this kind of wife as soon as possible. Point, so scary. Alan stood up and didn't want to stay here anymore. He didn't say a word without thinking. He had a bad temper recently and had a lot of things to do. Alan no longer wanted to get involved too much in these things, and even for a while, for a moment, he wanted to use the excuse of going on vacation to hide outside and escape for a while. It was so chaotic recently. Princess, you may have spent a lot of time outside recently and don't understand the situation in the country. It has been very chaotic recently and there are a lot of things going on. I personally suggest that you stay at home for a while and don't make any more news. What you are doing now, if you are caught, if the outside media finds out, it will cause you a lot of trouble. After speaking, Alan was ready to turn around and leave. Point, Diana looked at Alan with sad eyes. She didn't quite understand why Alan became like this. Alan, William, Harry, do they miss me? I don't know. They rarely mention you anymore. You disappeared for too long. Alan glanced at Diana's expression. Now when talking about William and Harry, she actually remembered it. But what's the use? She has such a character. She is very open-minded and optimistic, and she gets along well with William and Harry. She is very courageous to take them to play some games that ordinary parents do not take their children to play. Point, but this was only limited to when she and William and Harry were together. At other times, if Diana went crazy, she would act like a madman, as if she couldn't remember that she had 2 children. Point, walking outside the door of the coffee shop, Alan stopped, thought for a while, called a bodyguard and said, "Go tell the owner of this shop that the princess came to his shop today." It's best for him to be honest. It's rotten to the point of being rotten in my stomach. Whenever I hear anyone from outside mentioning this, I will use his gall to make coffee from now on. Yes, Alan has never thought of harming Diana. Even if what she did today was inappropriate, others have caught her, and she still has to clean up the mess for Diana. Alan doesn't care if other people make trouble for her, but she can't do it on her own. If something went wrong here, he would feel bad. Point, after sitting in the car, Alan was not in a hurry to go home and let Zio drive to the pier. He wanted to smoke a cigarette to relieve his fatigue. Point, so many things have happened in recent days, and Alan always feels like he is passively accepting it and is in a whirlpool. Point, in the past, when I was not in this class, when I read newspapers and news, I would regard these things as gossip, and at most I would laugh it off. Point, but now that he is in this class and this circle, he feels like he is in the middle of the game. Point, some established experiences or established results cannot be directly used to infer problems. That's not very realistic, because there are many details in the news that can be published in newspapers that are not entirely true. Those news are just what the media wants ordinary people to see, not all the facts. It would be nonsense to extrapolate the current situation based on the results of those news reports. However, there have never been such intensive incidents before. This year, it has been uneasy since the beginning of the year, as if someone is operating it. Point, thinking of this, Alan flicked the ashes of his cigarette. Someone was operating this. Thinking about it this way, at the end of last year, the big enemy was gone, and the United States seemed to have no apparent pressure. Point, under such circumstances it seems that Daying, a place that still has a certain degree of influence, seems a bit eye-catching point. Whether it is strong or not is obvious to the outside world, but Britain's influence does not entirely depend on its military strength. Cultural influence cannot be removed in a short while point if you must reduce the presence of Great Britain. There is nothing wrong with this idea of attacking their royal family first. And this attack method starts with reputation, which is a very familiar method point. After doing it all, it is really uncomfortable to be led by others, but there was nothing Alan could do. The other party seemed to be all pervasive. He couldn't fight this alone, and the other party's provocation methods were all aimed at the vital points. It seems like we need to talk to Boss Cha again. This won't work. If the other party keeps doing this, Boss Cha will not be able to stand it. Alan is mainly afraid that he will be implicated. He does not allow anyone to implicate him and affect that he hasn't enjoyed enough of his own glory and wealth. Stone, where is Kate now? Alan felt very irritable and suddenly wanted to find someone to talk to and relax. At this time, the only person closest to him was Fatty. After filming the movie last year, Alan found a relationship for her. Someone sent her to study in London. Master, you mean you want to find her? Well, give her a call and let her. Alan thought for a while, and it seemed inappropriate to ask the little girl to come to him now. It would take several hours to drive from London to Carmarthen, and it was not safe for her to come by herself. Forget it. Let's go to London. Let's go now. You call her and ask her to wait for me at the manor. I'll tell later that I won't go back tonight. Okay, Master. It has been almost half a year since I last saw Kate Winslet. It takes more than 4 hours to drive from Llanelli to London. We set off at around 5 PM and arrived in London at almost 10 PM. Alan looked at Kate in front of him, slightly surprised. I told her last time that she was too thin and made her gain weight. Why did she lose weight again after not seeing her for a while? Why are you so thin? You don't even look good. Alan pinched Kate's face. As soon as this little girl lost weight, her face looked very big and square. Her face shape was that of a typical British woman, with a sense of heroism, more tough than soft. I've been doing a lot of exercise recently in fitness classes. Kate was a little aggrieved. Alan was so busy. Even if she wanted to pester Alan, there was no way. In the end, Alan sent her to London to continue her studies. This was originally a good thing, but she couldn't control the rigor of the course. Want something to eat? Alan spoke and walked towards the small manor. This manor was given to him by Boss Chap. He didn't usually live here. He only stayed here for one night when he needed to come to London for meetings. Therefore, there are not many servants left here. There are only about 10 people in total who are responsible for daily maintenance. I won't eat. If I eat too much, I'll get yelled at by the teacher. You can eat. I'll stay with you. Kate happily followed Alan, and her speech was not as careless as before, and she was a bit soft-spoken. Alan looked at Kate suspiciously. Why did his personality change? After asking the maid to prepare some midnight snacks for him, Alan came to the small restaurant, picked up the newspaper, and sat on the sofa to read the newspaper for a while and relax. Kate stood directly behind Alan politely and gently placed her small hands on both sides of Alan's temples to massage him. The intensity was just right. Alan leaned back slightly and shook the newspaper on the cover. Today's headline is very interesting, called Comeback, Korean Elites. The riots in Los Angeles continued to ferment. As the Los Angeles officials gave a characterization of the matter, they were obviously partial to Ziohezi and arrested a large number of Koreans. The Koreans felt that they had been treated unfairly. In addition, the little black guy in Los Angeles who had just been bombarded was a little confused, so they united to protest. This kind of thing slowly spread back to South Korea. I don't know what Bangzi was thinking. Anyway, South Korea directly shouted on the TV report from a distance, clearly standing up to support the Korean compatriots who were treated differently in Los Angeles and causing trouble. Then he shouted the current slogan, "Everyone living in the United States is the elite of Korea. If you are treated unfairly in the United States, you can return to your hometown, South Korea, and build your hometown together. Blah blah blah." Anyway, it's very passionate. Alan looked at the newspaper, and sneered. Alan didn't know whether Koreans living in the United States were elites, but it was true that a group of Koreans living in Los Angeles were very wealthy. South Korea has good calculations. They say this seemingly to support their compatriots, but their purposes. Haha, how can Koreans with no money leave their home in the United States and return to a shabby place like South Korea? Only those Koreans who are rich and who value reputation more than property will leave their family business in the United States and go back with their money. In this way, they can not only attract talents and funds to South Korea, but also show off internationally and make their reputation better. You really have the ability to send a warship to pick people up. As for using such a small and unflattering means to do this, Alan had a sneer on his face. He looked down on Koreans the most. Now in Wales, he is still holding hundreds of Koreans hostage. These people are all poor. Why don't the Korean officials shout from the air to let them go back? Aren't they of little use value? Hey, wait. Alan suddenly straightened up and read the report carefully again. This time the South Korean officials are playing this routine. Can they do it themselves? Or, instead of taking action themselves, can they give Boss Chan a strategy and let him intervene personally, do something different, and take advantage of the situation to push the Koreans? Chapter 354 Prince Clarence's Mansion. How to play is different. Haha. The Korean people's current behavior is just trying to dismantle the Yankees, although it was hypocritical. In essence, it was of this nature, and Alan was ready to give them a push to make this matter more influential. Don't you like to show off? Then let me help you. I want you Koreans to fulfill your dream of pretending to be cool and let you pretend to be even bigger. How do you say that? Give someone a rose, and the fragrance will linger in your hands. Do good deeds without leaving a name. Master Alan is so enthusiastic. After running back and forth from Carmouth until an alley twice in the afternoon, and not even having a drink of water in the cafe, and not eating much on the way, Alan was really hungry. Alan finished the 2 fried steaks quickly. Kate Winslet held her chin, sitting opposite Alan, watching Alan eat. Alan ate, and she watched Alan smile, as if she was eating too. Alan couldn't stand being stared at so affectionately all the time, especially when eating. What happened? He always felt that there seemed to be some change in Kate, but Alan couldn't tell what the specific change was. Kate blinked, looked at Alan, smiled, and said nothing. But since Alan had an opinion, she stood up and said, "Then I'll take a shower first, and I'll wait for you in the room." What's going on today? Being so proactive, is a breakup better than a wedding? Watching Kate skipping away, Alan finished the last piece of steak, drank a little more wine, and then ate a few slices of orange. To relieve his tiredness. It looks like I can have a lot of fun tonight. What's the best condition for stockings? Not when they are packed in bags, not when they are worn on beautiful women. Instead, it is tightly wrapped around the legs. With a slight hook of your fingers, you can easily roll up the edges and then slide them down along the legs with ease. Kate put on Alan's favorite style of stockings, so Alan had no time to play. As soon as he put on these little burgundy stockings today, he couldn't stand it. Let's get to the topic quickly. There is no need to play so many tricks today. Mr. Alan is a real person and likes to go straight to the topic and not do anything that is not their point. Alan used to like to touch Kate's belly, which was a little fat, soft and very fun. But now Kate has lost weight and her belly is gone, which is a pity. Fortunately, Alan doesn't have to think about anything else today. As someone born in 1975, she only met Alan last year, and last year was 1991. As he is young and curious about everything, the two have not seen each other recently. This time Alan asked Zioshit how to call Kate and make an appointment. In fact, Kate was more eager than Alan. She was a little anxious too, but when they met, when they compared their sense of urgency, Alan was more anxious. I'm a little out of breath. Although he worked until after 1 o'clock last night, Alan woke up naturally at about 7 o'clock the next morning. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I haven't stayed here enough, and I don't know the bed. Anyway, Alan didn't sleep until past 9 o'clock as usual. After getting up, Alan, who had nothing to do, was going to take a walk in the House of Lords to see if there was any fun in the House of Lords today. It has been more than a month since the Congress opened this year, and he has yet to come to a meeting. To be honest, it hasn't been a long time, and he even misses it a little point. As soon as he put on the red parliamentary robe, Xiao Shitao hurriedly walked in with his mobile phone. "Master," Butler Hu Tech called from home. "What's wrong?" Alan opened his arms and admired his new outfit in front of the mirror. Last year, the House of Lords took advantage of the adjournment at the end of the year to do some simple maintenance. It is said that many old-fashioned seats were refilled with sponge cushions. Then, wearing a suit to the House of Lords to watch people quarrel is no longer possible. Point after all, there is the internet, and it is said that in the future, some photos of the House of Lords will be taken and published from time to time to give the public more rights to know. Point as a result, if you want to attend meetings in the House of Lords in the future, you will have to dress more formally, and you must wear the uniform robes of noble members. This thing looks like a cassock, a big red robe with gold trim, which makes you feel happy when you wear it. Butler Capel called home and said that His Highness wanted to see you. Butler had said that you were in London and His Highness asked you to go to the palace to meet him. Calling so early, Alan specifically raised his head and glanced at the clock next to him. It was not even 8 o'clock. What happened? After finding him so early, Alan himself didn't believe that nothing happened. "I do not know." Xiao Shitao looked confused. They had not left home since they arrived in London last night, and there was no news reported on TV. "Where's today's newspaper? Bring it over and let me take a look. By the way, did His Highness tell me when he wants me to come over?" Butler Capel said the sooner the better. "His Highness is waiting for you." "Okay, go get the newspaper." Alan twisted his neck. Was he trying to catch up? "I originally wanted to take a walk around the House of Lords, but now I can't." Point. While Xiao Shitao went to get the newspaper, Alan urged the servant to find another set of formal clothes for him to change into. During the visit, I relied on the phone every night to express my lovesickness. What was separated by a wall. Sitting in the car heading to downtown London, Alan finally figured out why Boss Cha was so anxious to find him. Point. What's today's headline in the newspaper? Someone actually exposed the inside story that Boss Cha called Karami every night during his previous trip to India. Point. There are even specific recordings. This is fucking much more serious than the last news. The last tidbit did not mention the name, but only showed the photo of Boss Cha as an innuendo. But this time the name was mentioned, and there are all kinds of speculations in the newspapers at that time. Boss Cha took Diana with him on the trip. Point. The newspaper speculated that the conflict between the two of them had reached an irreconcilable point. As for it, it had reached the point where, even if Diana was around, Boss Cha would have to talk to Karami on the phone every night in Britain. Looking at the newspaper, Alan's hand holding the newspaper tight. End. Point. This recording is definitely not leaked by the hotel. No matter how trashy the Indians are, they still have this kind of ethics. Besides, Alan is not a vegetarian, so he still has this sense of precaution. Point. But if it hadn't been revealed by Boss Cha, the result would have been predictable. Point. This matter was originally very secret, and it was just the two of them making the call. Since it was not about investigating the boss's problem, the source of the tape reported by the newspaper today is very interesting. Point. Alan closed the newspaper and sneered. "It's so damn hard to worry about anyone seeking death. No matter what the newspaper speculated, Alan could tell at a glance who had exposed the tape. Even Alan could tell it, and Boss Cha could definitely tell it too. Point. Others have flags at home that don't fall down, but colorful flags flying outside. Point. He was fine. The flag at home fell down, and the colorful flags were flying randomly outside. Point. This matter would give anyone a headache. Point. Just these two careless women can torture a man to death according to the way they play. This means that Boss Cha is too arrogant. If it were someone with less endurance, he would have been pissed to death long ago. Point. Now that he figured out what happened, Alan was no longer in a hurry. He slowly lit a cigarette for himself and thought about how to face Boss Cha later. Boss Cha is probably very angry right now. He might want to talk, but he probably doesn't even have anyone to talk to. Point. He could think of himself in London, and even called him so early in the morning to ask him to come from Carmarthen to accompany him. You can imagine how angry Boss Chad was now. Fortunately, I was smart and took a trip to your Kate in London last night. Hey, this little girl Kate is so proud of herself. Alan suddenly remembered Kate, who had not yet woken up and couldn't help but laugh. Clarence House, in theory, was the first ducal palace built by George III for his son, the Duke of Clarence. But then the Duke of Clarence's brother George IV died, and he naturally succeeded his brother and ascended the throne. This was the later William IV. Then starting from William IV, Clarence House became the palace of the successive princes of Wales, which can be understood as the Prince's Palace and the East Palace. William IV was relatively mediocre, a reckless man, and not very good at civil affairs. In addition, Britain was in a period of reform at that time, and the ministers had greater rights. At that time, most of them were virtual kings. Therefore, William IV's reputation was not widely known. A monarch who is easily overlooked in history. But his successor was his niece, the famous Queen Victoria. It was Queen Victoria who was known as the grandmother of Europe. Starting from Queen Victoria, after her son, Edward VII, was canonized as Prince of Wales, Clarence House became the exclusive palace of the Prince of Wales Edward VII. The Tsar and the Kaiser were all cousins, and what's very interesting is that the three of them standing together look like triplets. The three of them look very similar. If they weren't wearing the exclusive clothes of the monarchs of their respective kingdoms, or if they were wearing similar styles of clothes, outsiders might not be able to tell them apart. Which of the three of them is which? Later, after Edward VII's son George V succeeded to the throne, in order to appease the British people who had suffered the trauma of the war, their family changed their German surname and named it after Windsor, ending the Hanoverian dynasty, and Britain moved towards the Windsor dynasty. And George V's son, George VI, is Boss Chad's grandfather. No, to be more precise, George VI should be Boss Chad's grandfather anyway. This is the relationship. These monarchs all lived in Clarence House when they were the Princes of Wales, but now in Clarence House, although there is still a room reserved for Boss Zha, Boss Zha does not come often and does not stay there often. Because the Queen Mother Elizabeth, the daughter-in-law of George VI, lived here, Boss Chad took the opportunity to live outside and plant flowers and plants in his small manor. But the place where Boss Chad and Alan met today was at Clarence House. After entering the palace gate, Alan looked at this place with emotion. He had not been here much before, but he was extremely familiar with it. He even knew the terrain here by heart, and he was probably more familiar with it than Boss Chad. Alan has a structural diagram of Clarence House in his home, which explains how many rooms there are, what their layout is, how to set up defenses, etc. Following the servant sent by Boss Chad to pick him up, Alan walked through the long corridor and looked at the oil paintings and photos on the walls on both sides of the corridor. There are some photos of Queen Elizabeth when she was young, and some photos of the Queen as a child. There are also photos of Princess Margaret and the Queen playing games as children. Of course, there are also photos of the boss and Princess Anne when they were young. Alan paused specifically for a moment in front of this photo. Boss Chad also had blonde hair when he was a child, and he was quite handsome. He is exactly the same as Harry now. Their family's genes are indeed very strong. When he was a child, he was a young lady. As he grew up, his appearance plummeted, and he became bald. The nose is also pointed, the front teeth will be more obvious, and sometimes the hair color will change. This is what Alan can't understand the most. It's ridiculous that this thing can change from blonde to black hair, as long as it is long. In the small living room, Boss Chad was wearing overalls, and sitting on the sofa next to the fireplace. The decoration of this living room was not very luxurious, but had a sense of life. There is a bookshelf with a glass door next to the fireplace, and a harp is placed not far away. There is an interesting small wind chime hanging next to the window. When the window is slightly opened, a small breeze blows in, and the wind chime emits an ethereal sound. Your Highness, oh, come here. Why did you come to London yesterday? When Boss Chad saw Alan, although the expression on his face was natural, there was still a look of aggrievedness in his eyes, but he didn't rush to speak. Instead, he pulled Alan to ask questions. Alan couldn't tell him directly that he was here to go on a date with Kate, right? Ahem. I've been a little busy lately. I haven't been to the House of Lords for a meeting this year. I originally wanted to sit in the House of Lords today. Well, it's better to do something serious and don't mess around all day, boss. Cha casually lectured Alan. Alan felt a little fed up. Aren't you yourself doing nothing serious all day long and making headlines every day? Sit down. Hey boss. Cha sighed deeply, rubbed his forehead, and waved to the servants next to him to let them out. After the servant closed the door and went out, boss Cha sighed again. He was so aggrieved. Something happened here or there all day long. He was originally going to attend a charity event in London today. He happily had breakfast and was about to go out. He sat in the car and read the newspaper with his legs crossed. When I think of the headlines, I see my own news. It's not that the people under him don't know about such things, but even if they know, they don't dare to take the initiative to tell him. Everyone is afraid that he will suddenly get angry, so they might as well wait for him to find out on his own. It was in this unexpected situation that boss Cha saw today's newspaper. He would definitely not be able to participate in the event. Even if he wanted to be angry, he couldn't be angry in front of his servants. Chapter 355. Your Highness, I'm very professional in doing this kind of thing. In the end, he could only call Alan to come over. Even if he had to wait for a long time, he would not hesitate. He was really frustrated. He wanted to find someone to talk to, and just in time, when he was frustrated some time ago, he asked Alan to go hunting with him. This time he subconsciously called Alan over. Alan pretended not to know anything and said nothing, quietly listening to what boss Cha said. Shit. It's all shit, boss. Cha glanced around again to make sure there were no outsiders before he cursed. He is usually outside. In order to maintain the majesty of the royal family, he cannot even speak some words that ordinary people can speak. You can't say even slightly vulgar words in order to better express the meaning of the words. There are even many coined words from the royal family. Anyway, he was very harsh. Now that there were no outsiders, he let it go and cursed twice. Feeling a little vented, he looked at Alan and said, "Tell me, why did she take the initiative to take these things?" Exposed. What? Alan blinked blankly, his eyes very clear. Look. By yourself, boss. Cha directly picked up a newspaper, rolled it up slightly, and threw it to Alan. Even though he had already read the newspaper, Alan read every word very carefully, and then he raised his head and looked at boss Cha with a worried look. She did this. There are several emotions in Alan's eyes, such as shock, panic, regret, disbelief, etc. And the performance is very real. Boss Cha nodded fiercely and said, "Who else could it be if she wasn't her? Shit. Don't I have enough things to do every day? Don't I give her enough? Is there anything that can't be told when we meet? Do I have to tell the media everything? Indeed. This is too much. It is so inconsiderate of you. You are doing this for the sake of the empire." Alan echoed in a low voice, fully siding with boss Cha. "For the sake of the empire, they don't understand anything. My reputation is ruined. What else will I have in the future? Fight, fight, fight." Boss Cha's face turned red with anger. Even a reckless person like Alan could see the problem. She was still acting nonsense. How old she is, and she was still acting nonsense. "Your Highness, you have to hold on tight. If you get angry, you will fall into their trap even more." Alan quickly comforted him. Anyway, he was familiar with this kind of thing. Whatever boss Cha said was right. He raised his hands and agreed. As long as he stood by boss Cha, that would be fine. Sister, who can't, Alan's words stunned boss Cha. She blinked in disbelief and said, "You said she was also instigated." In his heart, boss Cha still has a strong preference for Calamy. Rather than saying that she forced him, it is easier for him to believe that Calamy had no choice. Alan shrugged. Although he didn't like Calamy, he would not take the initiative to speak ill of her in front of boss Cha. That would make him appear too purposeful. As for boss Cha's character, if he follows everything boss Cha says today, then when the news becomes less popular in a few days, what will boss Cha think of him when he thinks about it afterwards? Forget about checking up on the boss. Even if you are an ordinary person, if a couple is quarreling, or buddies are trying to comfort each other, they should not do anything to persuade them to break up rather than make peace. When the two of them reconciled, the person who was most hurt was the person who had persuaded them to leave. It was not worth it. This is all a strategy. Alan wants to create an image in which he only thinks about Boss Cha wholeheartedly. As for other people, are they important? Just pretend first. I don't know whether you instigated it or not, but this thing is so detrimental to you. She should have thought about the consequences before doing it. But she knew there would be various consequences, but she still did it. What does this mean? Boss Cha leaned forward and said softly, does this mean she was forced? Why? Do you have so many dramas? It's because you've been fed a few kilograms of ecstasy soup, and you're like this. But Boss Cha's question further proved Alan's suspicion. I don't understand this. I can't draw a conclusion. I just want to say, Your Highness, Alan and Boss Cha looked at each other and said word by word, troubles have happened so frequently recently. First, news about you broke out, then about Princess Anne, and now it comes again. This is too frequent. This is not normal. Boss Cha sat upright again with a solemn expression, squinted his eyes and thought for a while, then pointed in one direction. Alan also nodded seriously. We are still being led by the nose, Your Highness. This cannot continue. Boss Cha thought carefully about what Alan meant. When he was in India, Alan advised him not to be led by others, so he ignored the scandal and went to visit India on his own. Now it seems that those people are unwilling to give up. Since he ignores them, they have become more serious. The last time the news did not name people, there was no surname, but this time it is different. Then, Boss Cha sighed again, and couldn't care less about being angry. Following Alan's train of thought, he now began to think about how to deal with this matter, or in what way, in the smallest possible way. Price processing. Do you have any suggestions? When Alan heard Boss Cha ask, he said very bachelorly, yes. Isn't the current news that they knew that this was your weakness, Your Highness, so they deliberately forced you? Then you might as well be cruel and straightforward. Just make this matter public. You just can't bear what she thinks, so you just called her. What can you do? After Alan said his bad idea, Boss Cha was dumbfounded and admitted it directly. Then his reputation will be ruined. Is this just sending him to death? No. How is this okay? Boss Cha's face was trembling. This move was so disgusting. If he really dared to use it, the opponent would be stunned, even he himself. However, only Alan could come up with this strategy. It was really bad. Then, what should we do? Anyway, whether you admit it or not, everyone knows now. Alan still looked indifferent and continued to encourage Boss Cha. It's an established fact that they are so sticky and he can't change it. Since this matter is always brought up, why not just admit it? Afraid of losing your reputation? It's okay to be afraid. Do you still know how to be afraid? If I had known this, why would I do it in the first place? Listening to Alan's analysis, Boss Cha started to have a headache again. This seems to be true. There is a recording, and there is a specific process. Although even if he doesn't admit it, others won't say anything. But this incident has really dealt a huge blow to his reputation. He couldn't accept this way of handling it. Even if he really admitted it, he would have to delay it any longer. At the very least, he would have to divorce first. But if he divorces first, he will become the first person in the royal family to divorce in the past 90 years. This will also have a blow to his reputation. It is really a dilemma. Thinking of this, Boss Cha suddenly thought of the bad idea Alan gave him some time ago, to get Princess Anne divorced first. In this way, there is a precedent and someone is sharing the firepower with him. Although his reputation will still be lost, the loss will be relatively small. But Boss Cha still couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart, because she was his sister. No, this won't work, and that won't work either. Think about it again. I can't do anything else by betraying Anne. If Anne finds out, she will hate me forever. Boss Cha shook his head and sighed again. Alan stared at Boss Cha, who was looking down at the floor. He didn't want to do this. He didn't want to do that. Why do people in your family have such tempers? Looking at Boss Cha, who was in trouble, Alan squinted his eyes and thought of the countermeasures he had thought of on the way here. Hold on. Boss Cha is not desperate enough now. Let him struggle for a while longer. When she is desperate, and he asks himself again, he will tell him another way. Fuck. After Thinking for a long time, Boss Cha stood up angrily, walked to the desk, brought a box of cigarettes in person, took out one and lit it, and threw the remaining cigarette box to Alan. Alan also lit one along with him, and the two stared at each other through the smoke. Don't you always come up with some crooked ideas? Think about it, Boss. Cha looked at Alan, as if he hated Alan. Alan sniffed and looked at Boss Cha with squinted eyes. When he saw that Boss Cha was almost impatient, he said slowly, "Your Highness, I know what you have been worried about, but sometimes fame is both a bonus and a burden to you. The other party knows that this is your weakness, so they attack it. In fact, think about it, isn't the purpose this time the same as last time, Boss?" Cha was silent for a moment, and after thinking about it, they were all trying to smear him, but they were choosing things that really happened, so he couldn't escape. But what he is worried about now is how to solve this matter. Your Highness, if your reputation has been lost, then even if the other party's reputation has not increased, does it increase in disguise because your reputation has been lost? We can start at this point. What do you want to say, Boss? Cha suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared at Alan. Alan showed a half-smiling expression and looked at Boss Cha like this. He knew exactly what he was talking about. People are attacking his reputation. What is their next purpose? Of course it was to provoke an internal fight between him and Andrew. Now well, to be precise, a few years ago, Prince Andrew was very good at dancing. To what extent? Have you ever heard of the 9 sons seizing the rightful son? It's a little less than that. This kind of thing is all secret and unknown to the outside world, but it did happen. Not everyone is not interested in him. When it comes to things like the throne. There are hundreds of people in the outside world who have a very special identity, called the number one heir to the royal family. If this thing is not important, why are there so many successors? How far are the outside world successors ranked now? 3 digits. Not scary. But everything is not stable once you become the Prince of Wales. Anything may change until the last moment. This is why the old girl was so reckless as to take Andrew to the war. The situation was really serious at that time. Now that this matter was mentioned again by Alan, Boss Cha became nervous subconsciously. Looking at Alan's expression, Boss Cha said numbly, "You don't dare to have such dangerous ideas." He was afraid that Alan would imitate the old count and do something dangerous again. How come everyone in your family has the same moral character, always thinking about physical elimination? At first, he revealed some of his troubles to the old count, but his original intention was not to let the old count do that. Boss Cha didn't have the guts. Later, Alan didn't know that, although Boss Cha was fine on the surface, he was secretly grounded by the Queen for a whole month. He was grounded at home. He couldn't even leave the door of his house. Rounding it off, it was equivalent to being in jail for about a month. This is the most serious punishment Boss Cha has ever faced. Now seeing that Alan is about to do it again, Boss Cha is very panicked. No matter whether he succeeds or not this time, he doesn't want to do it again. Your Highness, don't think blindly. I still want to follow you in glory and wealth. I won't do anything dangerous. Of course Alan wouldn't be so reckless as to do something he couldn't accomplish. Even if he could accomplish something he didn't want to do, he wasn't that great and not afraid of death. He hadn't enjoyed it enough. When Boss Cha heard what Alan said, he still felt uneasy and asked again worriedly, "Then get ready, since reputation damage is inevitable, Your Highness, and you are reluctant to let Your Highness and share the burden with you, then drag him into the water as well. If everyone's reputation has dropped, it means it has not dropped. You can also feel at ease. Oh, why are you dragging me down, Boss?" Cha leaned forward slightly. Alan indeed had some ideas. Every angle was very strange, much better than his other consultants. Cough. Cough cough. Alan looked at Boss Cha with a strange look, thought for a moment, and said in a more subtle way, "Since your marriage is facing a situation, and Her Royal Highness Anne is in the same situation, then you can let him be in the same situation, Boss." Cha's eyes widened. Are the marriages of the 3 siblings in trouble? Why are you making trouble here? Is this a plan to bring everyone to a level? Even the problems faced are the same. What kind of bad idea is this? Shit. How many years have Andrew been married? This is your plan. Boss Cha was so angry that he almost lost his temper. This move is too damaging. It worked, but it was more uncomfortable than having him push Princess Anne out as a shield. Besides, even if Andrew can really be dragged into the water, how should he do it? Boss Cha stared at Alan, but he didn't speak. He was waiting for Alan to give him an explanation, or rather, he wanted to continue to hear the details of the plan. Your Highness, I'm very professional in doing this kind of thing. You trust me. Just you, boss. Cha raised his chin slightly and looked at Alan with a serious look. In terms of appearance, Alan was indeed qualified, but when it came to professionalism, Your Highness, you have forgotten that the wealthy American businessman pursued my aunt the year before last. This is how I vented my anger on my aunt. I wrote a letter to his wife at that time. Alan whispered a little gossip to Boss Cha. Boss Cha had some impressions of this event that caused quite a stir the year before last, but he didn't know much about the specific process, mainly because he didn't care. He only knew that, as soon as Alan intervened, the wealthy American businessman finally divorced his wife, and it seemed that the two of them were engaged in a huge lawsuit to divide the family property. Now it seems that Alan is planning to follow this routine again. Fuck, the boss is all numb. Is this what you call professional? Chapter 356. This plan is so perfect. Even if you really go, I don't dare to let you go. As long as you intervene, don't outsiders think I sent you there. Boss Cha hated this plan extremely. It was a completely bad idea. No, the matter between you and the wealthy American businessman's wife is different from this time. No, you can't go. Once you go, everyone will know about it. No matter what the reason was. Boss Cha decisively rejected Alan's plan. Your Highness, I didn't say I wanted to go there in person. I don't have the guts to seduce the Duchess. Alan would only dare to appear in person unless he was crazy. This time he was not facing a Yankee, but a real Duchess. Boss Cha blinked, looked at Alan, and motioned for him to elaborate. Is there any twist? Well, as far as I know, that person is not very discreet. He seems to have a very generous personality, Alan said in a tentative tone, slightly uncertain. When he said this, Boss Cha remembered that the news seemed to have revealed this matter a few years ago, but it was true and false at the time. A commoner's daughter married into the royal family, and it was a bit of a smear story. This was normal operation, but now that Alan said it, is it true? I'm not sure. Haha. Your Highness, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. If you agree, you only need to say hello to me, and I will do the rest. Why did Alan check with his boss to say hello to him? Because the identities of the bodyguards following these important royal members were not simple. He did not dare to follow them directly or arrange any plans without saying hello. If he was caught, it would be hard for the Queen to say anything. But if Boss Cha specifically explains it, or helps him find an internal agent, it will be easier to operate. At the very least, let him know where the couple goes on a daily basis, so he can operate it. Thinking about a person with a relatively loose personality, it is still very simple to set a trap for such a person, at least for Alan. It is very simple. His plan this time is to encourage Boss Cha not to be afraid. I will help you drag your brother into the water, and you will all be the same dicks from now on. Isn't that enough? What are you afraid of? If you lose a little bit of fame, you will all suffer the same loss. Rounding it off means it's nothing, as expected. I, Mr. Allen, am worried about the Empire. This plan is simply perfect. Not only has the problem been solved, but they all have lost their prestige, and I can still make meritorious deeds. Isn't this perfect? This Boss Cha leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began to think about it. Alan's plan seemed very bold, but if it could really be done, it didn't seem impossible. From Boss Cha's point of view, it is an established fact that his reputation has been damaged now. The recordings have come out, and he has no way to hide. Now that Alan has done this, the three siblings are back on the same starting line, and he can feel more at ease. Since it sucks, then everyone will suck together, even for the same reason. This is not impossible. It was indeed Aaron's plan. It was fucked up, but it sounded like it would work. Don't worry about whether this plan is disgusting or crooked, but it works. Boss Cha struggled internally, slowly opened his eyes, stared at Alan and said, "What do you need to prepare?" What do you want me to say? Hello? I need an internal agent and a copy of her information to let me know their whereabouts so that I can make plans. It's that simple. It's that simple. Can, boss? Cha seemed to have made up his mind and stood up suddenly. He took 2 steps left and right, stopped again, looked at Alan who had just stood up and said, if you plan better, you must not expose yourself. Do you hear me? Don't worry, your highness. My ability to do things has never let you down. Seeing that Boss Cha was hesitant, Alan used a trick to change the subject. He remembered the newspaper he had seen on the way here. Since everyone has caused trouble, doesn't it make sense not to give some counterattack? European shit stirrer. Do you think you are joking, your highness? I read yesterday's newspaper, and it seems that the United States treatment of the Koreans was not particularly fair. Where, when asked by Alan, Boss Cha's train of thought was instantly interrupted, and he asked subconsciously, it's Los Angeles. Those Koreans who made trouble some time ago. I read in the newspaper that South Korea openly made public announcements in the media, calling on Koreans who were treated unfairly in Los Angeles to return home. Oh, when Alan mentioned this, Boss Cha's eyes flickered, and he understood what Alan meant. Are you planning to make a fuss about this? For example, gung-ho, what's going on? Would you like to divert the attention of today's news and call on people who have been treated unfairly in the United States to come to the UK or Wales? No, just as he thought of Wales, Boss Cha looked at Alan with contempt and said, don't think I don't know. You have detained so many Koreans yourself. There is not a single Korean on the streets of Wales. You want me to help you cheat some new Korean labor, your highness? That's not what I mean. What I mean is, can you criticize them, speak for the Koreans, let the Koreans pretend to be real, put them on the fire, and try to win them over? Causing some trouble for the Americans. Alan has never openly expressed any hostility towards the United States. What he did before was done in secret. After all, they have strong military strength now. But just check the boss. He can encourage you from the moral high ground. Moreover, Boss Cha has great influence, and his identity is on display here. It is very suitable for him to do this kind of thing, and even if the Americans knew that Boss Cha was deliberately disgusting them, there was nothing he could do about it. Anyway, Boss Cha is very angry now, so give him some encouragement, and do it, if you like. Alan looked at Boss Cha sincerely. Such a look made Boss Cha go through the plan in his mind several times. Is this considered a counterattack? He felt a little bit like this. Not only could he relieve his anger, but he might also be able to increase his international reputation. He was a little tempted. Then, your highness, I will go back first. Well, go ahead. Plan carefully and don't let me down. Yes, your highness. Don't worry. Alan gently bent down and touched his chest to salute, with a little innocent smile on his face. Looks very loyal. After staying in London for one more day, that night, Alan received a guest in the manor, who was holding a sign to find out the boss's name. The other party gave him a letter and some information, and left without saying anything else. This is what Boss Cha provided him as requested, and he works very efficiently. Talking about all kinds of reluctances, it won't do. But when he was actually doing things, his efficiency was so high. Early the next morning, Alan took the car directly home. On the way, Alan had time to take out the information he got last night and check it out. He didn't have time to watch it last night. Kate was still at the manor. How could he have time to do anything else? Now I finally have time to kill the boredom on the road. Prince Andrew's current title is Duke of York, and his daughter-in-law is the Duchess. Although her husband is a prince, she cannot be called a princess. There is only one princess. Look at the Duchess information in your hand. TSK. Is your family dominated by older sisters? How come this Duchess is 1 year older than Andrew? Looking at the people in the photo, the Duchess, who was born in 1959, is only 33 years old this year. She is in the prime of her life. In addition, she was revealed to have a bad personality in her early years. It is not difficult to deal with such a person, as long as she is targeted. People have little quirks. The richer and richer one is, the weirder their hobbies are. Like Alan He likes excitement and other messy things. As for the Duchess, Alan frowned and looked at the photo in the file. She is not ugly, with big golden waves and typical British female features. His face is also a bit tough. His father was a royal guard of the royal family. It was clear that he was a guard, not the captain of the guard. The captain of the guard must be a noble, but the guards are not. They are all elite veterans selected from various British troops, but what is certain is that their family is certainly not poor. Anyone who can get into the position of a royal guard will have a guaranteed income. Growing up in such a family, this person probably didn't suffer much as a child. In addition, life has been going smoothly, and now she has married into the royal family, which is at the peak of her life. I heard that her temper is usually a bit domineering, and she has a strong sense of comparison. In the investigation of the boss and his brother, it may not be without the instigation of this person. Alan squinted his eyes and analyzed the information. While reading it, he likes to analyze the opponent's details first and then prescribe the right medicine. He has never suffered, has a dissolute, domineering personality, and has a strong desire to compare. This is a standard jealous wife. This kind of person is most likely extremely arrogant and doesn't like others to refute him. When he first ascends to a high position, his temper will inevitably become louder. In addition, the servants dare not refute. How long have they been married? Well, we got married in 1986, so it's been 6 years now. This aloof temper should have been almost gone. The image of a very fierce and bad-tempered middle-aged young woman slowly appeared in Alan's mind. But this image is a bit inconsistent with the real appearance in the photo. In other words, there is a high probability that this person is a person with a contradictory personality, who is very good at pretending on the outside, but is actually very depressed on the inside. Such a person. Haha, Alan instantly thought of himself. Most nobles seem to be in this kind of life, with one image on the outside and another image on the inside. Then, if we guess according to this, does this person also like to play something exciting? Isn't this a coincidence? I'm more familiar with this. Alan smiled and closed the document. The analysis is almost done. I won't say whether it is accurate or not. According to my current thoughts, I will try to arrange it first and test it out. If it doesn't work, I will turn around and analyze it again, and then change the plan and continue to test it out. He won't wait until everything is thoroughly analyzed before implementing the plan. Then the damned elderly will be cold. The primary purpose now is to be quick, to drag the opponent down as quickly as possible, to expose the boss chap, and to cover up the news. The worst case scenario is to frame her and send some people to secretly follow her, pick some special angles, to take some indecent photos or photos that are likely to cause ambiguity. And then, Prince Andrew has a bad temper. If he sees this kind of photo, he will definitely not be able to bear it, and then this matter will become more than half. Just wait for me. Just because of you, a little brat, I can't just be a parasite. What's the point of being so tired every day now? Isn't it that you can't chew on your old age? Alan remembered the past events very clearly. If it weren't for Andrew, he would still be happily working in the Royal Navy. Then when he officially retires and comes back, he can ask his father to find connections again and help him get placed in a certain kingship yamen, and then marry a young lady from a noble family all day long. Isn't it better to work hard and wait for death than to work hard like now? Master, you are back. Who? Te personally helped Alan open the car door and took the information in Alan's hand. Looking at Alan with a worried look. He had already seen the news in the newspaper, and Butler Capel called home so early in the morning. Huth was very worried about the current situation. He was mainly afraid that Alan would be implicated. The young master is still young and his foundation is not stable. Due to the nature of the family, interpersonal relationships are not good. If something unexpected happens, it will be troublesome. Master, where is His Highness? Well, it's no big deal. Everything is under control. Alan was calm and unconcerned. He turned his head left and right and saw a small truck in the distance, with several servants working hard to drive cattle to the truck. They were two small Scottish Highland cattle. One was slightly larger and the other was a miniature version. Mavericks was ignorant and maybe a little scared. He didn't want to get in the car, even though the servant was pushing him from behind. The two sides were in a stalemate. What's going on over there? Oh, who Te followed Alan's gaze and looked in the direction of the pickup truck, then showed a smile and said, "Master, the two young highnesses are going to the town below to participate in the bull riding competition. They are loading the truck. The calf is not very obedient. They are afraid of hurting the calf and being blamed by the two young highnesses, so they have been dilly-dallying for half an hour." Bull riding contest. Alan instantly remembered the strange activities that the town below like to engage in. It's only April. Spring, it's time to have nothing to do. Nobles will go out on spring outings, but for ordinary people, the cost of a trip is a bit high. Some towns, that is, villages, will organize some country competitions, which is interesting. The prizes are not high. Sometimes they are just broken metals or something. William and Harry are going. Yes, master. Alan didn't have the consciousness that a prince couldn't engage in such vulgar activities. As long as William wanted to play, he would allow it. This is not indulgence. As for children, their parents don't care about them. If he controls them more strictly, then these two naughty children will not be able to vent their energy, and they will have to make trouble for him again. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a roar of running, with William running in front and Harry crying and chasing after him, and the two of them ran out of the hall. P.S. I was too busy yesterday. I haven't had enough energy these past 2 days. I'm really sleepy. I forgot to mention it, so I just updated one chapter. After finishing my work during the day, I started typing. I updated 4 chapters and 10,000 today. 6. Right. I'm still very honest. I'm not a salty person. Once I recover, I can update steadily and even explode. Is this wave worth it for you guys to give me some monthly tickets to encourage you? Chapter 357, Cameron's new plan. What are you doing? William. Come here. Are you bullying Harry again? When Alan saw Harry crying again, his first reaction was that William was bullying him again. "Ah, cousin, are you back?" When William heard Alan's voice, he subconsciously put his right hand behind his back. The thing in his hand flashed and was hidden behind his back, and Alan didn't see it clearly. "Cousin, my brother is taking my riding crop." Harry cried and came to Alan for help. Alan curled his lips. "Little brat, do you think I will help you? Let me show you the dangers of society." "Why are you crying? What's the use of crying if your things are robbed? You won't take them back." Harry was startled by Alan's fierce words, pursed his lips, twitched his nose, and stopped crying instantly. But the tears on his face hadn't dried yet, and he looked at Alan pitifully. "If your own things are robbed, just go and get them back. What's the use of crying if you can't get them back?" Alan scolded Harry. William next to him looked at Alan saying this, and for a moment he didn't know whether he should give way to Harry. "What do you think I'm doing? What you snatched is yours." Alan saw the hesitation on William's face and scolded him again. The two little kids looked at each other. William reacted first and ran away. Harry grinned. His cousin had been talking for a long time and no one was helping him. He saw William running away again, crying, and started chasing William again. Seeing the two naughty children running away, Alan stared at their backs happily. It is inevitable for the two of them to fight and fight, but Alan has never had a headache about who should help and who should not help. Whoever gets it, and if you can't get it, you are unlucky. Seeing them running away, Hooter then approached Alan and whispered, "Master, the princess called yesterday to ask for someone. How do you think this should be handled?" Snort. Alan, who had raised William and Harry for so long and was immersed in his imagination, was interrupted by Hooter's words. "Want someone? It's been a long time since I've had a look at my child. I don't know what she's thinking day by day. Now that my little lover has been caught, I'm starting to get anxious." Then he glanced at William and Harry, who were chasing and fighting in the distance. Alan waved his hands and said angrily, "If she calls to ask if the important person is there, just tell her that the person was killed by me." Alan walked into the hall with a gloomy look on his face. When I walked into the study room, it was still as it was before I left that day. The small box with the reply letters was still on the table, and the pen was still there quietly. Alan stared at the pen and smiled. He is now a double agent. A double agent. On the surface, he has received the Queen's permission, and he can go find trouble with Kara's husband. This is his task on the surface point, and secretly, Boss Cha also agreed to his plan, and he could also arrange for the Duchess, and this time, although it seemed that he was still related to Andrew, the two situations were completely different. Point in the past, the old Earl was aiming to kill him, but in the end the plan failed, and the old Earl paid a heavy price. Point, but this time, Alan never targeted Andrew from beginning to end. He targeted Andrew's wife. Point, there is still a difference here. First of all, the Duchess didn't know whether it was true or not before, but there was indeed news about her. It was about how she was, and how she was not very behaved. Alan cautiously asked Boss Cha at that time, and Boss Cha was embarrassed. Admit it, but everyone understands the meaning. Point, it would make sense for a person with a criminal record to have something go wrong now. Point, the Queen doesn't care about everything, and Alan doesn't go out to kill people. He hasn't even touched that person now, so why does the Queen care about him? As for whether this matter is really done by Alan, will it have any impact on Prince Andrew? It definitely has an impact. Point, but this impact is within controllable range. Point, in recent years, news about members of the royal family has not come out just recently. Point, whether it's Boss Cha or Princess Anne, neither of them are fuel efficient. Point, I've never seen the Queen take care of it before. Point, at most, if someone is very brave and takes this issue to a higher level and talks about abolishing the royal family, the Queen will look this way. Point, what Alan is doing now is just dragging Andrew into the water. These princes and princesses are not worried at all. This year it just happened that all the news came together, and the news broke out more intensively. Point, in this case, it was Boss Cha who took the initiative to ask Alan to hide himself. This was not what Alan asked for, it was Boss Cha who said it. All he needs to do now is to be more secretive and openly help the Queen. As long as he checks his boss and doesn't betray him, Alan will be fine. Point, check. If your boss can't tell the difference between urgent and important matters, why did Alan do this? Not for him. If he can't cover it up, then he shouldn't mess around. Point, if you don't dare to do this or that all day long, what else can you do? Originally, the problems between Boss Cha and Princess Anne were already established facts, and the Queen did not come forward to say anything. Now at best, it's just one more Andrew, not much. The Queen has long been used to the emotional problems of these children. Point, what Alan is doing now is, at most, adding fuel to the flames, just a little bit bigger, picking up the pen and putting it in the drawer. Alan laughed. There were so many things going on in this family, and every day was exciting. Point, in the whole of Britain, the most popular news at present is the royal family. Whether it is William and Harry in the past, Boss Cha, Princess Anne, etc. Every incident can quickly occupy the headlines of major media. Point, how Alan suddenly realized, under such circumstances, the British entertainment industry is underdeveloped. Is this also the reason? Where can a star from anywhere survive such a hellishly difficult environment? After finally bribing the media and preparing to release a new album or movie, suddenly, a member of the royal family or a nobleman suddenly occupied the news headlines because of something. Why should these celebrities cry to death? In such an environment, it would be too difficult to become famous. Faced with these people and these situations, ordinary celebrities dare to be angry, but dare not speak out. So what else can they do? Go and hang out in the United States? You can't control the British side. Point, after a good night's rest, Alan was back full of energy the next day. Point, I went to London, had fun, took on new tasks, and relaxed. Point, Alan suddenly discovered that people's happiness sometimes does not depend on themselves, but is based on the pain of others, and comes from comparison. Point, now looking at Boss Cha being tortured and sweating all over his forehead, Alan is no longer upset or impetuous. On the contrary, he is quite happy. He even has time to think about who should be sent to do this now. Point, small stone. No, if it were in China, Xiao Shitao's goal was too big, and many people knew him. Point, Syphis. He is a good candidate. Even though Syphis still has a title, he doesn't make many public appearances. Why? It doesn't seem possible. Some time ago, Syphis and Patris were busy with the release of the movie, and they don't have time now. Point, what about the rest? Alan thought for a while, and suddenly a name appeared in his mind. Chickley. It was the little French liar who was able to get things done when he sent him to Russia. Point, this guy has been resting since he completed his mission last year. Now that he has been resting for so long, it's time to get out and do some work. Just as he was about to ask the servant to inform Chickley to come over, there was a knock on the study door. Dung. Dang dang, boss, it's me, Cameron, come in. Cameron finally cut off his flowing golden hair and changed to a very neat short haircut. Even because of this hairstyle, he looked several years younger. Alan hadn't seen Cameron for a while, and when he changed his hairstyle this time, he almost didn't recognize him. Looking at Cameron, Alan, who was smiling all over his face, he smiled and said, "What's wrong, boss? I have 2 new projects. Let me show them to you." Oh, some time ago, I heard that Cameron and Luc Besson formed a group to go to France. Although the 2 of them had some difficulties at work, their relationship in daily life was pretty good. Unexpectedly, just after returning from vacation, Cameron came up with a new project. Alan likes employees like this, who are motivated and take the initiative to work, for fear that the boss will not make money, as expected of a talent from our British colony. His ideological consciousness is very high. Picking up Cameron's plan and turning the page, Alan raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect Cameron to be so discerning. The plan clearly states the plan to acquire the film and television rights of Marvel's Spider-Man and X-Men. Alan was furious with Marvel, but there was nothing he could do. A few years ago, Alan wanted to acquire the film and television rights of several comics, but who is the current chairman and publisher of Marvel? It was Stan Lee, who later loved to make cameos in Marvel movies. That little old man. This was a Romanian Jew, and he himself had a very bad feeling for Great Britain. When Alan originally sent someone to contact him, and when he expressed his intention to acquire their film and television rights for the first time, he was sternly rejected by the other party. And the attitude is a bit bad. His attitude also annoyed Alan a little. It's not like he won't buy the copyright if it's not his. If I don't buy your Marvel stuff, then I won't make a movie. Later, the matter fell into disuse. It's not that Alan couldn't force him to sell the film and television rights to him through strong means, but Alan didn't want to cause trouble at the time, especially about the Jews. This group is very special, especially the Jews who live in the United States. The interpersonal relationship between them is too complicated. If one of them fails, not only will he not be able to eat meat, but he will also easily get into trouble. Just for the film and television rights, it is not worth it. Now Cameron has his mind set on the other party again. Alan frowned and put down the document, pointed at the document and said, "I also thought about acquiring their film and television rights before, but the old man refused to sell it to me. Now with your reputation, come on, he must know that you are my person." This acquisition, Cameron looked at Alan and understood what he meant. The boss wanted to save face. He didn't agree before, but now his subordinates are selling it. If they don't agree this time, it would be embarrassing. "Boss, I heard Sisyphus say this. Our operation routine this time is different." Alan hummed slightly and motioned for Cameron to continue. "I started a leather bag company in America. I wonder if I can do it." "No." Seeing Cameron coyly speaking out his plan, Alan refused without even thinking about it. This is because he is planning to deceive a company that has nothing to do with him. After the small company has purchased the film and television rights, they can then resell them. Although the operation seems to be left-handed and right-handed, Alan doesn't bother to do this thing. In the past, he deceived other people. Although that kind of deception was still deception, it didn't require Alan to come forward. But this time, the small leather company that Cameron has set up, no matter how they operate, the final film and television rights will definitely be transferred to him. This cannot be hidden in the end. No matter how many times they fail, they will eventually make a movie. This can't be hidden. They didn't want to sell it to him in the first place, but now he relies on this sneaky behavior to defraud the film and television rights. In the end, when the movie is made, the outside world will definitely be able to guess what happened. In this case, where should he put his face? "My majestic nobleman, do you really need a broken copyright from you? It's such a debasement, it's not worth it." Cameron had an awkward smile on his face, and he hadn't finished the rest of his words. Looking at Alan's expression, he didn't dare to continue, so he had to change the subject and said, "Then take it easy, boss. I also inquired in advance, and it is said that Stan Lee is currently very arrogant and arbitrary in the company, and Marvel's profitability has been poor in recent years. Many people below him are dissatisfied with him, and his position is unstable. Well, let's wait until he gets out of here." Is there anything else? Alan rubbed his eyebrows. He felt irritated when he thought about this. For such a long time, Alan only regarded the United States as a big bank and a place to make trouble. As for their entertainment industry, to be honest, Alan didn't not interested. The main reason is that he himself is also a gamer, so as long as he is happy, how can he have time to get involved in other messy trivial matters? Boss, here are 2 plans, and there is a backup plan at the back. Cameron pointed to the plan on the table and began to explain to Alan. This second plan is a serious movie, a blockbuster with special effects, big investment, and big production. Since the last time he filmed Terminator 2, which gave Cameron a sweet taste, he has a soft spot for big productions and big special effects. I went to France for vacation some time ago. By chance, Arnold saw a movie and then gave it to Cameron. Cameron didn't have time to watch it at the time, so he just wrote down the title of the movie. After returning from vacation, he had someone buy the video of the movie for him. It doesn't matter what it looks like. Cameron was astounded by this movie. Cameron has always been a fan of spy films, especially the British 007 series. However, the 007 series is very strict in the selection of directors and actors. In the past, Cameron never had his turn to film. This is a subject that Cameron has loved since he was a child. But this French film given to him by Arnold and Lee is actually also a spy film, and it is a comedy spy film with a certain French tradition. Cameron likes this very much. P.S. I charged it for 2 days and worked hard for a long time. Yesterday I was very excited when I was typing, but today my back hurts and I can't get up. I'm a waste. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 Professor Willy's Private Lessons. Without buying the other party's film and television adaptation rights, Cameron impatiently took charge of the project himself and came up with the so-called Plan Number 2. His idea was that if Alan agreed to him acquiring the film and television rights to Spider-Man and X-Men, then he would make his childhood dream a superhero movie. If Alan doesn't agree, then do this so-called Plan No. 2. Anyway, there are projects to do on both sides. Alan flipped through the rough synopsis of the script. The background of the story is divided into 2 versions. The first version must be Me 6. Cameron is now following Alan, a traditional aristocrat, and the first choice for making movies must be the British background. The second version is the Intelligence Department of the United States. These are 2 beginnings, but apart from the background of the story, the core of the story is the same. An ordinary agent who usually hides well, and whose apparent job is to be a salesperson selling computers. After being married to my wife for several years, the relationship between the couple reached a certain crisis period. The wife felt that her husband's daily life was too monotonous, and then the daughter-in-law wanted to have an affair. This point is further emphasized with parentheses. This is a tribute to Alan's previous movies, which can be regarded as a reluctant time-space linkage. In Cameron's view, the infidelity factor is one of his boss's favorite themes, so when he was writing the script, he would subconsciously follow Alan's preferences and stuff some personal items into the script to use it. Please Alan. The story is very simple. The Russian nuclear warhead was lost again and was obtained by the rioters. Arnold, who is Cameron's favorite actor, will definitely star in this movie, so Arnold, as the actor, will embark on a journey, go to a foreign country, to disrupt the actions of these rioters, and seize the key to the nuclear bomb. The background of the story is very large, and it is still about saving the common people. But now, Arnold's wife is about to cheat on her. Although on the surface he is just a computer salesman, secretly he is an agent. In addition to himself, there are also his partners, colleagues and the like. Arnold's wife's dishonesty was quickly noticed by Arnold, and then a Minotaur operation planned by Arnold began. He pretended not to know that his wife was cheating on her, but he was secretly playing another role to seduce his wife to cheat on her. Without his wife knowing who he was, the 2 of them had already gone to the hotel to book a room. Although the story is very bloody, the comedy effect of cheating on one's own husband is still a little bit good. Later, They will be interspersed with Arnold going on missions, using various high-tech equipment, to fight against the rioters, and get back the keys to the nuclear bomb point anyway. As Alan looked at it, he felt that the plot looked familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. In addition, the current movie project was just a rough idea, and the movie name hadn't even been decided yet. It really made him guess. I couldn't guess it for a while. Just use the one with an American background, not the one with a British background. Although, this one with a British background looks more exciting, and is more in line with the psychological state of British audiences. The box office of the whole British movie is too bad, and it can't make much money at all. The American film market is the big one point. As long as the background is changed to America, and a small leather company with an American background is found to finance the movie, this new movie can be regarded as a Hollywood blockbuster. Only by using the name of Hollywood blockbusters can you make better money. Alan won't waste money, just for a little personal gain. Cameron is a commercial director. Commercial directors must put profits first. Okay, boss, what about me? Cameron looked at Alan's lack of interest and asked tentatively, then I will go back and improve the script first. Well, go ahead. When the script is ready, make a preliminary budget and show it to me together. Okay. Then I'll go back first. Alan watched Cameron walk out of the study, then rang the bell and asked the servant to call Zio Shitao over. Master, take these two things. The moment Zio Shitao came in, Alan threw two things to him. The letter and the information point. Zio Shitao took the information and was not in a hurry to read it, but waited for Alan's further instructions. 4. The contact person in this letter. You need to find someone to connect with him. Keep an eye on the person in this information for a while. It is best to understand her usual places, personal hobbies, good friends and other relationships and privacy. Order better. I'm useful. As for the candidate, I will let Chickley go on the surface. You can give him some support from behind. He is here to meet you. Let him go to a safer place and keep it confidential. Do you understand? Clear. After Zio Shitao said that he understood, he did not rush to do the work. Instead, he hesitated and said softly, Master, the teacher you scheduled has arrived. Do you want him to wait a little longer, or should you go over to class now? Oh, are you here so early? Alan looked at his watch. It was only after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, go over now. You go tell him to get ready first, and I'll go change clothes. Alan stood up. Today's teacher was an old professor whom he had made appointments with several times. He didn't want to keep people waiting. In the small living room on the first floor, a blackboard on an iron shelf was temporarily arranged in the middle of the living room. A little old man with a stooped figure was sitting quietly on the sofa, reading silently with a book in his hand. To him, waiting for someone seemed to be nothing. He has had many contacts with these powerful people and knows the various rules of these nobles. Every time before meeting guests, he has to shower and change clothes, which is very troublesome. Haha. Hello, Professor Willy. Thank you for taking the time to teach me today. As a hoarse voice sounded, Willy raised his head, looked at the person who came, quickly put down his book, tidied up his already neat suit, and took the initiative to bend down to salute Alan first. After the two shook hands, he then zianks and looked at the famous Earl of Carmouth and slightly point. If it were someone from other places, they might not be interested in this counterpoint, but Professor Willy is from Manchester, and he is still a fan of Manchester United. He has heard that he has acquired Manchester United and completed the privatization point. Until now that the English League One has been restructured and the Premier League has been established, Manchester United's performance has gradually improved. The Count seems to be indifferent and doesn't necessarily go to the team's games every year, but he can delegate power, know people well, and make good use of them. The head coach Ferguson is doing very well now. This to a certain extent also means that the Count, who has always maintained full trust in him, is very capable. Coach Ferguson has emphasized in interviews more than once that thanks to the boss trusting him and giving him enough time to slowly adjust the team can now undergo radical changes. Such a behind the scenes boss who usually lives in seclusion actually invites teachers to give lectures. This somewhat surprised Professor Willy. Now he finally met the Lord himself. Sir, let's start the lecture now. Okay, Professor Willy, please. Alan walked to the sofa opposite the small blackboard and sat down. The entire living room was his private classroom. Now there were only him, Professor Willie, and a few servants waiting at the door. The University of Manchester, referred to as the University of Manchester, is currently ranked in the top 100 in the world. Ranked in the UK, top 10. There are many celebrities in this university, but for some of the great masters in the scientific field, ordinary people may not have heard of their names. Let's just talk about the more famous movie stars. The male protagonist in Doctor Strange came from the University of Manchester. The University of Manchester is a well-established and prestigious university, and the professors here are definitely very qualified. Although Alan is usually a bit lazy, he will specifically find some teachers to teach him. Based on his shortcomings, people have to learn. If you don't learn, you won't know when you will be cheated. Professor Willie majored in sociology, the University of Manchester's top major, and also dabbled in humanities and development studies. Today's lecture topic is about the analysis of the relationship between secondary civilization and primary civilization. This is a very abstract thing. For ordinary people, it may not be used in a lifetime, but for people like Alan who love to make trouble. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools, sharpen your knife, and don't miss the chance to chop wood. Listening to Professor Willie's extremely detailed explanation, Alan memorized everything, but there were some things, especially some slightly more professional terms, that Alan couldn't understand. After giving lectures for 20 minutes, the servants brought tea and snacks, and Alan motioned to Professor Willie to take a break. Sir, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you don't understand something, what I will say next will affect your study progress. Alan crossed his legs and sat in a posture that was not rude, but also very relaxed. He subconsciously touched his chin and asked, Professor, what about the relationship between secondary civilization and primary civilization and the trend of civilization that you talked about? Does the United States count as a secondary civilization? It doesn't count, Professor. Willie didn't even hesitate and rejected Alan's question outright. Oh, Your Excellency, according to the correct classification, we ourselves are not considered a native civilization. The four ancient civilizations that can be passed down to this day are only the Chinese country in the east. The other places are all fusions of civilizations. The result, after many times, Professor Willie took a sip of tea and said, take us for example, not to mention the earlier times, starting from the ancient Roman period, then the Anglo-Saxons, the partition of Denmark, the Norman landing, etc. We are also in a process that is always incorporating change. The United States, as it has no history, is not considered a secondary civilization. They are actually a large merchant breeding farm. Of course, if the area is reduced, in a narrow sense they can be considered one of our secondary civilizations. Of course, they definitely don't want to admit it. Hahaha. Professor, let me ask this. If one day Great Britain disappears, will the United States regard itself as our orthodox descendant? That's for sure. If such a day comes, Professor. Willie listened to Alan's question and said with a smile, however, it's not their turn. We still have so many colonies and federal countries. Alan squinted his eyes slightly. Today's class had a lot of inspiration for him. For example, a few years ago he went to the South Korean Olympics for gold plating. At that time, Seoul had only been renamed Seoul a few years ago. This is a typical sign that secondary civilizations are afraid of the original civilization and want to get rid of the original civilization. They want to get rid of the original civilization by changing the name of the city and even the characters and language. But these things are just symptoms. The influence of a primary civilization on a secondary civilization cannot be solved by changing its name or creating new words, and now India is like this too. Didn't their Mumbai also change its name whenever a secondary civilization wants to get rid of the original civilization in this way? Its position is obvious. That's it. Are there still people who don't know the truth and think that the relationship between India and Great Britain is very harmonious? If they are really harmonious, will India need to change the names of its cities in order to get rid of the British influence that hangs over them? Why win over them? If you have a good relationship, there is no need to win over you. If you have a good relationship, it is called consolidation. Why doesn't Great Britain win over Gambia? Isn't it true that India is quite rebellious now? Plus the people are stupid and have a lot of money, and the geographical location is important. As an ordinary person, Alan has limited qualifications, so whether he is doing business or doing other things, Alan always does what he can and never does anything beyond his ability point, just like now. He doesn't understand, and he doesn't pretend to understand, so he just asks the teacher to teach him point. After listening to this topic today, Alan will have a clearer understanding of the situation at hand point. The professor said it well. The United States now is like a young bull in heat, arrogant and arrogant. Now that the enemy has been disintegrated, the remaining goals are easy to figure out point. Military is supplemented, and cultural export is the main focus. They are eager to further increase their influence point. It is in their interests to weaken Great Britain point. With this understanding, it is easy to understand that from the beginning of this year to the present, Britain has been in chaos. This is to trace the root cause and the deepest reason point. In other words, this period is not a good time for him to further enter the American market point. In this situation, you should avoid it and try not to have a direct conflict with them point. Take your time first point. Alan was thinking about it, and a thought suddenly came to his mind. If he was causing trouble this time, if the troublemakers caught wind of it, would they help him? Point. According to this line of thinking, if Alan has been responsible for igniting the fire, will those people hiding in the dark be confused and even can't help but follow the unidentified troublemaker behind Alan after he takes action? Stick provides fire support. It's not impossible. They didn't really want to support Andrew. They probably needed to be chaotic, and they could take advantage of this. This move seems to have some room for manipulation, so I'll make a note of it and try it out in a few days. Okay. You have worked hard today. Thank you, Professor Whaley. Haha, it's my honor to be able to give lectures to you. After leaving the living room, Alan stretched slightly. He was tired from studying and wanted to relax. Looking at the small stone, Alan suddenly remembered a person point. That pretty boy he asked to be arrested. It's been several days, and I almost forgot about him, and no one reported to me. Could it be that he had encountered another tough guy like Chickley? What happened to the pretty boy who was arrested? Chapter 359 Weird Father and Son. Zao. Shita recalled for a moment that he hadn't paid much attention there in the past 2 days, and Rex didn't report the situation. Master, I'll call you soon to find out how things are going over there. Well, forget it. Call Rex later and tell him that I will go there in person in the evening. Alan wanted to go out for a walk. He believed that Rex didn't dare to fool him on this matter, so he planned to take a look for himself. Point. At dinner, William and Harry sat next to Ellen and ate together. Harry was still so heartless, but William was different. He stopped talking several times, glanced at Alan, then at Harry, then lowered his head and continued eating. He seemed to want to say something, but he had some scruples. Alan saw William's expression out of the corner of his eye and thought this little kid was interesting. How was the game yesterday? Yesterday, William and the two of them had to participate in some kind of bull riding competition. Alan asked them about the result of the competition. Point. Sure enough, when William heard Alan's question, he sighed with a look of frustration. Before he could speak, Harry said while eating, "Cousin, you don't know, they are so awesome. We ran last and didn't win the prize." Laugh. Alan almost laughed out loud. This group of unscrupulous people can hold this kind of competition. Most of the contestants are cattle farmers. I don't know how many times I have played this type of competition, and I still lost to them. Little brat, are you a prince? Not even the prince. Unless Alan participated in this kind of competition in the past, they would probably give in a little bit. Cousin, I have something to tell you after dinner. William looked at the heartless Harry and waited for Alan to finish laughing before he boldly made a small request. Okay. Alan was non-committal, glanced at Harry, who seemed not to have heard what he said, put down his fork, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Point. After dinner, Harry hurriedly went upstairs to play on the game console. He could move around freely for a while after dinner. At around 7:30, there would be an evening etiquette class. William pulled Alan and waved away the servant. At the door of the small living room, he raised his head and looked at Alan and asked softly, Cousin, will my mother not come to see us? Glancing at William, who looked calm, Alan knelt down and looked into his eyes and asked, do you miss your mother? Well, she hasn't seen us for a long time, and she hasn't called us either. William, who is 10 years old, is now considered a little adult, and Alan will not fool him in this kind of thing. Putting his left hand on William's shoulder, he said, you can call her later to see if she is in dating, and ask her to come to our house tomorrow. Then you can ask her in person. Okay. William looked at Alan's eyes, and they said that children are very sensitive. Although at his age, he didn't have that many thoughts. He knew everything he needed to know. He just kept looking at Alan, and the two looked at each other for a long time. William lowered his head in disappointment and said, okay, I'll make a call now. A 10-minute drive from the castle is Carmarthen police station. After revisiting his old place, as soon as he got out of the car, Alan saw Rex, who had received a call in advance and was waiting for him. It was a bit chilly tonight, so Alan changed into an everyday casual suit and adjusted his cuffs while walking. Have you asked all the questions, Master? We are sorting out the confessions and interrogating them according to your requirements. Alan heard Rex's answer, especially the word interrogation. When dealing with ordinary people, the word interrogation is not used. It seemed that Rex did a good job. He originally thought he would meet someone like Chickley, soft and hard. It's hard to stop eating. All the way to the basement. The old-fashioned dungeon was no different from the last time he came here. It was an empty dungeon, and there was an air leak from nowhere. The sound of the wind was whining. If ordinary people came here, they might find it a bit scary. Several policemen were sorting information at the table in the hall, and an incandescent lamp illuminated the middle of the dungeon in detail. Not in a hurry to see the pretty boy, Rex showed the information to Alan. A thick stack of information, each divided into categories. Each piece of information is also clearly marked, including identity, family history, past experience, assets, etc., and the categories are very detailed. After taking a look at Rex, he saw that he was done well. His techniques were very sophisticated now, and he knew how to sort out the confessions separately and classify them into categories. Alan subconsciously opened the information labeled asset status. The owner of Harrods department store is estimated to be worth no less than £1 billion. Seeing the first paragraph, Alan raised his eyebrows and became more interested. He knew Harrods. This department store had been around for about 150 years since its establishment. It was considered a century-old store. It is currently one of the most well-known department stores in London, focusing on service. This store was reportedly acquired by a wealthy Egyptian businessman in 1985. No one knows how much it cost, but the wealthy Egyptian businessman kept a low profile, and there is no more information about him from the outside world. Originally, the matter ended like this, but the wealthy Egyptian businessman spent another £400 million and gave Harrods an epic upgrade. The entire department store was replaced with the latest and most luxurious one's decoration. The renovation cost of £400 million was definitely a huge sum in those days. It turns out that the wealthy Egyptian businessman who bought the Harrods department store is this pretty boy's father. He is really rich. He spent £400 million on decoration alone. Wow. Alan flipped through the information again. Apart from these, the rest was that this pretty boy was just a prodigal. He didn't know much about what other businesses his father had. There were also some local businesses in Egypt, which he would learn about in a while. Son, Rex and the others have no way of verifying the authenticity. Put down asset status and pick up another document. Alan looked at this information and frowned slightly. What should I say about this guy? His identity is still a little complicated, but overall the problem is not big. His father made money in Egypt, but he probably had dirty hands when he started his business. So in the early 1980s, his family came to Britain to develop with the intention of becoming a British citizen. But Daying didn't know if he had any concerns or was afraid that he would look too ugly, so he kept holding them back from going through the naturalization procedures. Then this handsome dad got a little anxious and finally spent a lot of money to buy the Harrods department store in London and spent another £400 million on renovations. This was considered a certificate of investment. It has been 7 years now The wealthy businessman himself has been naturalized, but the naturalization procedures for his family, that is, this pretty boy, are still in process, but the light has finally come, and the pretty boy's father is a sensible man. He is very keen to let his son get close to the nobles of Great Britain, hoping to raise his family's class, but in Alan's opinion, his idea was very low point. It is not a good thing that ordinary civilians have too much contact with nobles. The nobles are capable of doing some things, but if ordinary civilians follow the same example as the nobles, and do the same thing, the nobles will be fine, and the ordinary civilians will die miserably. This guy held several polo matches with the money, sponsored by his father, and then met Boss Chow and Diana at the polo matches. When Alan saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he was a little confused. Since this guy knew Boss Chap, why would he do such a stupid thing? Don't bully your friends' wives. Do these idiots not know this? What's more, the identity of this friend is not simple. Point with this question in mind, Alan continued to read the interrogation materials. The pretty boy's dad didn't know what he was thinking, so he told him to get closer to the nobles, and then the pretty boy got close to Boss Chow and even hooked up with Diana. Point they have known each other for several years, but have not been together for long. Less than half a year in total. Point the old wealthy businessman, the pretty boy's father, even gave him a bad idea, asking the pretty boy to trick Diana into getting the two of them married. In this way, their family's status would be much higher, and naturalization would probably not be a problem. Right now, this pretty boy is probably following the plan his father gave him. When Alan saw this record, his mind almost shut down. Point what do you think of all this? What kind of brain circuit would lead to this kind of death plan? Just now, he still didn't understand why such a wealthy foreign businessman took the initiative to become a British citizen and would not want them here. Now Alan somewhat understands that this is a stupid family. Point how did their business become so big? This is 2. Are there really such stupid people in the world, or am I getting too excited? Why does it feel so unreal? Alan, who was somewhat doubtful about life, took the information and turned to look at Rex next to him. Master, I've asked him many times. That's what he said. I don't understand why he thinks so. Rex responded to Alan with a firm look. This information is true, and the things recorded on it are also true. Alan looked at the name on the file again. Dodi Fayoko. It's indeed a coconut. Damn. A normal person wouldn't have such a weird brain circuit. Walking to the iron fence at the corner, Alan looked at Dodi Fayoko, who was locked inside. This time he didn't say anything about being gentle. Rex would naturally use any means to deal with such a person. This guy's currently lying on the ground. His face is covered in blood, and his original appearance is a bit unclear. No longer as arrogant as when they met that day. When Dodi heard someone approaching, his subconscious reaction was not to see who was coming, but to crawl in first. He seemed to be a panicked little animal. Alan still preferred his unruly look that day. Unlike now, open it and get him out. There were a few clatters of keys in the lock, and Dodi was pulled out of the cell by 2 policemen. His leg must have been injured, and he was walking a little sluggishly and needed to be supported. Dodi slowly opened his eyes, and the incandescent light was a bit dazzling. Only then did he see clearly who the person in front of him was, the young man he saw that day. You Dodi Fayoko. Dodi looked at Alan and asked him, trying hard to raise his chin and pretend to be tough. Alan didn't look at him at all. He took out the information again, opened it and handed it to him. He asked him to take a closer look and said, did they force you to talk about these things, or is this the way it is? It's not that Alan doesn't trust Rex, but the things recorded on it are a bit too weird, and he really has some doubts about it. HMPH. We are true love. She won't let you go if she knows my identity. If you have sense, let me out as soon as possible. Love. Who said this word in front of me last time? It seems like that loser Spencer, right? Alan glanced at Dodi, who had been beaten half to death, with some contempt and disgust. After closing the information, now that the accuracy was confirmed, Alan felt relieved. Looking at Dodi's appearance, for a moment, Alan suddenly felt that this appearance and name seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't remember anything more specific. However, A wealthy foreign businessman like this, who is willing to commit suicide, still has money in his family, and has not yet completely become a British citizen, is almost like a fat sheep to him. Alan looked at Dodie with a smile. Diana wouldn't forget to tell him who she was, right? Does this guy think he is just an ordinary young man? Rex, the subordinates are here. When Rex heard Alan calling him, he jogged 2 steps and stood next to Alan with his slightly bigger beer belly. Have someone take him to the hospital tomorrow to check on his injuries. If it's nothing serious. Dodie watched Alan asking someone to take him to the hospital tomorrow, thinking that he was really afraid of her. The smile just hung on his face, but Alan's next sentence almost made him unable to sit still. If there is nothing serious, I will beat him 3 times every day, morning, noon, and evening, after he has finished eating. If there is any problem, take him to the hospital for treatment. After treatment, continue to beat him. Let's do this for today. Hey, do you know who I am? Aren't you afraid of her taking revenge on you? I'll give you money. Dodie couldn't help but feel a little creepy as he watched several policemen's eyes fall on him after Alan finished his explanation. Has he had dinner? Alan smiled and looked at Dodie. I have eaten. I just ate not long ago. Rex smiled too. Then, what are you waiting for? Let's start from tonight. After Alan finished explaining, he took the information himself, turned around and left, ignoring the howling sounds coming from behind him. The only purpose of this kind of person who likes to seek death is to keep him and slowly extort money from their family. It would be good if the other people can live. Egypt. Ha. Egypt these days is a joke in Alan's eyes. I don't know why William called Diana. Anyway, Diana went to the appointment on time at noon the next day, although she looked a little haggard. Seeing Alan, the 2 looked at each other and smiled, and Diana didn't say much. The 4 of them had a simple lunch. Alan thought that Diana would accompany William and the others for a walk in the afternoon, but as soon as Alan was about to leave after eating, he was stopped by Diana. Alan, can I talk to you? Alan looked at Diana, then at William and Harry, feeling a little embarrassed. Diana looked at Alan's expression and quickly added, soon, I want to stay with them for a while longer. Chapter 360. A strange combination of circumstances. Okay, I'll wait for you in the study first. Alan stood up. He had somewhat guessed what Diana wanted to talk about, but it was hard to refuse her. He might as well just let her give up this time and give her some insights in the study. The study door was open. Alan was not going to close the door for this conversation, so he kept it open. He's not being pretentious. This is a rule. Although no outsiders may be able to see such a relatively private conversation between 2 people at home, the mistakes that should be avoided must be avoided. The 2 of them cannot be in a relatively private small space, like he and Diana. Alan couldn't even think of any other relationship. A person must have brains. He still has a great life, and there is no need to rush to find death. When Diana walked into the study with a small bag in her arms, she did not knock on the door. She looked at Alan writing something at his desk. She did not call Alan, but folded her arms and admired the layout of the study. The overall decoration is very old, and the furniture and the like are also very old. There is no scholarly atmosphere, but it looks a bit like the office of the boss of an ordinary commercial company. In addition to the huge bookshelf next to Alan, the big cushion on his desk, and the fat snowy owl sleeping on the cushion. Diana had seen this pet before, but she didn't expect that this kind of thing would sleep on its stomach, like a child, with its head hanging out of the mat, just lying on the mat that looked like a doghouse. It was sleeping soundly, and even though Alan was writing next to it, it could not disturb its sleep. Feeling that someone was sitting directly opposite him, Alan raised his head and glanced at Diana, put down the pen in his hand, and looked at the letter in front of him. Above, this is an insulting letter he wrote to Karam, his husband. The words in the letter are very straightforward. Alan has been waiting for several days. There has been no news from Princess Anne. Alan, who is disappointed with the princess, is ready to go it alone. Time waits for no one, and launches plan number 2. William said he missed you yesterday, so I casually asked him to call you and see if you could come over. I didn't expect you to come over today. Why aren't you busy these 2 days? Alan folded the letter paper calmly, took out a small envelope, and sealed the letter himself. While sealing it, he chatted with Diana and saying, unless the hatred between the two parties is very deep or the relationship is very close, at other times, there are fixed chat routines before chatting between people. For example, if you want to talk about family matters first, talk about the current situation, gossip, whatever weird things happen, you should talk about these topics first, wait until the nonsense is almost gone, and put the serious things at the end. Hey. Diana sighed, put down her small bag, pressed her neck with her right hand, and said with a tired look, there was originally a party today, initiated by Princess Anne. I heard that person also went to the appointment. I hated her, so I didn't go. William happened to call me again, so I came over to see them. Alan raised his eyebrows suddenly. How come he hadn't heard of this? Is there any gathering that I don't deserve to know about? What's more, the initiator is Princess Anne, and I just wrote to her a few days ago. A party initiated by Her Royal Highness the Princess. I don't seem to have received an invitation. Alan pretended to be a little confused and started chatting with Diana about the topic of the party. Diana looked at Alan speechlessly. Alan kept looking at him with a puzzled expression, and then he explained. Princess Anne initiated a party between noble ladies and noble ladies. No men were invited to attend, only ladies. Why did she invite you to the party she was attending? Oh, shit, so embarrassing. Alan's expression remained normal, the corners of his mouth trembled slightly. He had forgotten about this. Fortunately, there are no outsiders now, so it's not a shame. After Diana's explanation, Alan finally understood the meaning of the party initiated by Princess Anne today. Female nobles like them, or princesses, and members of the royal family would often hold such gender-restricted gatherings in the past. The people attending the party were all young ladies and ladies from noble families. Everyone got together occasionally to talk about family affairs. Gatherings between aristocratic men often have very clear purposes, such as expanding contacts, discussing projects, dividing interests, etc. But gatherings between aristocratic women are not so formal. They will wear beautiful clothes for everyone to compare, or they may talk about some private topics that are not convenient for outsiders to know, or they may just chat and gossip. A male servant in a certain family had an affair with a maid. A certain villager in a certain village did something weird. A sun dog, a sun sheep, etc. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's enough. If you are curious, you can talk about it. Even for some small gatherings with a very small number of people, they will invite some skilled brothers to have a silver party together, and then everyone will discuss advanced knowledge such as the mysteries of life. This is the deepest level of knowledge, and is relatively private. Alan has heard of it before, but he doesn't know which noble lady or noble lady has played this kind of project. For someone of Princess Anne's level, the parties she held would not be so formal. Normally, for a large party like this, she would not send someone to send invitations to everyone accurately. Instead, she first invites her close best friends and the like, and then these best friends invite other noble ladies or ladies who are interested in coming to the party to come to the party. The number of people gathering is not fixed, and the rules are loose. This is also a manifestation of the personal connections that women care about. For example, if a lady has a higher status in a small circle, she can take the opportunity to call on her friends to recruit a large number of little sisters to attend the princess's party together. This will, it seems, that she is very imposing, and her family is very powerful. The more people there are at this kind of women-only gathering, the better. They don't talk about business, they just want to exchange excitement and gossip. Moreover, the identity of the personnel will not be so in-depth. Some ladies from small aristocratic families will also bring one or two rich daughters or rich ladies. Anyway, they are men from families who do not have titles, but have small assets. See the world. And Diana was definitely someone who would be invited to this kind of party. She originally wanted to attend, but until she heard that Karami would also go, she immediately didn't want to go, so she was very free today. Alan listened to Diana's complaints and suddenly realized that Princess Anne had not responded in the past few days. Could it be that she was holding back her big move? TSK. It seems that Diana is going to miss a good show. The key is that it doesn't matter if she misses it. When she misses it, she will not even have the first person to gossip to her. Alan can't just go by himself, right? Or call Princess Anne directly later and ask, no, let's wait. What if we can see some news in the newspaper tomorrow? Point with Princess Anne's temper. She either doesn't do it, or does it in a big way. Point as a princess. Can you play the same tricks as ordinary people? The Windsors are really courageous. Alan even felt a little guilty when he thought that he had wrongly blamed Princess Anne just now. Point. After chatting for a while about the gossip about the princess's party, Alan took out the information he got back last night from the drawer, put it on the table, and pushed it to Diana. Let's take a look. I don't know if you want to tell me this. What? Diana, who was sharing gossip with Alan, looked at the information that Alan suddenly pushed to her. She was a little unresponsive. She subconsciously picked up the information, opened the first page, and glanced at it before acting. She looked up at Alan. Diana frowned and asked with a troubled expression, did you ask someone to beat him? Haha. Don't worry about whether you beat him or not. Just read his confession in the documents first. Alan behaved extremely calmly this time, so calm that it even made Diana feel a little uncomfortable. With a doubtful attitude, she slowly opened the information and read it. As the information was turned over, Diana's face became worse and worse, until finally, she held the hand holding the information tightly. Her fingertips were so hard that her skin turned white and there was no blood left. This information is detailed information, and what Alan saw last night is just the tip of the iceberg. This is a detailed record of the follow-up plans of the pretty boy named Dodie, including a proposal, marriage, and children, and then the father will be naturalized as a British citizen, based on the wealth of the son. This guy also fantasizes about whether he can get a noble title with the help of Diana. Just having fun. It turns out he lied to me. He said he wanted to buy a villa in Paris, and he said he wanted to invest in a movie based on me. He said. Diana muttered. This was originally a very ordinary sentence, but when Alan heard a few key words, his expression changed instantly. Filming in Paris, getting married and having kids, Egyptians, rich businessmen. This character seems to be getting more and more familiar. Damn it. Thinking of the car accident that happened a few years later, could it be this guy? The more Alan thought about it, the more he felt that it was him. Anyway, he didn't have a clear memory about this kind of thing. Who has the time to remember the name of the dead man in the car? I didn't expect that I was caught in a mistake by mistake. TSK. Alan never thought about whether his intervention would lead to something else in the future. There is no point in thinking about this kind of thing. Now that he has met him, and the matter has been done, he has nothing to regret. As for the future, what's the point of love? The world is so big, and he can change it by himself. What are you thinking about? There are many things that are different from before. If a person acted completely according to his own so-called memory, or one-sided so-called prophecy, he would have died 800 times ago. When you go out to hang out, the important thing is to take action. When you need to take action, and when you need to be cowardly, you have to be cowardly. Did you force him to say this? Diana even looked at Alan in disbelief and asked, but as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she denied herself in her heart. Alan does things well, among other things, but it is not his style to wrongly accuse such a person. Oh, it's really not true. Just take a look. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. As for this information, you can take it away by yourself, destroy it, or keep it in your collection. I can pretend that this never happened. Diana looked at Alan a little suspiciously. She couldn't understand what Alan meant by this sentence. Didn't he go to boss chat to report his situation? Are you wondering why I don't take this information and report to His Highness? Alan laughed self-deprecatingly, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. He sighed again, as if speaking to Diana, but also to himself. Some things, as long as you do them, if they want to know, they can know at any time. The only difference is that they know sooner or later. But is there any difference? Sometimes you may think that I'm unkind, but think about it. You brought him to Wales to see me, and you appeared in front of me so openly, and in front of so many people. Among those bodyguards, you don't know who they are. And I don't know either. Alan glanced at Diana through the smoke and continued, I reminded you before. Sometimes it's not that no one knows what you do, it's that they don't care, and even if they know, they treat it as if they don't know. Can you understand? The reason why no one tells you this is not that what you do is secretive enough, but that what you do has not exceeded the bottom line. No one will care about you until you have exceeded the bottom line. But if one day you do something beyond the bottom line, what will happen then? Have you ever thought about this? Diana looked at Alan blankly. She didn't understand this long series of words and was a little confused. Alan looked at her silly and sweet look, pointed at the document still placed in front of Diana and reminded, did you see clearly the plan he mentioned on it? What's wrong? What's wrong? Do you want to give William and Harry a younger brother or sister? Haha. You are simply playing with fire. You are seeking death. You are just a little bit away, Alan said. His eyes gradually became cold, and he made a gesture that Koreans hate the most with his right hand, describing how small that little bit was. Diana really understood this. She closed her eyes and her chest heaved violently. She was a little angry and helpless, but she didn't know what to say. After more than 10 seconds, Diana opened her eyes suddenly, stared at Alan and said, in other words, I will have no freedom in the future? I can't do what I like. I can't find the person I like. Already, hahaha. Alan laughed and clapped a few times as he listened to Diana's rants. Good question. Freedom. What a beautiful word. When you first got married, was someone forcing you to get married? No, right? Before you got married, did you ever think about what kind of responsibilities you would have to bear after you got to this point? Responsibility? Now you say you want freedom. What have you done already? I won't say anything else. You know your status better than me, whether it's legal or factual. Don't you think you're irresponsible when you say something like this? Diana opened her mouth, not knowing how to refute Alan. She had this kind of character. If she couldn't stand it, she would retaliate in her own way, but often her revenge was so stupid in the eyes of some people, and not worth mentioning. Chapter 361. Are you playing so hard? Remember, as long as you don't exceed the bottom line, no one cares about what you do. But if you exceed the bottom line, then Alan shrugged and said it easily. After saying this, Diana was completely silent. She lowered her head and stared blankly at the information on the table, wondering what she was thinking. After another tens of seconds of silence, Alan was so bored that he wanted to continue writing, and then Diana murmured, I'm like a bird in a cage now. As long as I don't get out of this cage, anything will be fine, right? Aha, Alan snorted. Isn't this irresponsible? Diana argued. TSK, if you insist on thinking that way, there's nothing you can do about it. When you gain something, you are destined to lose something. You are now a princess. You know what this status has brought to you, right? Without this identity, who will care about the youngest daughter of Earl Spencer? Just like me back then, they only knew my eldest brother. Alan's eyes were sincere and he looked at Diana. The two people's previous life trajectories were very similar. They were both bad students in the past. Diana is not even as good as Alan. She didn't even finish high school. She is considered a scumbag among aristocratic ladies. When Thatcher criticized her, she used this as a reason and despised her academic qualifications. Later, she was miraculously favored by the prince and then had the wedding of the century, witnessed by billions of people around the world. She entered the marriage hall. From then on, Cinderella became a princess. It can't be said about Cinderella. Diana's background is not bad either. As the daughter of an earl, she can already kill more than 95% of the women in the world instantly. However, this path, as Ellen said, was her own choice, and people must be responsible for what they have done. Can he still be released? Diana seemed to have completely put down some things, and then started asking about the pretty boy again. Alan smiled. He didn't rush to answer Diana's question. Instead, he pulled the bell and waited for dozens of seconds before Xiao trotted into the study. Master, did you call me? Well, you go ask Hute for advice later and send someone to bring a message to Doda's father tomorrow, telling him that I have fallen in love with their department store and asking him to give it to me to play with for a few days. When Alan said this, He glanced at Diana provocatively and continued, "You don't need to tell him how long to think. If he doesn't reply before tomorrow night, I'll cut off one of Dodie's hands and send it to his father to slow him down. Think slowly, don't be in a hurry. His son has 2 hands and 2 feet, which is enough for him to think about for several days. Yes, Zhao." Shitao straightened his waist and agreed with great momentum. He looked at Alan and saw that he had nothing to explain. Then he saluted Diana again and exited the study point after Zhao Shitao walked away. Diana suppressed her anger, looked at Alan and said, "Alan, what do you mean? You can't let him go? You said you could pretend that this never happened of." "Yeah, I can pretend it never happened, but when did I say I could let him go?" Alan spread his hands and looked at Diana in surprise. "Aren't you clear about the purpose of what I did? For a wealthy businessman like him in Britain and Wales, I can squeeze him to death if I want. He used to show his face in front of His Highness and accompany His Highness. With his identity as a polo player, he barely had anyone to mess with him, but the things he did now were enough to kill him 100 times. Since he was going to be swallowed sooner or later, why didn't I swallow him first? It would be cheaper an outsider." You, Diana pointed at Alan with a trembling hand, too angry to speak point. Although Alan didn't say whether the person would be released, the answer was already obvious. Seeing Diana's angry look, Alan smiled heartlessly. "Aunt, this is the benefit of status. I'm a noble. No matter how rich he is just a fat sheep in my eyes. I can kill him however I want. Everything about him and everything in his family, they can all be snatched away openly. Not only are they rich, they are also foreigners. This is the benefit of identity. And you now have a coveted identity. Are you willing to give it up? Have you ever thought about giving up this identity? What are you going to face?" It was the first time that Diana was stared at by Alan like this. How to describe this kind of gaze? She had never seen it before. It was a look that wanted to eat someone, like a hungry wolf staring fiercely at its prey. She thought about what Alan just said. Yes, she is still a princess. If she loses this status, will Dodie continue to love her? If she lost her status as a princess, how would other nobles view her? Will my little sister let her go? If she has had friction before, will they, like Alan, pounce on him without any trace of concealment and tear him apart? Diana, who has been living among the crowds of people, finally thought of this core issue. She was used to being pampered and had never worried about this kind of issue before. Now, in front of her, Alan was so open and above board, asking his subordinates to find trouble with a wealthy businessman. He looked confident, and he made no secret of it. What does he have to rely on? As a hereditary earl, he has meritorious services in his family. He is a nobleman, and with Boss Chaz's backing, he can do whatever he wants in Great Britain. What's more, he still has evidence in his hand, and he is still detaining people, as long as it doesn't go too far. How can there be no such behavior in Great Britain? The difference is just whether ordinary people know it or not. After thinking about this, Diana took a deep breath, looked at Alan deeply and said, "Alan, I know what you mean. I also went to see Spencer 2 days ago. The things he did, I have also figured it out. I need to go back and be quiet now, please." Alan didn't even get up. Whether Diana figured it out or not, it was none of his business. He wouldn't be excited that Diana figured it out, nor would he be sad that she couldn't figure it out. Renalu, you have to go through it all by yourself, and when it comes to the end, no matter what the outcome is, don't blame anyone. If you want to blame yourself. Diana didn't take the information. She stood up and picked up her small bag. When she walked to the door of the study, she paused, then turned to look at Alan and said, "Thank you, haha. You don't have to be so polite as a family." This time, Alan finally had a smile on his face again, and said politely to Diana, "Family." Diana repeated these words and nodded to Alan, which was considered farewell. May 1st, 1992. International Labor Day. Of course, many people in Great Britain are on holiday. Early this morning, the headlines in the newspapers reported a very breaking news: Princess Anne openly humiliated a commoner at a party of noble ladies. The title is very hateful. The words aristocrat and commoner are enlarged and bolded. The meaning is self-evident. In a gathering like this among aristocratic women, No secrets can be hidden here. As long as something big happens, it is gossip about old ladies and young ladies. They can find out when they go out. The bag can't even cover it. According to the report, this time Princess Anne specially held a party at home to entertain His Royal Highness Cayetana, who came from Spain. Speaking of His Highness Cayetana, ordinary people probably have little impression. The report also went out of its way to popularize the identity of His Highness. She is not a Spanish princess, she is a so-called noble among nobles, a traditional Spanish noble, and the 18th generation Duchess of the Alba family. Normally, the Duke would not address His Royal Highness unless he was a member of the royal family, but this one was special. Their family has a great reputation and has too many titles, like Alan. He was frightened at first, just for the title of earldom in his family. And what about the Duchess? There are dozens of dukedoms alone, and the various minor titles of Marquis and Earl add up to more than 40. The titles and titles on the list alone were listed in several lines, very exaggerated. Let's put it this way, the contemporary matriarch of the Alba family does not have to kneel down to salute the Pope. Even if he enters the Serbian cathedral, he can ride a horse. When she was young, she was known as Spain's first socialite. At that time, the word celebrity had not yet been stigmatized. A celebrity refers to a very famous lady among aristocratic ladies, who must have both ability and political integrity. Even the current king of Spain has to give up 3 points when he sees her. The Duchess Cayetana and the Queen's sister, Princess Margaret, are good friends, and Duchess Cayetana was a distant relative of Diana. Princess Anne's gathering was just to give Duchess Cayetana a clean break, and Princess Margaret was also present. Judging from this lineup, Lenovo also invited Diana there. It is conceivable most likely it will be a hangman banquet. Moreover, it was a hangman banquet with a hint of palace fighting. It's a pity that Diana didn't go, but Karami, who likes to show off her face, took the bait straight away. It was originally a very ordinary gathering of nobles. In the past, some noble ladies brought some ladies and ladies whose families were not nobles to see the world. But this time, the worst person who came to the party was an aristocratic lady from a viscount family. And Karami's family was born as a royal guard, not a noble. In this way, her identity becomes eye-catching. Princess Anne was very tired. Due to her status, she did not want to say it directly, but the Duchess Cayetana had no such scruples. Ask Princess Anne directly in front of everyone why a peasant woman from a common family would appear at their banquet. Duchess Cayetana used the extremely humiliating term peasant woman. Karami lost face on the spot. But there was more than that waiting for her. Princess Margaret also disliked her very much, and then she helped her by saying, "This is her nephew, Boss Chazlover." When he was young, he was not very sensible, but later he married a woman, and country people are ignorant and like to join in the fun. Just ask the security guards to drive him out. Princess Anne also added insult to injury, saying that the news has been very hot recently, and it seemed that someone took out the tape and played tricks like self-destruction. After saying that, his eyes were fixed on Calamy, and he understood what he meant. He just criticized him. This time. The 3 highest status women present had already detailed Karami's crimes. There are also circles among female nobles, and now they are faced with the words of their 3 bosses. Anyone who knows a little bit about human nature has begun to speak out to help. Regardless of whether they had come into contact with Karami before, even if they were making up one, they had to make it up now. Anyway, everyone started talking around Karami, as if no one had said anything embarrassing about her. It seems like he won't be able to fit into the aristocratic circle in the future. This time. The banquet hadn't even started yet. Faced with a siege, Karami was in a bad mood. She blushed so much that she didn't know how she escaped from the manor. It was just an ordinary party, and she even came to get to know you. What is the purpose of a woman who would have known that she would become a fun-loving person and be scolded by people in a circle? We are all women. This is already an act that will make her die in public. Who knows? The next day. He also wanted to report it to the newspaper so that all civilians in Great Britain would follow suit. When Alan was eating lunch, he held the newspaper in his left hand and forgot to chew the beef in his mouth. The Tsar You old ladies playing this hard with each other. How can I help with this? Keremy is probably hiding at home now, afraid to go out. Right. In this case, what should I do? Princess Anne is indeed a dick, but once she did it so hard, Alan found that his plan seemed to be disrupted. Halt. No, you're all done. You've had enough fun. What should I do? I haven't even gotten in the car yet. I have to come too. The plan must be carried out and preparations must be made. It cannot just go to waste. Anyway, the queen gave him a hint to make him cause trouble. And now she can at best be the icing on the cake. Somebody. Come, Alan. Put down the newspaper and started calling people a little anxiously. Master, what's wrong? Go and call people. Let's take action today. Well, let's get the tanks out for me. The convoy's ready. Come with me to London. Huh. Now, Zaro. Shitao was a little confused. Why was it suddenly advanced? He didn't understand what was going on. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get people ready. Go warm up the car. Act as planned. Alan saw the little stone standing still and kicked him lightly. Oh, okay. Master, I'll go right away. Zaro. Shitao was kicked, suddenly jolted, and trotted to call someone to prepare the car. Hill House Manor on the lawn. A green old-fashioned tank was rumbling with black smoke. Several servants and bodyguards were busy warming up the vehicle. This thing is also an antique. Cromwell 4th Cruise Tank. The British division of tanks is unique. They do not distinguish between light, medium and heavy tanks. Instead, they are divided into two types. Based on their functions, one type is used to cover infantry, which is called an infantry tank. This kind of armor is thick and runs slowly, and is used as a human shield. The infantry follows behind them to attack. One is thinly armored, fast running, and responsible for battlefield support, called a cruise tank. And this Cromwell tank is this kind of thin-skinned and fast cruise tank. The total combat weight is about 32 tons and the top speed is 64 km per hour. In that era, it was considered a unique high-speed tank. Even today, the speed of this thing is not slow. Moreover, this skin is thin, but compared to a tank, it only weighs more than 30 tons. If an ordinary bus was hit by this thing, the bus would probably be smashed directly. Chapter 362 Severn Bridge. Don't underestimate this old tank, which is already 50 years old. Even in this era, it is still very useful. At that time, I was an old earl who felt that this thing was much more powerful than the cavalry. In the end, I tried my best to get to scrap Cromwells from the army. Over the years, the family has used part of the money to maintain the two Cromwells every year. But, as time goes by, only one of the two tanks can still be driven, and the other one is used as an accessory vehicle for dismantling parts. The 75mm artillery that was later replaced can fire grenades. This thing has a miraculous effect on buildings and people. As for its lethality at that time, it was difficult to fight German tanks of the same level on the battlefield, and they could only be used for side containment. But if it was put into things like suppressing local areas and quelling chaos in ordinary civilian houses, if a grenade is dropped, all problems will be solved. Although the 75mm grenade does not seem to be very big, it is still a small caliber artillery. In theory, but its killing radius is about 8 meters, which is not small anymore. Dealing with ordinary civilians is appropriate. Alan put his hands behind his back and watched as a servant replaced the rubber tracks on the tank and wiped off the license plate. This car has a regular license plate and can be driven on the road legally, but it cannot buy insurance. But his family does not lack this insurance. If there is a car accident on the road, he may not know who hit him. Putting the small flag he carried on the green tank, Alan clapped his hands with satisfaction. Okay, it's all done. This is the Prince of Wales flag owned by Boss Chap. Anyone with some knowledge will know what the condition of this tank is. When they see this flag, type out your name first and drive all the way to London. Time: 1:30 PM on May 1st, 1992. Location: Gate of Hill Manor. Character: Alan, with a group of servants and bodyguards who are ready to cooperate with him to go to London to cause trouble. 3 cars, 3 support vehicles, a fuel truck, and a tank. The small convoy headed by the Cromwell Type 4th tanks majestically left the gate of the manor. walked not far further, and turned onto the B4312 road point. Speaking of roads in Great Britain, there are roads starting with M, roads starting with A, roads starting with B, and so on. Theoretically, roads starting with M can be understood as highways, those starting with A can be understood as national highways. As for the ones starting with B, they are provincial roads, to be honest. The roads starting with B in Wales are a bit bad. Alan has complained many times, but the funds for repairing roads in Wales have not been approved. It is unrealistic to build a separate section of the road from Carmarthen to London for him. If you want to repair this thing, you have to build it in its entirety. The repair of the section cost a lot of money, and the council above had never approved it. Alan was too lazy to go to the council to make trouble for such a mess. The turret hatch of the Type 4th Cromwell tank still has double doors. The front and rear small doors open from the middle to the outside. When opened, they can serve as two small shields at the front and rear, which can provide certain protection for the observer or the commander. Alan wore earmuffs and lay on the open door panel, feeling the smoke and dust blowing in the face. Although this is not his first time riding in a tank, Alan is still very excited to ride in his own tank this time. With a body width of 2.91 meters and a length of more than 6 meters. Although the Cromwell is not beginner tank, it can run very fast. After removing part of the armor and internal equipment, this thing can reach a speed of about 65 km per hour at full speed. Without the deceleration glass, leaning out from the turret, watching the scenery on both sides of the road slowly retreating, and listening to the roar of the engine, it was very touching, theoretically speaking. In order for a tank to legally go on the road in Great Britain, in addition to replacing the rubber tracks, the tank's internal fire control, sighting and other systems must be dismantled, and the turret must be facing backwards before it can legally go on the road. But the tank in Alan's family was said to be scrapped when it was brought back, but the inside was brand new, not to mention the fire control. When he went out this time, he also brought 5 rounds of ammunition in the tank. As for the turret facing backward, how unimpressive is it? The tank that Mr. Allen is riding in can have its muzzle facing backward, just head forward. The muzzle pointed straight ahead. The convoy was driving on a 2-lane provincial highway beginning with the letter B. It was quite far away. When cars coming from the opposite direction saw this scene, they would pull over to the side of the road early for fear of disturbing this weird convoy. As for who dares to drive a tank so boldly on the road in Wales, besides Mr. Allen, who else around here dares? Little shithole, load a cannonball and let me try firing one. Allen held a cigarette in his mouth and kicked with his left foot a small stone that was also huddled in the tank with him. After the convoy drove for more than half an hour, the route to London this time was in the direction of Cardiff. Where are we now? Probably not far from Lanelli. After the initial freshness, Alan was a little bored lying on the turret, so he wanted to fire the cannon himself to test its power. If he left Carmarthenshire soon, it would be difficult for him to test the cannon. Even though he was here, there was still ammunition in the car. If he didn't fire a shot, Alan would feel itchy in his heart. You can't just randomly give a cannonball to a passing village when there are too many people, right? The Welsh people have been so honest lately, there's no need for that. Master? Are you right here? Although Zio Shitao was confused, he followed Alan's order and patted the loader next to him to indicate to him to load the bomb. He was a guest messenger this time. There was also a loader and driver in the car. Of course, Alan was a guest, the driver. Both of them don't have to work. They are only responsible for the experience point. Until Zio Shitao reminded Alan that everything was ready, the convoy was still driving at a speed of about 60 kilometers. Alan took out the walkie-talkie, recalled the process in his mind, and pretended to sign up for a taxi about 300 meters away from the roadside. The coordinates of the location of the forest. The turret slowly turned to the left. Prepare. Ready. Sir. Fire. Boom. There was a violent vibration, and Alan only felt his body shaking back and forth violently a few times, and his chest hit the hatch cover, causing some pain. After a burst of white smoke, a small plume of black smoke emerged from the woods in the distance, and a large tree in the middle was directly blown to pieces by a cannon. This power is more enjoyable than a machine gun. Following the sudden sound of gunfire, the entire convoy suddenly turned around. and then quickly returned to normal. Alan laughed when he saw this scene. Enjoyable. 1 more shot. Reload. Master, we didn't bring a few rounds of artillery shells, just in case we don't have enough when we get to London. 0. Chitao really wanted to persuade Alan. Idiot. You think I really dare to fire a cannon in London? You think I'm too slow to die? Reload. Damn. The cannonballs arrived in London and there were not enough cannonballs. This was to cause trouble in London, not to attack London. If Alan really dared to drive this thing to fire in London. Not much else to say. It is estimated that the reprimand and grounding from the Queen alone will take at least half a year. 7 bridges located at the junction of the Severn River and Bristol Bay. It is more than 10 kilometers due east from Newport. The bridge is next to the Welsh side, and there is a local polo stadium next to it. A supporting horse training ground. The end of the Severn Bridge. A police car stopped on the side of the road, and 2 traffic policemen with beer bellies leaned against the front of the car, holding paper coffee cups in their hands, and chatting. It is now about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Although they are on duty outside, the glorious tradition of afternoon tea cannot be lost. Even if there is no condition for being on duty outside, they still have to buy a cup of coffee and treat it as afternoon tea. There were 2 rather delicate snacks placed on the hood of the police car. The 2 fat traffic policemen looked at the vehicles crossing the bridge and chatted while drinking coffee. Until a slightly different sound came from the distance, and then a burst of smoke accompanied by an extremely unpleasant noise. Just like in an underground parking lot, the squeaking sound of car tires rubbing against the plastic parking lot floor is accompanied by an extremely unrestrained roar of the engine. From far to near then a green tank with its muzzle pointed forward, as if it was afraid that others would not see them. The muzzle was pointed diagonally forward and raised high. The tall, fat traffic policeman in the lead opened his mouth slightly, looking at this scene in a daze. He didn't react for a while. After all, not every traffic policeman can encounter a tank driving on the road while on duty. Moreover, it is an old tank that looks older than my father. The most important thing is that this thing also has a civilian license plate just appeared in front of him. Boss, what should we do? Stop them. Another short fat traffic police partner patted his boss slightly. Stop it, idiot. Didn't you see that flag? Did you eat all the knowledge you learned like donuts? Idiot. Stand still. Don't cause trouble. After the boss was woken up by his subordinates, he took his big brimmed hat and slammed it on his subordinate's forehead. Then he quickly put on his big brimmed hat. After adjusting his clothes, he put his legs together and sucked his slightly bulging belly. He honestly saluted the approaching tank with his gaze. Boom. Boom boom. The green old tank seemed to have seen the 2 traffic policemen here. He accelerated suddenly and went a little faster. When he was in front of them, he slowly braked. The 2 fat traffic policemen were covered in smoke, but either 2 of them didn't even dare to fart, and the smiles on their faces even got a little brighter as the tank braked. There was a bang. The hatch on the turret was lifted. Zio Shitao leaned out with great effort, raised his fingers towards the fat traffic policeman who looked like the leader, and shouted, "You! Come here." The tall, fat traffic policeman used his hands and feet and was pushed from behind by his subordinates before he boarded the 2-meter-high Cromwell 4th tank. He rubbed his hands slightly awkwardly and looked at the small stone that asked him to come up. At this time, he had clearly seen the small flag hanging on the tank with his peripheral vision. It was the flag of the Prince of Wales, but he was still not sure who was sitting inside or whether it was in a car in the convoy behind. Who is sitting? Haven't you heard that His Highness is visiting Wales recently? Did he come quietly to inspect this time? But there's no need to deploy an old tank for protection, right? Do you know who I am? Following Zio Shitao's question, the tall, fat traffic policeman shook his head honestly and nodded quickly. Zio Shitao took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it to the fat traffic policeman. The fat traffic policeman didn't answer the call, but he still recognized the big Hill family crest on the ID. This thing is more famous in Wales than the Prince's flag. It turns out to be the Hill family. Okay, just know that my master is still sitting inside. The little stone muttered, startling the fat traffic policeman again. When he heard that Alan was still inside, He was so frightened that he wanted to take a step back, but there were still some messy things on the tank, which made it difficult to move. Wait. Here you go. Take it, Zaro. Shitao bent down and took 2 plates of things and a small pot from the tank and handed them to the fat traffic policeman. 2 plates of very exquisite snacks and a pot of tea. The teapot is also made of silver. The fat traffic policeman hurriedly took the things, handed the plate to his subordinates first, and held the pot of tea in his hand with a more reserved expression. Okay, you can go down. This is your reward for your hard work. Have a nice afternoon tea, Zaro. Shitao snapped his fingers and signaled the fat traffic policeman to get out of the car. His attitude was very casual, even a bit like shouting at someone, but the fat traffic policeman didn't feel insulted at all. Instead, his face was slightly red, and he looked like he was very angry excited. The fat traffic policeman, who felt extremely unreal, quickly jumped out of the tank with the help of his subordinates. One of them was holding a plate, the other was holding a teapot, watching as the tank started to emit a puff of smoke again, and then drove on. Severn Bridge, boss. This is the little fat traffic policeman looked at the thing in his hand and was a little confused. What are you looking at? Do you know who that just passed by? That was the Earl of Carmarthen. He saw that we were working too hard, so he rewarded us with afternoon tea. The tall, fat traffic policeman hugged the silver teapot tightly and refused to let go. He couldn't bear to drink it. Although a silver teapot is not worth much, it depends on who gives it or who rewards it. This was the legendary Earl of Carmarthen who rewarded him with it. He could take it back and put it in the most conspicuous place in his house to keep it in check. As for why these things were taken out of the tank, is it any wonder that I can have afternoon tea in my British tank? Back then, the British Army claimed that you could capture me, but you had to provide me with afternoon tea. The head can be cut off, and the blood can bleed, but the black tea cannot be cut off. Who in Europe knows this rule? In those days, the criterion for testing the quality of a tank was whether it could drink black tea inside. Great British gentlemen, even if they go to the battlefield, they must remain elegant. Severn Bridge. This Severn refers to the Severn River, not Ultraman Severn. This bridge was completed only 60 years ago, but it seemed to have used the latest technology at that time. Alan didn't understand these technologies, but the bridge with the steel cables looked extremely spectacular. The entire bridge spans nearly 1 kilometer, connecting Wales and England through this bridge point. After crossing the bridge, we officially arrived in England, which also meant that the team could finally get on the highway starting with M. However, considering the top speed of the Cromwell tank, even if it is on the highway, it will be easier to walk on the road at best, but the rest will be useless, and it will not go fast anyway. After driving for more than 2 hours, I only covered more than 100 kilometers. At this speed, little shithole. After crossing the bridge, change cars. Chapter 363. What kind of supernatural event is this? Alan twisted his neck, although it felt better to sit on the tank, and he felt extremely safe. But the comfort level of this thing is limited after all. Being able to sit for more than 2 hours is already his limit. Just now, Alan wanted to get off and change cars, but it was already tea time. He had not experienced the legendary I was having afternoon tea in the tank, just in time to experience it, and then change cars, before going onto the bridge. Then by chance, I happened to see 2 traffic policemen standing on the roadside of the bridge taking a break. He didn't want to show his face in front of others, so he simply asked Zio Shitao to reward the 2 traffic policemen with the rest of his afternoon tea, which was considered a mercy from Master Alan. It was swaying, and there was a lot of traffic on the bridge, but everyone in their convoy stayed away. The 2-4-lane bridge had sidewalks on both sides, and everyone around them cast strange looks at this weird convoy. It wasn't until he got off the bridge that Alan took off his earmuffs and jumped out of the tank. His sigh rubbed my belly, and to be honest, the experience of riding in a tank was not very good. Alan felt like his stomach was numb except for the belly. Even the special parts have the feeling of riding a bicycle for a long time. To put it bluntly, it's just that my balls hurt. Well, it's not painful, it's just a little numb. After the tank is replaced with rubber tracks, the feeling in the car after driving is always like going over a speed bump. The 2-hour speed bump experience was quite sour. Come on, give me a hand, I'm a little numb. Alan pulled the small stone, stretched his legs, and moved step by step to his Bentley point, returning to the soft seat. Alan sighed and slumped down on the seat. This is what it feels like to ride in a car. I will never take a tank on the road again. I will suffer. When the convoy got back on the road, Alan picked up Xiao Huang, who was sleeping in the back seat next to him. Xiao Huang, this loser, was also brought out by him this time. He was going to London for several days this time. Alan was afraid that he would have nothing to do, so he took Xiao Huang with him to relieve his boredom. Just now he was suffering in the tank, but this guy was sleeping in the back seat of the car. The more Alan thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt. He held Xiao Huang on his lap and rubbed its head hard, making Xiao Huang coo. He left home after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, from Alan's house to the door of the small manor in London, where his boss gave him a gift. The total distance was about 330 kilometers. The usual 4-hour drive took nearly 7 hours this time. All the way through the city. Alan only took the big roads, not the small roads at all. From Newport, passed through Bristol, Swindon and Reading. We replenished supplies twice on the way, and it was already dark at night before we arrived at the gate of our manor in London. The first time he got home, Alan called the maid, took a nice bath to relieve his fatigue, and finally collapsed on the bed. He didn't want to do anything but sleep the next day. Maybe it was because he went to bed too early last night, but Alan got up early today. The first thing he did after getting up was to arrange today's plan. While it was still early, the tanks would advance into the city at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. They would set off first. When they arrived at the door of Callum's house, they would also have to wait for 1 or 2. After an hour, they left first, then had breakfast by themselves, and walked 1 step behind. Then everyone would meet at the door of Callum's house. Read the newspaper. While eating breakfast. Today's newspaper was specially selected and delivered by the servant. Alan was very keen to see an extremely weird front page headline from a tabloid that did not sell particularly well. The Duchess of Alba of Covitz. This very sensational title. Alan raised his eyebrows. Why does this smell look familiar? Hey, isn't this the routine of the report that exposed the investigation of the boss's recording some time ago? In this article, the deeds of the Duchess of Alba are introduced in a strange way. As a well-known aristocrat in Europe and the top nobleman in Spain, the Duchess of Alba was known as the first socialite in Europe. After she succeeded to the throne, her fame and status became even higher. This duchess also had a lot of fun. After her first husband died, she ignored the dissuasion of the Spanish king and found a handsome illegitimate boy from a very poor background to marry. But the two have been married for more than 10 years. Now her husband is seriously ill again, and it seems that he will only have a few more years to live. This report is about her husband. This kind of thing is still very popular in Europe, especially in aristocratic circles, and is very metaphysical. And there is no way to come up with something that can be proven to have a miraculous effect on tarnishing a person's reputation. As long as she is given the name of Croft, the Grand Duchess will inevitably be secretly laughed at wherever she goes in the future. Yesterday's newspaper was still reporting that Karami was publicly humiliated as a peasant woman by the Grand Duchess. Today's tabloid revealed the black history of the Grand Duchess of Alba. Are there such coincidences in the world? Alan squinted his eyes, held the newspaper in one hand, picked up a piece of beef with the other, and threw it to Xiao Huang, who was making a fuss at his feet. It's Karami again. He's very resourceful and very courageous. He even dares to cheat the Grand Duchess. He's really not ruthless and can't stand firm. For this kind of person, Alan further deepened his vigilance against her. No matter whether there was a team behind her or not, if she counterattacked at her speed, Alan would have to deal with her. She hasn't reached a position yet, and she is acting so unscrupulously. If she becomes a position in the future, will this be okay? By then, will she not be able to go to heaven? Snort. Karami's residence is not in a wealthy area in the city center. The housing prices there were too expensive, and no one would sell the big houses owned by rich people. As for the small houses, she felt that they were not worthy of her status, and she did not want to live in them. In the end, we chose a small high-end wealthy community on the boundary between the city and the suburbs. There is also a shopping street not far away. Compared with London, the flow of people here is slightly less. Early in the morning, this is the time when the flow of people is slightly larger. A green tank rumbled towards the door of a villa. Some people who were looking at it with their mouths open opened their mouths and looked at this extremely unexpected tank. They couldn't figure out what it wanted to do. Some people have already begun to call the media to sell news. There is new news in London every day, and competition among various media is very fierce. Regardless of the size of the news, as long as you provide clues. Once confirmed, the clue provider will be rewarded with at least dozens of pounds. Cross the sidewalk, cross the lawn, and drive to the door of the villa. The tank tracks turned the carefully manicured lawn at the entrance of the villa into a mess. The lawn was completely torn, and the soil underneath was exposed. The two wide track marks were extremely eye-catching. People in the villa also heard such a loud noise. An old man who looked like a butler walked to the gate with a gloomy face and looked at the seemingly hostile tank parked at his door. "What's the matter with you guys?" The old man looked at the few big men who got out of the car. He was about to scold him a few words, but he didn't dare to say it. His old arms and legs were not as experienced as such a rough man. "Is this the home of Mr. Andrew Parker Bowles?" The big man at the head was holding a letter, looking at the envelope and reading his name word by word. "What do you want from my master?" The old man's words were a disguised admission. "Ah, you blind? Can't you see that I'm the messenger? Ask your master to come out and receive the letter." The big man stared at the old man who was poking his nose and face, shook the envelope in his hand at him, and scolded him. The old man subconsciously shrank his neck when he was scolded by this big man and did not dare to talk back. The other party looks like this, driving a tank and looking menacing. "Do you think you are here to deliver a message? London's post office now uses tanks to deliver letters." "Wait a moment, I'll report it." The old man's face turned pale, and he stretched out his hand to take the letter first. The strong man retracted his arm, avoided the old man's hand, and said with disgust in his eyes, "Don't you understand me? Ask your master to come out and receive it in person. This kind of letter is not something someone like you is qualified to receive. Get out of here." The old man's face twitched. The other party was so arrogant, he didn't even have the qualifications to connect to a letter. "This is so insulting." Okay. The old man laughed angrily, turned around and went back. "Ricardo? What happened outside? Why did I hear the noise?" The old man returned to the villa and walked a few steps around to the restaurant. On a large dining table, a man and a woman were sitting opposite each other eating breakfast. The blonde-haired hostess asked questions slowly. Her speaking speed was a bit weird, one level slower than normal people. In addition, her voice was very loud. Softly, this way, she will give people a very charming feeling when she speaks. To put it bluntly, it's very sexy. "Madam, someone outside came to deliver a letter to sir, and the other party asked sir to go out and get it in person." The old man named Ricardo bent down to reply, as if he was afraid of the mistress. As for the male master of the house, he didn't even look at it. It seemed that in his eyes, the lady was the head of the family. Oh, what a big arrogance. Didn't the other party say who it was? "Madam, the other party didn't say anything. I originally wanted to accept the letter, but the other party said that I was not qualified to accept the letter." "Oh, Andrew, you are asked to pick up the letter, so go ahead." After Ricardo reported the situation, the woman who was eating put down her fork, knocked on the table with her right hand, and gave instructions directly to Andrew, who was sitting opposite her and eating. "I will go if they ask me to go." Andrew put down his fork and hummed softly, "Mr." The other party. Ricardo looked around hesitantly and finally turned his attention to Madam and said, "Madam." The other party drove a tank to deliver the letter. Their tank was parked on the lawn in front of their home, and the lawn was covered with water. They crushed it. As soon as Ricardo finished speaking, the lady who looked unconcerned just now suddenly raised her head, her face a little stiff. "Driving a tank to deliver a letter? A letter to Andrew? What kind of trick is this?" Being accustomed to playing dirty tricks, this lady was a little confused when she encountered something like this for the first time today. "Andrew, go and see what's going on. He dared to damage my lawn. Do they know whose place this is and whose house this is?" The Blonde lady didn't think much. Her voice suddenly rose in pitch, and she directed Andrew to go and see what was going on. Okay. Don't be angry. I'm going. Andrew had two big bags under his eyes, as if he hadn't woken up. When he saw his wife getting angry, he quickly stood up and comforted her. Alan pressed down the electric window and the glass lowered halfway point. Then he took out a small round red box about the size of a Bluetooth headset box from his pocket. Opening the small box, there was a red roll inside that looked like a tape measure. Without starting from the beginning, Alan directly took this tape measure like thing, put it flat to his mouth, bit off a third of it, stuffed the rest back into the box, and picked up the telescope from the side. Prepared to eat melon on the spot. The contents of this box are bubble gum that has only recently been produced by the family's food factory. This packaging is similar to the large rolls of bubble gum rolled into strips that will become very popular in China in the future. Alan was used to the refreshing feeling of eating half of it in one bite. No one stipulates that to eat this kind of bubble gum, you have to pinch it one at a time. Right. Just after breakfast, Alan was in the car and asked Xiaoshita how to park the car diagonally opposite the door of Kalami's house, which was only 20 or 30 meters away from her door. He wants to eat melon on the spot. As for delivering letters, the letter must be delivered by his subordinates. Does it mean that Mr. Allen has to deliver the letter himself? While chewing bubble gum, Alan held a telescope and looked at a middle-aged man in pajamas walking out of the villa. The bags under his eyes are huge, a bit like a certain star from Real Madrid who wanted to die in the future. His name seems to be Ozil, right? Anyway, he looks very similar to him, looking exhausted, suffering from chronic insomnia, and a street kid. It looks just too wilted, not like a good thing. Based on the information I have read, I think this must be Andrew, that husband. It is indeed a turtle man, who looks like the turtle prime minister. From now on, I will give him a big turtle shell, just like the turtle immortal, and let him carry it on his back. Andrew came to the gate and saw the green tank and the small flag on the tank at a glance. He is very familiar with Boss Chap. Of course he is also familiar with checking the boss's prince badge. Andrew subconsciously thought that Boss Chap had sent someone to deliver a letter to him, which frightened him. No wonder the messenger said that his butler was not qualified to accept the letter. Is the crown prince's letter something that you, an ordinary civilian butler, can accept? After jogging for 2 steps, Andrew wearily bent down and said to please, thank you for your hard work, everyone. I'm Andrew. Are you here to deliver the message for His Highness? You Andrew. The leading man took out the photos from his pocket and compared them. Why did this man look uglier than in the photos? He looked like he was about to die. He handed the letter to Andrew with an unlucky look and said, this is a letter from my master to you. Open it and read it. Andrew no longer cares about the bad attitude of the messenger. Being able to follow the prince's men gives him a superior qualification. But after receiving the envelope, Andrew was still smiling. When he saw the freshly remembered family crest on the envelope, the smile on his face suddenly froze. He is also familiar with this badge. People who used to use this badge would chase him and beat him on the polo field. The man's strong physique and fiery personality left a deep impression on him at that time, but he was an earl and he didn't dare to complain if he beat him. But isn't that person dead? Why did I receive a letter with this kind of badge again today? Andrew's hand holding the letter shook subconsciously. He was really scared. What kind of supernatural event is this? Chapter 364. Every day, when I go out, I have to pass under the green gun barrel. Andrew opened the envelope tremblingly. The envelope with the Hill family crest contained a piece of extremely exquisite letter paper with a special pattern. And the words written on such gorgeous stationery. How should I put it? It gives people the feeling of a scumbag pretending to be a top student. The slanted English handwritten letters can be seen to be written in the famous Spencer script. This so-called Spencer script emphasizes large openings and closings and is colorful. It was most popular 100 years ago, but now very few people use it. It is mainly used for good-looking writing and is more suitable for use in business situations. The row of English letters on the famous Coca-Cola logo is written in Spencer script. As long as you see a circle or a big arc at the end of the strokes, it is a characteristic of this writing style. But at this time, the writing style on this letter can only be said to be that he wrote it in this writing style. but the handwriting is relatively poor, and occasionally there are continuous strokes, but the circles are drawn very elegantly, and it can be seen that the person who wrote these words must have a very wild character. The font doesn't affect reading, it's just that the writing doesn't look good. Andrew. Key. You'd better take care of your wife, and stop her from messing around. If you can't satisfy her, you can cut off a section of the street lights and telephone poles in front of your house, and take it home for her to solve. No, you can also keep 2 male dogs. Their structure should work. Andrew held the letter, and stared blankly at the content. He was even dazed for a few seconds. After reading the letter, what doesn't satisfy you? What street lights and telephone poles? What about raising a dog? What is all this? But after being stunned for a few seconds, Andrew glanced at the big man who delivered the letter, who was looking at him with an extremely strange look. Seeing that he was looking at him, the big man turned to the side, pointed to the tank behind him and introduced. My master has something to say that he has not written in the letter. This is a Welsh tank. Look at it. Isn't the color beautiful? From now on, every day when you leave home, you have to pass under the green barrel of this tank. Andrew stared blankly at this green Cromwell tank. The turret tilted to the left, and the gun barrel with a small caliber was just blocking the door of his house. The Prince of Wales flag on the tank fluttered slightly in the breeze, as if taunting him. Green barrel. I have to walk under this thing every day when I go out. Combined with the content of the letter, what does this mean? If he doesn't understand it, he is an idiot. At this moment, he finally understood why they came in a tank to deliver the message, and why there was a prince's flag hanging on the tank. This is a mockery, ridicule. The gun barrel is blocked at the door of their house, although the letter only told him to take care of his wife. In fact, he was pointing it in his face and scolding him. He didn't dare to say anything after being cuckolded. Since you don't dare to say anything, you will continue to do it every day from now on. Go out under the green barrel. The king's flag on the tank is like that man, looking at him faintly, seeing that even though he is green, he is still kneeling at his feet with a look of humility. Thinking of this, Andrew couldn't take a breath. He suddenly held his heart with his left hand, his eyes went dark, and he fell straight back. As Andrew fell, the media who had rushed over quickly started filming. Although they were not clear about what was going on, they subconsciously started filming. This battle is a bit strange, but it's here, so hurry up and shoot it, and then find out what happened after you finish it. Hahaha. Did you take pictures of everything? Alan chewed bubble gum and laughed. Looking at Andrew in the distance, he was immediately knocked out. He quickly patted the small stone holding the camera on the passenger seat to take pictures. Everything has been photographed. Don't worry, young master. Zaro. Chitao put down the camera and looked at the man who had been helped up by the housekeeper with some sympathy. These photos were not taken casually by Alan out of spite. He now has psychologists and very experienced doctors on his staff. After taking the photo and sending it back, his analysis team can help him analyze whether Andrew is really angry or whether he is pretending. If it is true, the general condition of his body can be roughly deduced from his face and the pain in his expression. Based on his own conditions, Alan can easily plan his next move. Although the ultimate goal is to kill him and use him to scare chickens and monkeys, the method of killing him is very particular and cannot be done without asking anything. Be strategic. The role Alan plays now is probably that of a bad boy who bullies common people. The master is getting along with his wife, and he comes to bully the husband of the common woman. This is probably how it feels. You have to bully him step by step, force him to get angry, and then, when he is the most angry and furious, kill him. Maximize the benefits of his death. After waiting for another long time, he watched the old housekeeper help Andrew into the house and never came out again. As for the old woman Alan wanted to see, she never showed up. Alan took a breath and sneered, quite calm. This old bitch's husband was so angry that he fainted at the gate and didn't come out. Did he notice something? After staring at the door of their house again, Alan ordered, call the police. Zaro. Chitao subconsciously picked up the phone and was a little stunned when he heard Alan's request. Aren't they here to cause trouble? Why did you take the initiative to call the police? Master, fight it and call the police to deal with it. How it is definitely against the rules for such a big tank to be parked in front of someone's house and parked for several days, but just moving it away like this didn't fit in with Alan's plan, so he had to use some crooked means. He is not used to waiting for others to take action. Alan likes to strike first. Even if he calls the police, he has to take the initiative to call the police. There is no way. Mr. Allen is so strong that he will not lose to others. The police will come later. Want to move the car? Sure. We want to move it too, but it's reasonable for such an old tank to have some problems, right? Now it's just so bad here. He promised to move, but he had to wait until the tank was repaired. It's not that we can't move, it's that we can't move. A tank of more than 30 tons, except for it moving by itself. No one else can do it. What? Do you want to call a tow truck? This tank is the private property of the Hill family. Who dares to touch it without the consent of the noble lord? If Alan doesn't nod his head, whoever touches this thing will be embezzling the private property of the nobles. This thing can be big or small. The British officials are so awesome. If they want to weaken the nobility, they have to rely on secret methods such as taxation to do it secretly, in broad daylight. Who dares to touch the nobles' things openly and without permission? This tank must stay here until it is repaired. When Alan feels enough, it can go by itself, and no one else can. He didn't believe it. How could they endure such a big green tank parked in front of their house for a week? If you can bear it, you are a man, correct? Alan suddenly remembered the tabloid he saw in the morning. Keremy was a very dirty girl, and knew how to use tabloids to smear her. This was a demonstration for Alan. Shitow, please contact that small newspaper later. Master, which family? TSK, that's the newspaper I read this morning. You go contact them and ask them to release some dirty information about Andrew. No matter how subtle it is, let them know that we did it. It's best to put some money in and let that Keremy do it. No, Alan squinted and stared at the door. Doesn't this bitch like to smear things in the newspaper? I will use the newspaper you like to use to smear you, husband, and deliberately let you know that it was me. Just asking you if it's disgusting. That's right, it's disgusting. What's even more disgusting is yet to come. Alan has been preparing to stay in London for a few more days these days, and he will eat food on the spot every day. These days are quite fun. Don't leave anymore. Let's go to Angus's house. Alan saw a police car approaching and said hello. He was going to visit a friend. The May Day Labor Day holiday in the UK usually only takes one day off. In the first week of August, there will be a regional Labor Day holiday in the UK and there will be 3 days off at that time. But this doesn't matter to Alan. He belongs to the group that does not need to take administrative classes. Today is the second Saturday. Congress is on holiday for the weekend. Alan is bored and is going to talk to Angus and ask if there is anything new in Congress recently. Over the past few days, he had to go to the Congress to hang out, but secretly, on the way to work every day, he would stop by the door of Keremy's house and eat melon on the spot and observe it. This was the process. Duke Angus no longer has a house in Manchester. His house in London was bought by Alan 2 years ago through finding connections to help him get a loan. It is not far from Keremy's house and is considered to be in a large community. The decoration style is still the exaggerated American country style that Angus loves on this street. It looks a little unique. The stretched white Lincoln parked at the door is the symbol of Duke Angus. Hahaha, why are you so late? Is there a traffic jam on the road? I just saw a police car passing by. The Duke of Angus still looked the same, with a big belly, wearing home clothes, and suspenders on his trousers. His big belly made the suspenders tight. He raised his chubby hand, and looked at his watch. Alan B had made an appointment. The time was nearly 20 minutes late, and he thought Alan was stuck in traffic. I'm just watching the excitement on the way. Haha, you'll know in 2 days. Alan patted Angus's big belly gently and walked into their house first without any pretense. This was his first time here. As soon as he entered the door, he could see a whole wall of animal head specimens hanging on the wall of the living room opposite, including lions, rhinos, wolves, deer and the like. The furniture at home is quite plain. I guess I didn't have much money when it came time to buy furniture. The overall feeling is very fragmented. The two of them sat down on the sofa in the reception area of the side hall. Angus took out a thin folder and threw it to Alan and said, "This is the information you asked for." There hasn't been anything big lately, huh? By the way, it seems to be coming on Monday. Voting on a plan seems to be preparing to build 2 new aircraft carriers. Alan's hand holding the information stiffened. Point is staying rich again now. Are you already so extravagant that you want to build another aircraft carrier? A few years ago, the poor even sold an aircraft carrier to India. Now that they have ample money, are they ready to regain the glory of the Royal Navy? After flipping through the information and looking for it, Alan finally saw the information about aircraft carriers until the last few pages. The above introduction is very straightforward. In order to increase regional influence, officials are preparing to start a new round of aircraft carrier construction plans. What is discussed this time is not what kind of aircraft carrier should be built, but the issue of building an aircraft carrier. In other words, gentlemen, please come up with a charter on whether or not we should build an aircraft carrier. Although aristocratic members cannot interfere in politics on many specific matters, they can review it in the House of Lords. The House of Lords will really give you trouble for the plan submitted by the House of Commons. Although it will take a few years to pass, there is a high probability that it will be passed, but this is not as for MOG. As long as the old man wants to cause trouble, he will definitely find a way. Alan looked at the introduction on the information, squinted his eyes and thought secretly. It seemed that dying was not really useless, but there were still some people who were unwilling to become a puppet of the United States. Therefore, in order to have more autonomy and influence, aircraft carriers are very necessary. The Majestic Armada is now reduced to escorting messengers in the Atlantic Ocean. If this continues in the long run, it won't work, but Alan's position is different now, and his thoughts are also different. What seemed like a good plan to the House of Commons was not so good to Alan. Mainly he can't get anything out of this plan. If there is no benefit, then object. With this money, why don't you want to build a garden for Her Majesty the Queen first? Humph. Building an aircraft carrier is really unprogressive. The Queen didn't even hold an anniversary celebration for her coronation this year. She was frugal all day long. Now that she has money, why can't she be compensated first? Seeing whether the plan proposed, whether it was built in-house or outsourced, or half made and half outsourced, Alan scoffed. The plan sounds nice, but let's put it this way. The aircraft carrier construction plan in this plan will cost at least several billion pounds for a project. This thing is not as simple as building 2 aircraft carriers. Relevant supporting equipment, carrier-based aircraft, and escort ships must all be taken into consideration. The entire project cost billions of pounds, and no one could tell how much real money was left to build the aircraft carrier after layers of exploitation. Since I can't eat meat, I'll make trouble for them first. If I don't agree with this plan, let's start wrangling. Well, it's settled. I'll go to the National Assembly on Monday for a walk. Monday, May 4th. After watching today's fun early in the morning, Alan joined Duke Angus and came to Congress for a meeting. Everything is according to the process. Alan, wearing a red parliamentary robe, sat on a renovated ottoman and looked around distractedly. Not many people came to the meeting today. Counting them, the number did not exceed 100. The deputy speaker above knocked with a small hammer, coughed and began to read out the new plan, which was the preliminary verification plan for building an aircraft carrier. The deputy speaker had just finished reading out the plan. He lowered his head and began to scan the audience, indicating that the noble members could start expressing their opinions. I object. Alan raised his right hand high and shouted before asking him. At this moment, all the scattered eyes around him were attracted to him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365. I object. The deputy speaker had a headache when he saw Alan. Although this man doesn't come to Congress often, he always causes trouble every time he comes. He was dressed so formally today and spoke so actively. You can tell from the first glance that he is going to cause trouble. Coupled with the latest gossip news reported in the newspapers in the past 2 days, it seemed to be vaguely related to this person. The deputy speaker had a sullen face and reluctantly said, "Earl of Carmarthen, please speak." 2. object to a plan, you have to give convincing reasons and state the reasons. You cannot object blindly, so since you object, you must explain the reasons for your objection. I have nothing to say. Her Majesty the Queen has not held any decent celebrations in recent years, whether it is birthdays or various anniversaries. I went to Clarence's house some time ago and found out that the royal family does not even have to pay for the maintenance of the palace. It's not enough anymore. The external economic environment is so bad now. Building a new aircraft carrier is a big expense. With these expenses, it is better to use them to increase the royal family's funds and hold celebrations. So I object. The Queen is frugal on food and clothing. The royal palace lacks funds for repairs, and the external economic environment is poor. Alan gave 3 reasons for objections and a proper way to use it. As soon as Alan finished speaking, a voice rebutted Alan from the distance. It is because of the poor external economic environment that we need to plan to build an aircraft carrier. How many supporting industries and workers are needed to build an aircraft carrier? How many jobs can this add? How much economic growth can it stimulate? In addition, with the new aircraft carrier, this will help us increase our regional influence in certain areas in the future. A few years ago, some countries in the Far East saw that we were weak and even dared to snatch our colonies. What? Old Dog said this. When Alan heard this, there was no problem in the first half, but in the second half he became a little unhappy. You are so shameless. You are giving back your colony. Don't you know where that place came from? Fuck you, Alan. Cursed subconsciously. He could see clearly that the person speaking was on his left and they were about 10 meters apart. Judging from the position of the seat, the person speaking was not much higher in rank. When facing people of lower status than himself, Alan always strikes hard. You saying that building His Majesty's house and holding celebrations won't create more jobs? Holding celebrations can't increase people's self-confidence? Or do you think the royal family doesn't deserve to increase funding? To boost employment, you have to build an aircraft carrier? Holding celebrations can also boost employment. Regarding the economy, the United States just finished fighting Iraq last year. Now you are rushing to build aircraft carriers and want to start a war? Our strength was severely damaged in the war to compete for the Falklands a few years ago. Has it recovered now? Do the people want us to increase our armaments? Is there this? Money can't be used for anything else. The congressman who was scolded by Alan in public blushed the color of pig liver after hearing Alan's vulgar words. He wanted to continue to refute, but considering his reputation, he didn't dare. He was really afraid. If this guy gets angry, will he be beaten right here in public? The Hill family has a criminal record. Faced with such a well-known reckless man, there is no need to argue with him, let alone make enemies with him. If you are targeted by such a person, the trouble will be lingering. Besides, this queen has been brought up several times, and if you continue to argue, it's definitely not good for you. The councilman thought for a while, lowered his head, and said in a low voice, then I agree with Earl Carmarthen's opinion, and I also object. Since he didn't want to provoke Alan, he accepted the offer decisively, then turned around and started to support him. No enmity. The nobles were shameless. Since they didn't want to make enemies, they would just give in to the end and express their opinions directly, that they were convinced, and started to oppose together with Alan. The deputy speaker frowned at this scene and glanced at Alan again. This man had a serious face, and there was some truth in what he said. Alan himself is a minister of the royal family. In addition, he made an anti-war movie some time ago. As a peace-loving anti-war person, he can originally oppose the increase in armaments. Due to emotions and reasons, he opposed such a plan. All reasonable. The deputy speaker is not supported by anyone. He is only responsible for presiding over the meeting. However, some of the congressmen present did not care at all about whether to build an aircraft carrier or not. Some, like Alan, came to the meeting just to be gilded and came for the purpose of having fun. They just followed the crowd point. Even if some people have objections, after what Alan said, if they stand up to refute again, it will appear as if they are hostile to the Queen, and no one will dare point after Alan made a fuss with these few words. The whole audience burst into whispers. Alan saw the Duke of Kent in front of him looking back at him cheerfully and winking at him point except for boss chap. No one in the royal family cares much about the military point anyway. It is already rotten now. If the aircraft carrier is built earlier and later, the effect will be the same point, just like Alan said. Since the external economic environment is not good, then don't create it now. It would be a good idea to use the money to distribute it to the royal family to increase the annual pocket money point. Now that he is doing this, if he meets someone who understands, he will know what to do. Point this plan to build additional aircraft carriers will definitely pass sooner or later, but no matter how you go about it, the doorway here is deep. Some congressmen don't care about these things, and some congressmen do. Point such as Alan. Point want to build an aircraft carrier, then I have to pick up a handful. Point for example, he needs to use certain steel products. He also has a tinplate factory at home. There are also steel factories in Australia. Can these factories be allocated a batch of orders? Let's not say how much, you have to plan it. If there is no profit sharing, what new aircraft carrier will you build? A good project is only one that benefits everyone. Point do you want to play without me, Mr. Allen? Then I will oppose you. He kept opposing it until someone bribed him with benefits, and then Allen would agree. Anyway, he was in no hurry and just took his time. Point the atmosphere in the conference hall became a little tense for a few minutes. Seeing that no one continued to stand up and speak, the deputy speaker decided to shelve this proposal for now. Anyway, this kind of proposal cannot be made without a few years of wrangling. Point let's do this for today, Alan. During the lunch break, Duke Angus followed Alan quietly, and the two of them walked towards the parking lot. Point we are all old guys. What about the afternoon meeting? Who is still here this afternoon? What's wrong? Alan is holding the hem of his robe with his right hand. The special clothing for members of parliament looks bright red, but the style of the clothes is a bit like a coat. It doesn't feel like it when sitting, but it is a bit troublesome when walking. You need to hold some of the hem of the clothes with your hands. It feels like walking in a square way. Angus sighed. His political awareness was not very high, and he often came to the parliament. He also listened to Alan's suggestion, and showed up more often, to make up for the lack of influence he lacked in Britain these years. How awesome he has become, but if he encounters trouble in the future, others will know that he is such a powerful figure and dare not touch him easily. Point therefore, Angus felt a little unsure that Alan dared to oppose the review plan submitted by the House of Commons so openly, but he didn't know how to persuade him, so he thought about it and said with a smile, how about go? Let's sit down over there and we can chat. I'm not going. I'm going back to rest. Alan glanced at Angus slightly. A big fat man has the advantage of being a big fat man. Duke Angus's round beer belly can fill up the MP's robe very well, and it will not affect his walking. Point this kind of loose clothing is really suitable for fatter figures. Seeing the slightly worried look on Angus's face, Alan was slightly startled, and then he remembered why Angus had this expression. Angus, don't worry. This is a normal process. You will understand it the more you get in touch with it. It's okay. Go back and rest peacefully. I may not be here tomorrow. Okay. Seeing Alan's confident face, Angus breathed a sigh of relief and patted him on the shoulder. The two of them parted ways at the entrance of the parking lot and went back to their respective homes. Traffic in London was quite congested at noon, but fortunately the traffic flow from the city to the suburbs was not bad. Although it was congested, it was not blocked, and I could still move forward intermittently. When I arrived at the manor, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Alan looked at several unfamiliar Bentleys parked on the side of the road outside the manor. This is not his car. At this time, someone is here looking for him. Let's see who comes to visit later. You haven't received any invitations in the past few days, have you? There is no young master. Alan's motorcade slowly passed by the Bentleys and drove straight into the manor. Just as he was about to go upstairs to change clothes, Zio Shitao trotted over to report. Master, he is Dodie's father. He has come to visit you personally. Oh, Dodie. Alan was stunned for a few seconds before he remembered that this was the pretty boy's father. He almost forgot about it. It had been several days since he told Xiao to ask him to go to the department store, right? Isn't this your biological father? It took so many days to find out. Alan snorted coldly and asked, didn't I ask you to chop off one of his hands and give it to his father every day? Isn't this old guy in a hurry? How many days has it been? It's been 4 or 5 days, right? It's you didn't do it right. Or is that Dodi not his biological son? Xiao sniffed and said awkwardly, Master, I did as I was told, but they never replied. I had the things delivered, and they were definitely delivered. Today is the 5th day, and today's items haven't been cut yet. It's been chopped down. Listening to Xiao complaints, Alan found that he couldn't understand these people at all. Usually when he scares others, he succeeds every time, but as long as such a cruel method is used, the other party will soon surrender. But what happened this time? The son's hands and feet were cut off, so the other party would surrender. What have you been doing? He came in person. The car's outside his motorcade. He came here early in the morning to wait for you, but we left early in the morning and happened to be on the other side. Go ahead and invite him over. I'll go and meet him in the yard. Alan originally wanted to ask the old man to go in and chat, but after thinking about it, he felt a little disgusted with these Egyptians now, and it was better not to let them enter his house. Your Excellency, I have finally met you. Please let my son go. I'm willing to exchange other properties for my son. An old man who looks exactly like Dodi has curly black hair, which has turned white in some places. With his messy hair and a very bad complexion, it can be seen that this old guy may have been in a bad state these past 2 days. When he saw Alan coming out, he trotted 2 steps, stretched out his hands to shake hands with Alan, and while stretching out his hands, he bent down and begged for explanation in a low voice. Oh, I had someone notify you a long time ago, right? Why did you wait until today? Alan put his hands behind his back and ignored the old guy's outstretched hands. Not everyone was qualified to shake hands with him. Alan felt that the old guy in front of him was not worthy. Looking at the suit without the brand logo on this old guy. Well, the fabric looks good. It should be a handmade British suit. The clothes are meticulously taken care of, except for the messy hairstyle. The rest of the clothes are dressed like a gentleman. Your Excellency, I want to see you in person. But Mohammed Fayoko was in unspeakable pain. On the first day he received his son's severed hand, Mohammed saw such a scene for the first time. He couldn't breathe and suffered a heart attack. He quickly rushed his family members to the hospital, where he was rescued and treated. Only then did he save his life. In Egypt, he was used to being aloof. How had he seen such a battle before? After 2 full days of resuscitation, Mohammed, who had just opened his eyes, looked at his son's other hand and foot that had been sent to him in the past 2 days. Faced with this extremely cruel double blow, Mohammed suffered another heart attack not long after he opened his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to save his son, but that he almost lost his life. It wasn't until last night that he saw his son's other foot again. Mohammed couldn't stay any longer. Now his hands and feet were gone. The cruelty of this man was evident. If he didn't come after today, he would send him away. What's coming? An arm? Or his son's head? Listening to the old man's humble explanation, Alan's heart felt unmoved. This kind of person is very cowardly in front of him. That's because he has the means and is the main battlefield. When he was in Egypt, Alan didn't believe that this old guy was a good man and a believer. A person who could achieve such a net worth was nothing as easy. In other words, not only did you fail to get what I asked for, but because of the way I did it, you had a heart attack and went to the hospital. Are you going to ask me to compensate you? Alan looked at the old guy with a smile. No, sir, I have never blamed you. That department store is the core asset of our family. Can you please show your favor? My son is already like this, and you have spoken out. Can you allow me to exchange it with other properties? Come back, my son. Please rest assured, I will definitely satisfy you. When Mohammed Fayoko heard Alan's words, his heartbeat slowed down for half a beat, and he quickly explained, that he didn't dare to ask for compensation from this person. Before he came last night, he asked many people to inquire about this person. He didn't know the specific information about this person, but one thing was the advice from many people, advising him not to provoke this person. This person had a hot temper, a very dark personality, and acted very cruel. Give up immediately if you get involved. Anyway, in one sentence, with his current connections and social status, there is no way he can fight against this person. Chapter 366. I hate people bargaining with me the most. Alan's eyes grew colder when he looked at this old guy. How dare he bargain with himself when he was about to die? Is it because he hasn't been seen much recently and there are no rumors about his reputation? A wealthy businessman from foreign country actually dares to bargain with me now. If things go on like this, is this okay? If you let him go this time, will others learn from him and bargain with him? If anything happens in the future, Alan likes to be a reckless man and a villain. It's not how cruel his nature is, but the personality he specially created. In this world, if you are not cruel to others, others will be cruel to you. As the old saying goes, if a person who has been a good person all his life occasionally does a bad thing, his whole personality will collapse, and outsiders will say that your true colors have been revealed. And for those who have done bad things all their lives, if they occasionally do a small good deed, they will turn around, put down the butcher's knife, and become a Buddha immediately, and they will also enjoy endless praise from the outside world. Should he be a good guy or a bad guy, without violating his own principles? Of course Alan chose to be a bad guy, or a good guy. Whoever likes it should do it. Alan would rather be a reckless man and a bad guy who can avoid a lot of trouble by hearing his name. After staring at the old man for a long time, Alan didn't even ask his name, which was no longer important. Go. Bring me that thing. Turning around, Alan's hands felt a little itchy, and he saw a small shovel that he hadn't put away yet beside the flower bed. It was pointed and should have been used by the servants to repair the flower beds before he came back. He didn't directly after going in. He came out to see someone. Before the servant had time to clean it up, he casually placed it beside the flower bed. Zhao quickly picked up the small shovel, which was about 1 meter long, and handed it to Alan's hand. Mohammed Fay looked at Alan holding the shovel in his hand and looking at himself up and down. He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart and was about to open his mouth to speak. Your mightiness. Bump. There was a muffled sound, just like the sound of a knife hitting the chopping board when chopping big bones. Mohammed Fayoko didn't even see Alan move, but his eyes suddenly went dark, and there was a numbing feeling on his head. Then some warm liquid flowed down his head, and his eyes suddenly felt stinging. He reached out blankly to touch his eyes. His body shook, and then there was a confused feeling on his head, and his eyes suddenly felt like he couldn't see anything clearly in front of his sight. There was a pop. Alan looked with satisfaction at the old guy, who was knocked unconscious by his shovel. Fake. I fucking hate it when people bargain with me. He handed the shovel shaft to his left hand, and held the shovel with both hands behind his back. The tip of the shovel was facing downwards. Without looking closely, he used force on the old guy's left wrist and chopped it hard again. Throat. I asked you to bargain with me. Huh. The first blow of the pointed shovel seemed to hit the joint. The bone bounced slightly against the tip of the shovel, but it was not penetrated. Alan's mouth twitched, ignoring the screams coming from his ears. He picked up the shovel and pushed it upwards. Lift it up, and used the force of the shovel to fall down, and hit it hard for the second time. Throat. The hit was accurate this time. According to the first wound, the old man's left hand was finally cut off completely by the shovel, and the tip of the shovel was directly inserted into the soil with some blood stains on it. Alan let go of the hand holding the shovel, squatted next to the old man, and looked down at the old guy's pale face. He seemed to have been stunned, with his mouth open, staring blankly at the shovel, attached to his wrist in a daze. Do you think that, since your son has played polo with his highness a few times, no one will dare to mess with you? Do you think that I dare not touch you? Alan smiled and stretched out his hand, pulled his hair, and shook the old guy's head. After shaking it a few times, and seeing that the old guy still didn't respond, I gave him another slap. Then I stood up, and clapped my hands. I said condescendingly, not caring whether he heard or not, but said to myself, I'll keep you. It's not that I dare not touch you, but I want you to prepare something for me. If you like something, you have to give it to me. If you don't give it to me, I will kill you and then snatch it away. If I can't see you tomorrow morning, as for the transfer contract of Rhodes department store, I will chop off your right hand, and I will chop one off one day later. I will see how many things you have that I can chop off. Stone, master, I'm here. Zao. Shitao lowered his eyes. He didn't know why the young master was so irritable today, but in the scene just now, he had rarely seen such a cruel side of the young master in the past many years. Send someone to send them back, keep an eye on them, and if they dare to run, catch them, clear. After taking a bath and changing his clothes, Alan sat on the lounge chair on the balcony, holding the newspaper in his hand, feeling slightly dazed. He just used that old guy as a punching bag and gave him a good beating, which made him feel a lot better. I have been encountering such bad things recently, which has made Alan feel irritable. It's all trivial things, like you love him, or he doesn't love her, but Alan can't escape these things. He can ignore it, but if he ignores everything and allows a situation to develop, it will be very detrimental to him, so he has to take care of it now. These trivial things don't seem to be too important. If you check with your boss, the big deal is divorce. We'll talk about the rest later, but Alan couldn't control himself. He hated this kind of drifting and uncertain life. He has obviously saved a certain amount of net worth and already has money, but he just wants to enjoy life. Is it so difficult? What would happen if he didn't participate in these things this time? From a large perspective, it was nothing more than letting nature take its course. But as someone close to Boss Chap, and as a nobleman who was born as a royal guard, what should he do in the future? He will be marginalized, because royal family affairs and investigating the boss matters, no matter how big or small, are not trivial matters. If he fails to play his role when he should, or is a transparent person throughout the whole process, what will happen in the future? If he can't do small things well, how can the leader trust him to handle big things? The family affairs of the royal family are Alan's business. Although it sounds ridiculous, isn't that how life is? His father wanted to get involved before, but there was no way. Although Alan is already a little anxious from these bad things, he wanted to end this farce as soon as possible, but it was a pain in the ass. If he couldn't rush these things, the more he couldn't end it as soon as possible, the more impatient he became. Over the past few days, Alan's temper has gotten worse and worse. Today he just found a punching bag and vented his anger. Now he feels much better, shaking the newspaper in his hand. Alan squinted and thought about the next step. The newspapers have been very lively these days. Not only are there reports of him causing trouble for Andrew, but most importantly, Princess Anne and the Duchess of Alba have been satirizing Karami in the newspapers. They have been going on for the past few days. Women are very vindictive, and when they quarrel, ordinary people can only scold each other a few times in person, but these high-end women, the battlefield for scolding each other has moved to newspapers. Both sides expose each other's dirt. In today's newspapers, a tabloid has exposed information about Princess Anne's new love. Alan was speechless. Damn it, the fight was getting more and more chaotic. His actions here seemed to be petty. He promised to make the fuss as big as possible, but now he is not the one in the limelight, and that Calamy seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. No matter how much Alan wrote to insult Andrew in the past few days, they didn't talk back, and they felt like they were doing it. This made Alan even more irritable. A man's wife cheated on him, and now he is being scolded in letters and pointed at his face every day, but he doesn't react at all. Is this normal? The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles can't do this, right? Hold, Alan threw the newspaper on the coffee table. It seems that he will have to add more information tomorrow. He will write a short composition. If you can be black, I will be black too. I still have some powerful information in my hand, and I need to add more fuel. Alan, who is far away in London, is still worried about Andrew and Karami, but on the other side of the sea, there is Los Angeles, the United States. More than a month has passed since the riots, but on the streets of Los Angeles, especially near Coreytown, the lingering burnt smell in the alleys seems to still be fresh in my mind. The charred black burn marks on the wall Remind every passing Los Angeles citizen of the tragic situation here a month ago. More than 40 kilometers northeast of Los Angeles. A clearing on the edge of the Angeles National Forest. In a huge construction site surrounded by barbed wire, a group of prisoners wearing prison uniforms, operating various machines and tools, were busy building themselves a prison. The quota for private prisons has been obtained. The next step is to build prisons. However, labor costs are relatively expensive in the United States. If you want to build a large prison, the initial investment will not be cheap. You can still choose some remote areas of land, but you can't get around it manually. So now, it's good. Tens of thousands of free prisoners helped build the prison, which not only allowed them to work, but also saved labor costs for the prison. Although the quality of the project may require some concern, everything is insignificant compared to the low cost. If you don't do it well, you'll have to rework it. Anyway, there are many prisoners captured this time. As long as they don't die from exhaustion, they will use them until they die. A convoy of 6 Cadillacs and several vans slowly stopped at the gate of the prison that had been built earlier. The gate, made of concrete that is more than 10 meters high, looks a bit like a doomsday fortress. Several machine guns were set up on the gate, and the muzzles of the machine guns were pointed at the prisoners who were surrounded and working inside, making him give up any idea of escape. Old Carroll tilted his head and glanced at the defense situation on the prison door and nodded expressionlessly. Among the newly recruited prison guards, barely 1 out of 10 actually has the identity of a prison guard. The others were all former gang members. The small family was cleansed, and some of their young men also transformed and successfully landed. From the former thugs, he has become a temporary prison guard who now wears a uniform and can look down on these prisoners from above. Gang members know gang members best, let alone these machine guns. These prisoners dare not run away. Even without these machine guns, most of the prisoners here have been clearly counted where they hang out in Los Angeles, where they live, and who is in their family. Even their gang's location is recorded. So what if they run away? To the north is an endless forest reserve, and to the east and west is a highway far away. Want to go back to Los Angeles? The straight line distance is more than 40 kilometers, and I have suffered a lot along the way. Even if someone is really brave enough to escape from prison, it is estimated that before they can run back to Los Angeles, the people who went back to block them first are already waiting for them at their door. In addition, most of these prisoners' sentences are not long, so it is really not possible for them to escape from prison. They should have endured it for a while, and it will be over. Only fools escape from prison. The more times you go, the more likely you are to stay in jail for the rest of your life without having to leave. After inspection, the motorcade drove to a newly built 2-story flat office building in the prison. A young man in his 30s with a very mature face had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing old Carl get out of the car, the young man hurriedly took 2 steps forward, bowed slightly and saluted. "Uncle Carl, you are welcome to inspect the prison. If there is anything I did wrong, just point it out, and I will correct it immediately." The young man's name is Daniel Esposito. He is the husband of the niece whom old Cole recognized. He is an Italian American who married into Lila's family and has now successfully become the patriarch of this generation. From an honest man who wanted to follow the rules, abide by the law, and do business honestly, he successfully transformed into a family of thugs who dared to think and do things, and loyally worked for old Carl. Their family has grown from a small family that only dumped gasoline from illegal channels at the US military training base to now a medium to large family that can control a private prison. There are more than 100 temporary guards in this prison, all of whom he brought from home. Haha, Daniel, you did a good job. I'm coming over today to handle some personal matters. As old Carroll spoke, he turned slightly sideways and glanced at Celine, who was getting out of the car behind him. Now more than a month has passed since the day of the incident, and Celine has not gone back. It's not that she doesn't want to go back, but that Carol Leo has not finished his work yet and needs her to wait here for a while. Lee Zae-rang secretly directed the riot, but during this period, he showed his face more or less. Among the many Koreans arrested at that time, Lee Zae-rang and others were also arrested. The purpose is to carefully identify who remembers Lee Zae-rang or who knew him. These people. It won't be that easy to go out in the future. Today, old Carl is here to pick up Lee Zae-rang and help him tidy up. Let's go. Have you brought Lee Zarang and those others? Uncle, everyone has been brought here, and they are all up there. Daniel nodded to Seelan and said hello. As he spoke, he walked to the front to lead the way. Behind the group were several bodyguards of Old Carol. All of the bodyguards were carrying duffel bags with bulging contents in their hands. I can't tell what's inside, sir. Sir Carl, you finally came to get me. The first time Lee Zarang saw Old Carl, he was like a wanderer who had been away from home for many years and saw his old father. His eyes were red with excitement. Chapter 367. Did I blame you wrongly? Lee Zarang has been locked up here for a month, and he has to work like other prisoners every day. No matter what work others do, he can't do without it. It's okay to let him plan and organize riots, but working in prison is too tiring. Point where had he done so much work before? He is one of his own, but these damn white ghosts actually showed no mercy at all, and ignored all his hints. Now, the savior has finally arrived. Lee Zarang can't wait to escape from this place. If he can get out today, he swears that he never wants to come to the United States again in his life. Yeah, I'm a little thinner, not bad. Old Carol glanced at Lee Zarang and took the case summary handed over by Daniel next to him. It contains records of Lee Zarang's sentence in this prison in the United States. This thing is another insurance policy. Through these accumulated handles, Lee Zarang will never be able to escape from the clutches of the young master in his life. After flipping through the case summary casually, Old Carol handed the case summary to the bodyguard next to him, and then continued to stretch out his hand. To signal. The bodyguard quickly took out his gun and handed it to Old Carl. Take it. Old Carl handed the pistol to Lee Zarang and said with a smile, there are more than a dozen people who know you, or may know you. Go and deal with them yourself, and I will take you out. Lee Zarang's face suddenly turned pale, and he thought of several people in his mind. Those people are a few ordinary Koreans he has talked about recently. Old Carol actually asked him to kill them now. Lee Zarang once again felt the pressure of pressing forward step by step. He wanted to refuse, but his hand subconsciously took the pistol handed over by Old Carl. As soon as their hands touched, Lee Zarang trembled subconsciously. He couldn't remember how many times this happened. Anyway, it was like this every time. He was forced to do what they asked. If he didn't do it, he would die. If you do it, you can live. But when Lee Zarang thought about the time he had known Alan until now, how much blood had been stained on his hands, there are compatriots and others. If the evidence of his current crime is exposed one day, will there be any place for him in this world? But if he doesn't do it, he won't be able to get out today, and he might have to continue working here for the rest of his life, turning into an ordinary Korean. No one knows that he is the eldest son of Sangsing, and he has a great family fortune. I'll never enjoy it again. Done. Lee Zarang gritted his teeth. He was used to being forced. He would do whatever Alan asked him to do. He no longer had any resistance. Okay, I'll go. Take him there. Old Carl watched Lee Zarang take the pistol, tilted his head, and signaled Daniel to ask someone to take Lee Zarang away. On the second floor of the large flat floor building that had not yet been renovated, a row of Koreans, blindfolded and with their hands and feet bound, were kneeling beside the wall. Among them were those who caused a serious riot during the riots, as well as people who had just met Lee Zarang in recent times. Although they were blindfolded, Lee Zarang could still recognize them through some details on their faces. He remembered each of their names, their hobbies, and their mantras. Lee Zarang even remembered that sometimes he was anxious, and made a promise to him, when he returned to South Korea, he would give them a fortune. These people, I didn't really believe him at the time, thinking he was just an ordinary outlaw. Now Lee Zarang looked at several bodyguards carrying video recorders in the distance. These people even wanted to take pictures of such occasions. Taking a deep breath, Lee Zarang squeezed the pistol grip a few times. His current shooting skills were pretty good. He could still kill someone with one shot at close range. He wanted to hit the mark. He wanted to end these people's suffering as quickly as possible. Just as he was about to shoot, the voice of a bodyguard suddenly came to his ears. Lee Zarang, shoot, kill them and you can get out. Lee Zarang turned his head sharply, like a dying beast, staring fiercely at the bodyguard, who was smiling at him. Lee Zarang? Who is Lee Zarang? Before Lee Zering could think about it. Someone among the kneeling Koreans suddenly asked this question. Lee Zering has been using a pseudonym instead of his real name for some time, so when these people heard this name, some of them were surprised. Boom. Lee Zering's face was twisted, and he gritted his teeth, and fired the first shot, killing the Korean who made the noise first. As the gunshots rang out, several Koreans nearby seemed to feel something, and began to yell. Some people were lying on the ground twisting and begging for mercy. Bang. Bang bang. The further he fought, the more determined the expression on Lee Zering's face became. These people are untouchables. If you kill them, you can get out. If you kill them, you can get out. Lee Zering comforted himself over and over again until the bullets in the gun had been empty, and the Koreans on the ground were motionless. Lee Zering stared blankly at the Koreans, who were beaten to death on the ground, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Let's go. Someone will clean up here later. Pick up your gun. The bodyguard who just called Lee Zering on purpose saw Lee Zering in a daze, bumped his shoulder on purpose, and confessed. By the way, old Carol took Seelan and Daniel, and the three of them stood quietly not far away, watching the beginning and end of the event. Seelan's face turned a little pale. You wondering why you force him to do this? Old Carol stared into Seelan's eyes and said slowly. Seelan nodded and shook her head. After understanding what happened recently, she felt it was so exciting that she almost got involved. This is what the count means. Koreans have many thoughts, are naturally rebellious, and are not loyal enough. Therefore, we must use these methods to force them step by step. Only in this way will they honestly work for the family. After Carol Leo explained, he glanced at Seelan, and then glanced at Daniel. Intentionally or unintentionally. Seelan reacted slowly, and did not realize that this was what old Carol meant. But Daniel was smarter. After hearing old Carol's words, he met old Carol's glance and quickly lowered his head and said softly, "Uncle, I know the rules, and I will loyally work for the heir. Haha. Don't be nervous, I'm talking about Koreans." Old Carol looked at Daniel's performance and smiled happily. "Let's go. Take them with you. Seelan, you have a long business trip this time. The young master called me a few days ago and asked you to go back quickly. He has a new project arranged for you. This time it will be by you. Take them back, okay?" Seelan looked at the Koreans lying on the ground in the distance. She didn't want to stay here for a moment. After dinner, Alan just wanted to call Kate and ask her to come over so that the two of them could study biology. But before he could explain anything, Xiao Shitao walked into the study with a nervous look on his face, walked up to Alan and said softly, "Master, your highness is here." Who? Alan was suddenly startled and asked in reply, "Your highness, Crown Prince." Xiao Shitao explained again. Alan glanced out the window. It was already dark. What was Boss Chad doing here in the middle of the night? I haven't done much these days. Where is he? Who called to say that his highness is coming? No, his highness the young master has already arrived at the door. I came secretly to inform you. Before Xiao Shitao finished speaking, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. This small manor was originally given to Alan by Boss Chad. Before giving it to Alan, Boss Chad also lived here. He was extremely familiar with the terrain here. He didn't need anyone to guide him. He just came to the study room minding his own business, looking at Xiao Shitao who was talking to Alan. Boss Chad said with a gloomy face and his hands behind his back, "Get out." Alan raised his head and looked at Boss Chad in confusion. What's going on? It was scary to go straight to his study in the middle of the night. Xiao Shitao shrank his neck, bowed first, and then quickly exited the study with small steps, closing the study door. Before leaving, Alan quickly stood up, took the initiative to give up his seat to Boss Chap, and subconsciously put on a smile on his face. "Your Highness, it's so late. What do you want from me? Why don't you call and say, I'll go? I'll just look for you, and I'd like to trouble you to make a trip." Snort. Boss Chap sat down on the boss chair given by Alan. He was about to cross his legs, but after thinking about it, he stopped and sat upright. He just stared at Alan with a sullen face for a long time. This kind of scrutinizing gaze made Alan extremely uncomfortable, but he couldn't directly show his face to Boss Chap. The expression on his face and the smile seemed a bit unnatural. "Did you read today's news?" "What news?" Alan looked confused. Where are they following? What? News? News that Annie has a new love. Boss Cha still stared at Alan expressionlessly and gave a reminder. Your Highness, I didn't do this. It was Alan was just about to say that it was most likely the black material that Calamy had exposed. Boss Cha's eyes widened and Alan didn't dare to say anything else. I didn't do it anyway. At this point, Alan can only act rogue. He did not do this and he cannot bear the blame. Then, what's going on with you and Andrew these days? Why are you causing trouble for him? What conflicts do you have? Boss Cha took a deep breath and looked at Alan, feeling an unusual headache. He felt that, although what he had said to Alan while hunting some time ago was vague, the meaning had been expressed clearly. Fortunately, now, when she turned around, Alan did not touch Calamy, but instead made trouble for her husband, and even complained about the contents of the letters that Calamy called her, and said on the phone. Boss Cha was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Alan actually acted like Andrew had failed to discipline his wife, and his wife came out to seduce him to cause trouble for him. As his loyal subject, Alan seemed to speak out for himself and teach Andrew a lesson. Isn't this fucking nonsense? When Calamy called him and cried to him, Boss Cha was all numb. He had never hinted to Alan to cause trouble to Andrew. Why is it like this again? He still drives a tank to block other people's doors. The tank is still green and his king's flag is hung on the tank. What a mess. Now, in the outside world, his sister and his lover are quarreling in the newspapers, and his bodyguards have sent people to block the door of his lover's house and write letters to curse his lover's husband. Every time he thinks about this complicated relationship, Boss Cha's head almost explodes. Today, someone is openly slandering Princess Anne. This is what Boss Cha cannot accept the most. He thought of Alan immediately. Instead of asking Alan to find him, he waited until dark and came to find Alan himself. But Boss Cha also thought about the contents clearly on the way. Alan would not disobey him under normal circumstances, since it was clearly stated that he could not use Princess Anne as a shield first. This guy would never disobey him. Coupled with the boss's test and Alan's reaction just now, this further confirmed his thoughts. But after knowing the result, Boss Cha couldn't be happy. Except for Alan, who had a conflict with Princess Anne recently. It seemed that only Calamy had the motive to do this. Although I really don't want to believe it, Boss Cha is now extremely sure that it was Calamy who exposed the dirty information about Princess Anne today. This woman is really crazy. Dare to say anything. At this moment, Boss Cha felt a trace of disgust for what Calamy had done for the first time deep in his heart. He hated this feeling of not being in control, hated this feeling of being overwhelmed. Calamy has become more and more anxious recently. Boss Cha asked a question, and then his eyes lost focus, as if he was lost in thought. When Boss Cha came back to his senses, Alan spoke first and explained, Your Highness, I really hate her. Look at it. She actually dared to openly quarrel with Her Royal Highness Anne in the newspaper. This is too presumptuous. Her Royal Highness the Princess has always been very kind to me, and I cannot stand to see Her Royal Highness being bullied. Oh, so I won't let you touch her. So you're going to cause trouble for her husband? Huh. Boss Cha had a long nasal voice and looked at Alan with a scrutinizing face. Alan glanced at Boss Cha with his peripheral vision and felt that the heat was almost over. Boss Cha seemed to be angry now, and he could not touch his bro. Your Highness, I have my own reasons. Just you. What's your reason? Seeing Alan's troubled face, Boss Cha looked unconvinced. What could be the reason for this guy? You dare to let people drive a tank into London? Although this thing has a license plate and is legal on the road in London all year round, who dares to drive a tank really fast and swaggering through the city? I wrote to Her Majesty the Queen some time ago, and Her Majesty replied to me, and she asked me, okay, no need to say more. As Alan struggled for a long time and seemed to make up his mind to explain again, Boss Cha straightened up after hearing the first half. He is getting more and more arrogant now, but Boss Cha is actually afraid of the Queen as well. Otherwise, we would not see each other several times throughout the year. The relationship between the two is actually not as harmonious as the outside world imagines, since Alan said it was the Queen who replied to him, and what he said, Boss Cha had some guesses in his mind when he heard this. but he was not going to let Alan say the specific content later. He didn't want to take the initiative to inquire. What did the Queen say? Since Alan is so entangled in this matter, but he can still say it, that's enough. As for the specific content, it was nothing more than encouraging Alan to find trouble with Karami, and Boss Cha had already figured it out. Point in this case, did he blame Alan wrongly? Chapter 368 Poison Scheme. Looking at Alan with a look of determination, the guy's expression now seems as if he was determined to betray the Queen in order to clear his name. Boss Cha looked at Alan, narrowed his eyes, and fell into silence. Boss Cha will not ask what the Queen wrote in her reply to Alan specifically. If he could know, the Queen would have told her already. Since he didn't know about this matter, it seemed that Alan had been specially informed, which made it even harder for him to ask more questions. But Boss Cha, who was already very irritable before coming here, now has an even bigger headache after being teased by Alan. There are things happening everywhere, and Boss Cha no longer knows how to describe his mood. In theory, now that Princess Anne's cheating affair is in the news, it can indeed take a large part of his external pressure away. But now it is Karami who is competing with Princess Anne in the newspapering. The palm of his hand is his beloved sister, the back of his hand is his beloved lover, and the back of his hand is full of flesh. Who should he help? Who shouldn't be helped? Boss Cha's head exploded just thinking about it. Staring at Alan, Boss Cha was breathing heavily. Now that he was already in a difficult enough situation, Alan jumped out and made it even more difficult for him. The whole family was fighting back and forth, turning into a mess. What a mess these days. Can't make it. Boss Cha hates situations that are out of control and people with changeable personalities. Like Diana, who is always stupid, he hates it. Boss Cha likes people with stable or mature personalities, and Karami Kaya's character is very stable, as coquettish, promiscuous and mean as ever. And Alan's character is also very stable in Boss Cha's opinion. He is reckless. Although he is prone to getting into trouble, Alan's character, to a certain extent, is called very stable to Boss Cha. The nightlife in London is pretty good. After all, it is an international metropolis and the financial center of Europe. The security at night is pretty good. Of course, this is remarkable, but not everywhere is safe. For example, in slightly remote subway stations, parks, underground tunnels, etc., let alone the police, not even a wild dog would dare to come to these places at night. But the residential area for wealthy people is different. There is no liveliness during the day, only the silence at night. At most, there are occasionally one or two little birds that sleep late and call a few times in the trees. The tank has been parked in front of the gate of Karami's house for several days. Their family went from being angry at first to helpless, and now they have finally turned to adaptation. There was nothing they could do when the police came. The old tank didn't seem to be worth much, but it couldn't be moved. They also promised that it would be repaired and driven away as soon as possible. What else could the police say? If you block the door, block the door. The black Ford Taurus has been selling extremely well since it was launched in 1986. It is regarded as Ford's flagship model. It takes the administrative and luxury route and the price is very affordable. Many public departments like to use this car for daily business use. In Britain, the local automobile industry is actually not doing well anymore. Mid to low-end cars are dominated by American and German car brands. British car companies can only occupy some high-end markets, such as Rolls-Royce and Bentley, Jaguar, Aston Martin and other brands. Taking advantage of the darkness, the black Ford Taurus slowly parked in front of Karami's house, behind the Cromwell tank. Under the cover of the tank, the situation here could not be seen clearly from inside the villa. Two big men in black trench coats got out of the car carrying a few things that looked like suitcases and quietly handed them to the maintenance man on the tank, who was responsible for repairing the tank. There is an instruction manual in the box. This is different from the one you used before. This one has the latest noise reduction technology. If you don't know how to operate it, you can read the instruction manual first. Stop talking nonsense. I can use it. You should retreat quickly and be careful. The people on the tank seemed a little impatient, grabbed the box, and started chasing people away. The big man in a windbreaker didn't take it personally. He shrugged and patted the people next to him, then returned to the car. The slight sound of the self-priming engine increased slightly, and the black car disappeared into the night with the help of the night point. It's 9:30 in the evening, a time that's neither too early nor too late, just right for conversation point tonight. Calamy invited his sister Annabel to come to the house to discuss things. The two sisters look so good. It cannot be said that the country and the city were overwhelmed. At least it was the village and the toilet. The face shapes of the younger sister Annabel and the elder sister are very similar. Both of them look like menopausal yellow-faced women pretending to be schoolgirls in the study. Calamy sat on the main seat. Andrew made tea for her, lit a cigarette, stood behind her, and took the initiative to rub her shoulders. Calamy held the cigarette in her mouth and took a deep breath into her lungs. She exhaled a long stream of smoke, and her sister Annabel, who was sitting opposite her, didn't care either. Her sister has this character and has always been domineering at home. Sister, I've been reading the newspapers these days. Why did Andrew get into trouble with that Earl Allen again? Snort. Calamy snorted heavily, squinted his eyes, stared at the cigarette in his hand, moved the corners of his mouth a few times, and said with a hoarse voice, "These Highcloth tribe of dogs are all clowns. I just don't want to be acquainted with her until I have my hands free." Annabelle looked at her sister speechlessly. The so-called Highgroves. Highgroves refer to the Highgrove manor that Boss Cha loves most, and the Highgroves refer to the people who often appear in that manor. These people have Boss Chas Capel, the old butler Alan's father, and several other minor nobles. They are all the confidants of Boss Cha. Based on the knowledge of these people, no one wants to see Boss Cha get divorced, let alone Calamy taking over. Alan is not the only one who hates Calamy, but many people hate her. Checking the boss's confidants, there are not many who like her. So, for Calamy, these people who hate her are simply called the Highgrove tribe by her, which is considered a contemptuous name. Keep an eye on Princess Anne these days. This little slut won't be able to dance for a few more days. Have you made arrangements for tomorrow's news? I've arranged everything. Following Calamy's question, Annabelle quickly reported, "Sister, if you let that Alan continue to make trouble, will you always be like this?" Annabelle pointed in the direction of the gate. When she came, she had to pass in front of the tank. Not to mention the inconvenience, it was unreasonable to have someone block the gate like this for several days. Calamy took a deep breath, took another puff of cigarette, and stared at the overhead lamp with some melancholy. In a quarrel between women, even if the other party is a princess, she still dares to scold him. But facing Alan, she always felt a little weak. The shadow of a famous tree. When she was with Boss Cha would occasionally talk to her about Alan. This made Camilla know more about Alan than ordinary people in the outside world know about Alan. Much. At least she knows something. Although this Alan may not look young, he is very powerful. This awesomeness literally means that he is a master who never suffers losses. He was backed by Boss Cha. He was young and frivolous, and felt quite lawless in his work. He would kill people without making a move. Although there were no reports from the outside world, Calamy knew that this Alan was not easy to deal with. Even Boss Cha was occasionally troubled by him. If he hadn't always been loyal, he would have died 800 times facing such a person. You can't talk as much as you did with Princess Anne, not to mention that he is related to Diana. Calamy is really afraid of Alan. If he angers the other person, this person is really afraid of him. Dare to do something to her. After thinking about it, Calamy also had a headache. She had always been strong, but now someone blocked the door of her house and wrote letters to scold him every day. Although he was scolding Andrew, she couldn't help but notice this kind of accusation. This Alan Andrew, please bear with me for a few days. For people like him, the patience will pass. Don't anger him. The most important thing for us now is my identity. Andrew, who was standing behind Calamy, paused slightly as he rubbed her shoulder. Although his face was not good looking, he still managed to squeeze out a smile and said, "Calamy, it doesn't matter if I endure it. As long as you remember, I will wait for you. Just promise me what you want to do after it's done." Don't worry. Isn't it just a title? The king can grant it a special title. As long as I'm here, the benefits will definitely be yours, as a descendant of a nobleman without a title. Andrew still has pursuits, but his pursuits are somewhat ulterior. Most people pursue a wealthy businessman, a wealthy family, and a beautiful woman in their arms, but he has always had a noble dream, However, the main lineage of their family is still there, and trying to grab the title is almost like courting death. Unless all the people in the main lineage are dead, they will choose someone from his collateral descendants. Well, according to this situation, Dain cannot be knighted now, unless he makes a huge contribution. Andrew is not a scientific research material. If he wants to get an honorary knighthood such as the Nobel Prize, let alone think about it. In addition, he also looked down upon these lowest knighthoods. Now that I can't get a title through various channels, I have to resort to some crooked ways. For example, to make friends with someone from the royal family, this person's status must be high enough, preferably high enough to directly and decisively determine his title. Point with Andrew's brain circuit. He had just one candidate, his wife, Boss Chaz's old lover Karami. Although she is his wife, she is just a wife. Compared with her title, which one is more important? Of course it's a title. So why not help your wife become the future queen? As long as she ascends to the throne, won't she have hope for her title by then? Not to mention a knight, even a baron or viscount will be at your fingertips. As for the higher ones, it's not like the earl can't think about it. It just so happened that Karami had always had this idea, and the two hit it off immediately. Therefore, over the years, the outside world has always believed that, even if Andrew knew that he had been cheated, he would not dare to say anything. But he actually enjoyed it himself. Although his wife can bring back the boss's protein every time she comes back to check, Andrew doesn't mind it. It's a good thing, and the more he brings, the better, as long as their relationship is good. There is hope for their title. For the sake of title, what are you afraid of being aggrieved like now, sister? Why don't we take a step further? Annabelle sat forward. Although there were only 3 of them in the study, her tone still lowered a little involuntarily. How to go further? Karami still values his sister very much. Many times, her younger sister plays a role of a dog-headed strategist in front of her. The two sisters have been working together very well over the years and discuss everything. Of course, when Karami gets the benefits, she will share some with her sister. What a blessing to share, sister. Your birthday is in July. There are still nearly 2 months left. How about we prepare a birthday party for you and invite Diana to attend? While waiting for the party, I will quietly bring some media over. If he deliberately provokes her and makes her look embarrassed in public, His Highness will definitely not help her, and they will definitely quarrel over it. So won't your chance come? Oh, Karami thought about the current Princess Anne, whose reputation had been ruined by him. With this premise, the psychological pressure on Boss Cha would be less. In more than a month, he would force the palace again, and force Boss Cha make her choice, and take advantage of the moment when Diana's image in his mind is the worst point. This is a good plan from my sister. Okay, you can arrange the banquet. I'll make an appointment with the boss tomorrow to see if we can set the banquet location at his Highgrove Manor. Haha, since we want to make her embarrassed, we'll do it in one step and hold it at her home. My birthday party. Karami's voice has become hoarse because of the anger in the past 2 days, and he laughs like a male duck, which is extremely ugly. Looking at their sister and smiling at each other, the two of them began to look forward to a successful and high-ranking life in the future. Do you still have to live in such a rubbish neighborhood and suffer the consequences? As for that Alan, humph, how dare he go to Highgrove Manor to block the door? Hiss. Fake. Scared me, too. Big men nestled in the Cromwell tank. A big man bent over the hatch of the turret, holding a receiving device like a small speaker in his hand. There is a strong man below wearing headphones, listening to the goings on in the villa. The equipment they have is a current high-tech gadget called a noise-reducing version of a directional radio eavesdropping device. The maximum range can listen to speech in the specified direction. Within a range of 100 meters with this thing, there is no need to take the risk of installing a bug or the like, but this thing also has several shortcomings. It can only be used in a specific direction. If you step on it well, the sound pickup range of this thing is relatively small, and when the noise is too noisy, the effect will be greatly reduced. Therefore, it is difficult to use when there is loud external noise during the day. It can only be used when it is quiet at night. Moreover, the distance of this thing is limited to only a few dozen meters. if they don't park the tank directly in front of someone's house now. In other cases, they can only take advantage of the night and quietly squat in the corner to eavesdrop. But that method is extremely dangerous as they are now hiding in the tank and eavesdropping openly. That's very good point, and the people inside never imagined that people would be targeted like this outside. What's your name? What's wrong? The big man holding the radio device was startled by the shouts below, and the device in his hand was subconsciously put back into the tank. Fake. That woman burst out laughing while she was talking. Doesn't she know how awful her voice is? I turned the volume up to the maximum, and my ears almost broke. Chapter 369 Danger. You know too much. HMPH. Stop complaining. It's just that the sound is a little louder and it scares me to death. Keep listening and don't miss anything. The big man complained, put the radio device out of the tank again, and continued to listen. Since it is a noise reduction version, this thing simply ignores some very low decibel sounds. But in this case, you have to turn the sound in the headphones to the maximum to prevent missing important information. But in this case, if the eavesdropper suddenly speaks loudly, the effect on the eavesdropper's ears will be sore. No less than beating gongs and drums in the ear of a sleeping person. Your Highness, it's so late. Why don't you rest here for one night before leaving? Alan persuaded him as he walked, looking extremely reluctant to give up. Boss Cha came here not so much to ask questions, but to find someone to vent to. In the end, he didn't blame Alan too much. Since Alan has received the order from the Queen, Boss Cha is not going to care about it. Alan is a child who is loyal to him. He can tell him directly about such things. This is enough, and the other things are no longer important. Without the excuse to accuse Alan, Boss Cha is not going to stay here any longer. The two were walking in the small courtyard, and Alan watched Boss Cha walking in a muffled voice without speaking. After thinking for a while, he continued, Your Highness, do you know a person named Dodi? Hearing Gao Alan ask this, Boss Cha paused, turned his head, and looked at Alan for dozens of seconds, and then said, Have you seen this Egyptian? Now that Alan could call Dodi's name, Boss Cha immediately thought of other places. For example, Diana took Dodi to see Alan. As for why Boss Cha thinks this way, what doesn't he know? Boss Cha's expression turned gloomy when he thought of Diana and Dodi. He could pretend he didn't know some things, but the premise was not to mention these things in front of him. As long as he mentions it, he can't pretend that he doesn't know. She is his wife who has not yet divorced. Even if he has not touched her for several years, she is still his wife in the legal sense. Your Highness, I saw him Shianshan a few days ago, and I caught him. I couldn't hold it back for a moment. So I gave him a small lesson, and caused him a few small injuries. Alan rubbed his hands. To be honest, he didn't know what happened to Dodi now. Anyway, he had no hands or feet. This was considered a small injury, right? Oh. Where did you see him? It turned out that he had made a mistake again. Boss Cha even blamed himself at this moment. What happened to him recently? How could he subconsciously blame Alan repeatedly? Correct thinking of this, Boss Cha remembered that she seemed to have mentioned Alan when she was dating Karami a few days ago, and then, have you been influenced by her? Boss Cha sometimes makes a very clear distinction between a courtier and a lover. Ministers are very important, especially ministers with a background like Alan. Even more important, Alan's identity not only has symbolic meaning, but Alan himself is also very loyal to himself and his lover. Although lovers are also important, the two cannot be confused. As for myself, I was almost influenced by my lover and wrongly blamed Alan. She was even influenced by her and almost became prejudiced against Alan. This is not good. This is not good. Boss Cha squinted his eyes and thought for a moment, then looked at Alan with a much softer gaze. Even his voice when he spoke was no longer so deep. Did you hit him? That kind of villain is just like his good for nothing father. They are all villains. Just hit him. It doesn't matter. Alan stared blankly at Boss Cha, who seemed to have changed his face and seemed to have a smile on his face again. He couldn't help but be confused. What is going on? How about changing faces? Or are you happy to hear that Dodi was slightly injured? Thinking of this, Alan decided to let Boss Cha continue to be happy. Your Highness, since it's okay if I beat Dodi, then if I beat his father too, it'll be okay. This group of Egyptian garbage and lost dogs, as long as they mess with you, you can deal with them how you want, without asking me, boss. Chad was cheerful and his walking pace slowed down a bit. I just knew them and played a few games of polo with Dodi, that's all. Okay, your highness. Then I can rest assured. When I first caught him, he was still yelling at me about his relationship with your highness. Alan finally felt relieved when he heard what Boss Chat said. This time, theoretically speaking, no one in the whole of Great Britain can save the father and son. Queen. Why are their faces so big? Can they contact the Queen? Why does the Queen care about an ordinary wealthy foreign businessman? And besides the Queen and Boss Chap, everyone else, Alan is not afraid of others either, thinking of being able to get Herods tomorrow. Alan's depressed mood due to being questioned by Boss Chap became visibly better. The feeling of robbing other people's things is so cool. What kind of bullshit business? What kind of strategic vision? You just invest in the construction, and when you finish it, if I like it, it's mine. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it. Low-end business war. Intrigues in the stock market. High-end business war. Grab it directly. Love as much as you want after waking up, washing up, and having breakfast. Alan saw at a glance a draft transfer agreement that had just been drafted on the dining table. It is an agreement regarding the transfer of ownership of Harrods, although this thing has not been completely transferred, and there are still many procedures to be completed in the follow-up. It is already a good start. This means that this department store, which has a history of 100 years and is known as the most complete range of goods in Europe, has changed hands several times. At this moment, he finally changed his surname to Hill, and from now on this department store will belong to him, Mr. Allen, HMM. Thinking about it, it seems that, since I came to this world, I have never been to a shopping mall. I always open my mouth and have servants get me whatever I want. I never take any money with me when I go out. Alan suddenly wanted to visit this department store and experience the joy of shopping for ordinary people. HMM. No rush. Let's eat first and let me see what new scandalous information is in today's newspaper. Alan picked up the first newspaper. The front page headline was about a scandal about a certain president of the Bank of France. Turning over the subboard. This winter is expected to be the coldest in decades. Citizens are reminded to prepare supplies for the winter in advance, especially those in remote areas. They should buy oil, stock up on firewood, and cut down trees as soon as possible. What is this mess? Where is Karamir's little secret? Where is Princess Anne's little secret? I don't read gossip, and my breakfast doesn't even taste good. When I wake up, you show me this. Alan picked up several other newspapers, and there were none of them. There was a heated quarrel in their newspapers yesterday, but today all the news about Princess Anne, the Duchess of Alba, and Karamir have disappeared. It disappeared so suddenly, as if the heat of the past few days was fake. Alan specifically looked at the time in the newspaper. It was today's date. They were all mainstream newspapers. What was going on? Judging from the collective silence in today's newspapers, Alan suddenly felt that this scene seemed familiar. There is only one explanation for this situation. They were noisy so much that they annoyed the old lady, and then as long as the old lady speaks, who in the entire British media community dares not to listen? Only she has the ability to silence the collective silence of these media outlets who are willing to risk their lives, ethics, and lower limits for the sake of news. Thinking of this, Alan was still a little confused. Why does the Queen always have to wait until things are about to get out of hand just before taking action? If you really want to take action, why not stop it as soon as it starts to show signs of happening? Instead, wait until the news has been brewing for a few days and it is almost embarrassing before taking action. Isn't this just taking off your pants and farting? Or the Queen doesn't read the daily newspapers very much, so the news is a little lagging. Alan was suddenly stunned and thought of another possibility. Although this possibility is ridiculous, sometimes reality is often magical. It is said that the Queen is very busy every day and she also wants to amuse her group of corgis. I still have to read letters from all over the world and deal with official duties. It is not impossible to read only a few newspapers or read them every few days. In short, this quasi-gong fight incident ended so suddenly. This made Alan worry about gains and losses, and he had nothing to eat today. So other things he has been doing recently considered completed. The plan ended halfway through. The Queen didn't give him a signal, and Alan didn't understand this fake point. Regardless, Alan thought about it and decided to continue doing his own thing. Since he didn't receive any signal, he would proceed as planned. Alan didn't see the little stone until he finished breakfast and wiped his mouth. When I was eating breakfast, I would always stand next to me when I was a child. What happened today? Where's Xiao? Why haven't you seen him, Master? Mr. Stone just put these things away and went to work. He specifically told me that if you ask him, let me tell you that he will be back soon. When Alan was about to continue asking, Xiao was already trotting over with a piece of information. What did you do? What are you busy with so early in the morning? Alan twisted his neck. There was no gossip news this morning. He always felt that there was something wrong with him. He was a little bored and confused for a while, and he was quite uncomfortable with it. Master, 2 things. First, Muhammad Fayoko is still waiting for you outside. Do you want to see him? Second, tell him to get lost. I don't have time to see him. Ask him to complete the follow-up procedures quickly. You can just talk about the second thing. Thinking of that old guy, Alan secretly admired him. He just broke his hand yesterday, but he can bring it with the injury today. The old guy works hard, but it's no use. No matter how pitiful the weak are, they are worthless in the eyes of the strong. The second thing is that the young master sent back an important tape late at night last night. Our transcript was released. I think you should take a look at yesterday's stuff. Oh, Alan's eyes lit up. Isn't this right? He finally asked someone to get the eavesdropping equipment from Me6, and he got something on the same day. Is the American equipment so useful? I have to say that in some crooked fields, the high technology developed by the Yankees is still very useful. Looking at the information in Xiao's hand, Alan took it and read it as he walked. The High Grove. What is this stuff? I'm far away in Wales, and am I classified as a high grove by this old lady? Damn, the Sandrew is really weird. Alan thought he was going to be mad to death these days. Who knew he could happily discuss plans with Karami? And he also cares about the title. Are you doing this just for a title? Damn it, what are you thinking about? Alan looked at the information in his hand and opened his mouth slightly. He was a little confused. Even though his current concepts had been almost assimilated, there were some things that he still couldn't figure out. Looking down, he saw the birthday party planned by the 2 sisters. After reading their plan word for word, Alan stopped suddenly and almost let a small stone behind him hit him. This plan, speaking of it, is quite vicious. It is really the most poisonous thing for women. He wanted to hold Diana's birthday party at her nominal home and planned to anger Diana on the spot and then force the palace to investigate the boss. This move is indeed very interesting. If you didn't know about this plan, it would really be a bit unprepared for them to suddenly do this. But now wasn't this plan already known to me in advance? Eavesdropping is a really good thing. We must increase our efforts and carry it forward in the future. Alan squinted his eyes and stared at the plan on the document. Small stone. Master, I'm here. Alan glanced around and saw several servants in the distance removing tablecloths and packing things. You arrange for someone to collect all her information. Isn't she planning a birthday party for her sister? Get rid of her within 3 days. Also, see if you can get me one of her personal belongings. Alan pointed to the information, Karami's sister, and explained the plan to Xiao word by word. Boss Cha only said not to touch Karami, but her sister, Boss Cha, never said that. Now that he knows that he is a dog-headed strategist, he is hostile to himself. Faced with this potential threat, Alan became more ruthless. This woman must not be kept. Why wait for her to arrange the plan and then wait for the sisters to join forces to deal with her in the future? Alan didn't want to give her such a chance at all. Faced with the threat, he had to take decisive action to nip the danger in the bud. No matter who she was, as long as she was a threat, kill her. Kill your sister first, and then your husband. I wonder if Karami will be happy with this as a birthday gift. Ah. Master, Zaro. Shitao subconsciously took the information, looked at the people on the information, pondered for a long time, nodded and said, then start outside. Humph, she doesn't live in London. Just take advantage of her traveling back and forth these days, and do something clean on the road. Okay, I understand. I'll arrange for someone to go home and call someone. Zaro. Shitao closed the document, and prepared to resign. etc. Alan. Stop Zaro Shitao. Under Zaro Shitao's probing eyes, he said, prepare the car. I want to take a walk today, and go to Harrods. I want to see my new property. Chapter 370 Smartphone. Harrods is located in Knightsbridge, London, with Knightsbridge Underground station at the door and close to Buckingham Palace. It has an excellent location point. The total area is about 4.5 acres, and the floor area is 1 million square feet. When converted, it is about 110,000 square meters. It is currently the second largest department store in the world, the other being New York's Macy's, which is exactly the same size as Harrods currently. The department store has more than 300 departments, about 4,000 to 5,000 employees from dozens of countries around the world, and more than 40 delivery vehicles. Harrods or Harrods are both the names of this department store. The difference is only in the translation. According to current custom, they are both literal translations of typhoon in Hong Kong, so it is called Harrods. There is no need to say more about the history of this department store. Anyway, it is quite inspiring. The founder started from a small store and slowly developed it to the current scale. It is really. Alan got out of the car and looked at Harrods, feeling a little emotional point. If he had a personality like his, he wouldn't be able to have such an inspiring career. There was a fire in the middle of this department store, and it was later rebuilt, which is the current building shape. Point generally speaking, the overall architectural appearance of the current Harrods department store also belongs to the Victorian style. This style is the favorite architectural style of the older generation in Britain. It is luxurious and grand point, but their Victorian style is not too pure. It also incorporates some architectural styles and palace styles of ancient Rome. It sounds complicated anyway, but after seeing it in person, it feels okay. Alan likes the color of their home's facade the most. There is a layer of terracotta on the outside, and the whole thing has a yellowish feel. People here call it rose gold. Alan originally wanted to clear the entire Harrods department store. Although it was still morning, there was already a lot of traffic. There were tens of thousands of customers shopping here at the same time. So many people want to clear the place, not to mention how troublesome it is. The compensation alone is probably not a small number for customers and merchants combined. Alan originally cleared the place and wanted to show off, but in the end he decided to forget it. It was nice to go shopping with common people. He definitely wasn't worried about money. The weather in May was not too hot yet. Wearing a black mask, there were bodyguards in front of him to clear the way. Alan only brought about a dozen bodyguards, and the group walked into this long famous department store in a very streamlined manner. As soon as you enter the mall, the first feeling you get is so damn ugly. Originally, when I was outside, I saw a circle of national flags of various countries hanging around the mall, which was a bit vulgar. Who knew that? As soon as he came in, Alan almost suspected that he was dazzled. Although he has never been here before, he has somewhat heard of the famousness of Harrods department store. Is this the legendary department store whose extreme luxury has attracted wealthy people from all over Europe to come here to spend money? Is this a big fucking tomb? There was a golden Egyptian pharaonic style everywhere, with golden decorations like the shells of pharaoh's coffins hanging on the walls. Alan even saw the Sphinx in the distance. So confused, this stupid Egyptian father and son bought this department store, invested nearly £400 million, renovated it, and finally ended up like this. Why don't you knock down the building and rebuild a pyramid? It just so happens that, if the queen is gone in the future, there is a pyramid not far away. It would be so considerate to bury her here. At that time, Alan, who was in trouble, Followed boss chatter, put on morning clothes, and have to carry the flags for a long distance. Alan was so speechless about this new interior decoration style that he even regretted coming here to inspect it today. Who goes to a huge shopping mall early in the morning. How damn unlucky. Even if he is not particular about it, Alan still subconsciously resists some things. Master, this is the manager of the shopping mall. This is Zio Shitao. Watched Alan standing at the entrance of the mall with his hands behind his back, staring at the mall in a daze. He was not planning to disturb his young master's inspection of the trophies. Butte after receiving the news, I came down to wait. The mall staff who were preparing to welcome Alan were also standing nearby. Both groups were standing at the entrance of the mall. This was a bit outrageous. Plus, Alan just stood still. Zio Shitao looked at the manager, then at Alan, gritted his teeth, and carefully used the introduction as an opportunity to secretly remind Alan. Oh, Alan suddenly came back to his senses and turned to look at the person pointed by the little stone. A middle-aged man in straight clothes was looking at him with an anxious expression. As soon as Alan's eyes met his, the manager subconsciously his body shook, just like a man shaking subconsciously after going to the toilet to relieve himself. Your Excellency. Hello, Your Excellency. I'm under Alan's scrutinizing gaze. The manager stuttered to the point that he couldn't even speak. He is usually extremely confident. As the manager of Harrods department store, what kind of scene has he not seen before? Stars, celebrities, writers from various countries, various aristocratic women, members of the royal family, etc., and even the queen. He had seen from a distance once. Normally, it was just a nobleman who came. As soon as he came, it was not like he had never seen him before. But today is different. The manager had seen the miserable state of his boss last night. The entire palm of his hand had been chopped off. It was not a sharp weapon, but a blunt instrument. The boss did not say who did this. He only said that after tonight, this Harrods department store will change its owner, and now the new owner of Harrods is here. The manager knew very well about the celebrities, nobles, and even members of the royal family that he had met before. They paid attention to their appearance and were gentle and elegant when they were out. Even when they talked to him, they were very polite and gentlemanly. But this one in front of me, he doesn't seem to be this kind of person. Just by looking at his eyes, a well-informed manager can guess a lot about him. This is definitely a ruthless character, and unlike those nobles in the past, this is a kind of noble who doesn't even bother to do superficial things. A real noble, an extremely cruel and arrogant noble. Master, this kind of look is very cold, even a little disgusting, and there is also a kind of subconscious arrogance in his eyes. The other person is aloof, and even looking at the manager seems to be the glory of the manager. If a person with strong self-esteem sees this kind of look, his mentality will definitely explode on the spot. But not the manager. In the big environment of Great Britain, few ordinary civilians would have any bullshit self-esteem when facing nobles. Class consciousness is planted in the hearts of most people from birth. Alan waved his hand and signaled to the manager that there was no need to introduce himself. With such a bad mentality, he was so nervous to see the new boss. With this kind of mentality, it would be difficult for him to achieve great things with the first impression. Coupled with the vulgar decoration inside the department store, Alan became even more disgusted with the current Harrods department store. This place is broken. Boss, this is your tour guide. She. Okay, let her stay and you go do your work. Looking at the manager, who was stumbling over his words, Alan stretched out his index finger and almost told him to get out. After getting Alan's permission, the manager breathed a sigh of relief, gave an encouraging look to the little tour guide next to him, then saluted Alan, and then left quickly. Well, sir, boss, it's an honor to be your tour guide. My name is Yasin Rainier, an Arab. Next, I will lead you to visit the mall. Don't be afraid of not having the goods. Just be afraid of comparing goods with the manager's comparison. The little tour guide organized his language a little, put his hands on his waist and folded them, and looked at Alan with a smile on his face, waiting for his instructions. Okay, let's go and take a walk. Alan still walked in front with his hands behind his back and his mask on. Yasin Rainier took 2 steps at a trot, her high heels screeching as she stepped on them. She walked half a step behind Alan, raised her head slightly, and glanced at Alan's profile. He was so strong. His golden hair was extremely flowing. Even with a mask on, the look he gave her made her heart beat faster. She could tell that he was a very masculine young man, or a handsome guy. "Boss, where do you want to see first, Yasin?" Rainier asked Alan cautiously, because Alan was more than a head taller than her, and their strides were different. When Alan took one step, she needed to take 1.5 steps, so the relationship between the two looked very strange. Alan seemed to be walking slowly and watching, while Yasin Rainier seemed to be trotting after Alan. "Take me to the place where mobile phones are sold." Alan twisted his neck, and his cervical vertebrae crackled as he twisted his neck. Although he didn't look like a good person, after twisting like this suddenly, it was really comfortable. The group of people walked to the escalator. Alan looked at the elevator, that looked like an Egyptian pharaoh, and was completely speechless. This elevator looked like his mother was taking him down the tomb passage of the tomb, which always felt weird. Alan, who was a little jealous, turned to look at the little tour guide following him. I didn't pay attention to her just now, and now there was nothing to see in the elevator, so I could only look at her looking carefully. Ellen remembered. Did she just say that she was Arab? TSK, let's just say it looks weird and exotic. As an Arab, she does not look like an ordinary Middle Easterner, nor does she look like an Indian. This little tour guide named Yasin Rainier has dark brown hair, as if she has used Rejoice too much. It is flowing and straight. She just tied it into a small ponytail, making it look very business and pure shape. The face shape is more European, with deep eye sockets and a straight bridge of the nose. It looks like a blend of Europeans and Middle Easterners. Although she is not particularly stunning in appearance, she is the type that looks very attractive and tastes good. Mainly fresh. He has seen too many girls with blonde hair and big waves. At first glance, Alan found this kind of exotic girl very fresh. For no reason, Alan suddenly thought, wouldn't it be interesting if he acted like a domineering president forcibly bullying a young tour guide? No, it's too low. Thinking of this, Alan withdrew his gaze from Yasin Rainier and asked naturally, "Why are you an Arab? Why do you come here to work?" Yasin Rainier stood next to Alan, holding onto the elevator handrail, and looked at Alan carefully. The clothes on his body had no brand, and judging from the precision of the wiring, it seemed that this thing was handmade. It has a bit of perfume that I don't know what it smells like. It's very quiet and not pungent. It's the kind of perfume that's suitable for men. There are no accessories on the hands. The white palms and phalangeal joints are very beautiful. There seems to be a little callus on the right hand. However, as a man, it is normal for the hands to be rough. Just as he raised his head, ready to take another peek at Alan, he suddenly found that the boss was looking at him with a very strange look. Yasin Rainier did not dare to lower her head, so she tried her best to show a gentle smile that she thought was very obedient. Her eyes slowly moved down, not daring to look at Alan. The two of them had been suffering like this for who knows how long. It was not until she heard Alan's question that Yasin Rainier breathed a sigh of relief, twisted slightly, stood up straight, and said, "Boss, I'm the Egyptian American, a fresh graduate from Cairo University." "Our boss? No. The previous boss was recruiting in Egypt last year, so I applied, and then I came to London." "Oh. Are there many Egyptian employees in the mall?" Alan's heart suddenly moved when he heard this seemingly inconspicuous information. This old guy is quite shrewd. The mall has been decorated in an Egyptian pharaonic style, and even the staff are recruited from Egypt. What is he trying to do? It's not too many. There were 200 to 300 people in our group from Egypt. I don't know much about them." Yasin Rainier blinked and looked at Alan with an obedient expression. Alan suddenly stretched out his hand, which startled Yasin Rainier. Before she could think about it, she said, "Be careful and watch your steps." When he got to the second floor, Alan subconsciously pretended to be a gentleman and reminded Yasin Rainier, who was wearing high heels, his gesture of reaching out to stop. Yasin Rainier was stopped. His arm was in front of her, soft, touching, but not seeming to be touching. Anyway, Alan gave a reminder and walked forward, leaving Yasin Rainier alone standing there with a flushed face. Today's electronic goods area is not as fancy as the smartphone stores of the future. The overall feeling is very business-like. These days, Things like mobile phones are not particularly friendly to ordinary people. And in Great Britain, this thing is not strictly needed. Many people have not adapted to the emergence of mobile phones. Except for business people, ordinary people have not yet reached the point where everyone has a mobile phone. The cheapest mobile phone is the Big Brother, but the size is much smaller from the big black brick before. It is now the size of 2 cigarette boxes, but the price is not cheap. The price is easily £300 to £400, which is more than the average person's income in about half a month. Suddenly a promotional facade caught Alan's attention. This was the second time today that he wanted to rub his eyes. The first time was when he first entered the mall and was shocked by the eye-catching decoration style. What appeared in front of Alan now was a mobile phone with a large display. A nearly full-screen phone. Although its screen was not colorful, the huge smartphone words on the promotional facade subconsciously swayed Alan. This is 1992. This is not 2022. Where did you get the smartphone? Chapter 371, Meeting the Princess by Chance. At this moment, Alan didn't know how to describe his mood. In these days, the internet had just appeared. It took a long time to open a web page and a long time to load a picture. Who made this smartphone? Could it be some time traveler? What do you mean by a smartphone? Take one and let me see. Alan even walked to the counter of this IBM brand, regardless of his identity, and said something to the waiter. Hello, sir. The waiter watched as a large number of people came around the counter. The big men in black clothes in front looked like bodyguards, and the lady looked like the secretary. And the man who spoke, he doesn't look like a boss, but like a rich second generation, or a nobleman. Noble. When the waiter thought of this, he subconsciously straightened his back and looked at the other person's blonde hair. If this person is really a noble, then there is a high probability that he is a British noble, and he needs to be treated well. Thinking of this, the waiter's smile became brighter and he explained, our smartphone is not yet on the market. There are only models on the counter. It is now in the pre-sale and display stage. Take out the model and tell me about it. Alan didn't look behind him at all. As soon as he bent his waist, Yazin Rainier very wisely pushed a small swivel chair under Alan, just enough for him to sit on it. Holding a so-called pre-sale smartphone model in hand. Alan looked left and right. To be honest, looking at it up close, he was slightly disappointed. This thing is slightly larger than an ordinary mobile phone. The overall shape of the phone is like a straight mobile phone, but the area in the middle of the mobile phone is used as a button area in previous mobile phones. As for this mobile phone, the buttons have been cancelled, and instead a long screen has been installed. The model couldn't be turned on, so the waiter bent down and explained to Alan with a brochure. This mobile phone is the first generation smartphone jointly created by IBM and Bell South, compared with the current mobile phones on the market that only have the function of making calls. This thing actually integrates functions such as a digital assistant, pager, fax machine, calendar, world clock, calculator, notepad, email, games and more. After such a comparison, theoretically speaking, this is indeed a smartphone. It is so damn smart that it can actually send emails and connect to the internet. It was as if, while everyone was still fighting with swords, someone suddenly took out an old-fashioned single-shot rifle. Although both are backward, the latter is obviously an era behind the former. When he was a little disappointed, but Alan was very excited to see this thing today. How to put it? It's like a person traveling in the long river of time and suddenly feels that the long river of time is flowing. Alan hasn't played mobile or computer games for many years. Too much time has passed, and he has become accustomed to writing letters and reporting in person. It was not until he saw this mobile phone today that Alan felt a real sense that a new era was about to come. In a few years, the technology tree of mobile phones will be greatly improved. First, the size will be reduced, then functions will be added, and finally it will become more and more uncontrollable, moving from 2G to 3G, then 4G, etc. With the development of the internet, life will become more and more colorful in the future. Will the slow pace of life of old British people change? Alan didn't know. Anyway, he was looking forward to this day. The electronics factory at home, which he had blackmailed from the list and his sons, was prepared for this day. Now, although the electronics factory can only produce the most rubbish single board game consoles, as long as you give him time, you can get a share of this industry in the future. Point at the moment Alan looked at the mobile phone model in his hand again. He Americans, it's time for Mr. Allen to poach you again. You have such talents, but you can actually come up with such a smartphone in this technological environment. Don't blame Mr. Allen and me. Jumped out to pick peaches. Judging from Alan's experience, even though their mobile phone looks flashy, the sales volume will most likely be rubbish. Point, because its screen is too big, the battery cannot be too big, and the standby time is very short. In addition, the current network environment is so poor, and it still has a gross network to clean up all these flashy things. It can be said that the path of smartphones is both right and wrong. When their phone fails, it will be time to poach themselves. When will your mobile phone be officially launched, sir? According to the plan, if everything goes well, we will launch it in the second half of next year. We are still in the final verification stage of the mobile phone. If we encounter special circumstances, there is a small chance that the release will be postponed. As you know, the technology on this mobile phone is currently, it's really too advanced. The waiter kept smiling throughout the whole process and tried his best to introduce. Alan nodded, saying it easily. Isn't that just painting a pie? It will take at least a year, or nearly 2 years, to build this thing. What will mobile phones have developed by then? At the very least, the miniaturization of mobile phones must be successful. When the time comes, people will have palm-sized mobile phones. If your family builds such a big mobile phone, it will be strange for you not to die. No matter how many functions it has, it is of no use. The most important function of mobile phone these days is to make calls. It is convenient. If it is too big, its disadvantages are too obvious when compared with small mobile phones. Feeling confident, Alan put down the mobile phone model, made a tipping gesture towards Zio Shitao, nodded to the waiter without saying a word, stood up and left. A bodyguard hurriedly took 2 steps, and in the surprised eyes of the waiter, he counted out several 50 denomination British pounds, handed it to her hand and said, "Your Majesty, this is for your hard work." After saying this, the bodyguard trotted 2 steps and followed the team away. After leaving the mobile phone store and other places, to be honest, Alan suddenly felt that there was nothing he needed to visit. The things inside are like clothes. He no longer wears such popular clothes. At his level, even underwear is hand customized. He doesn't care about the products outside at all, where in addition to these other things, such as jewelry, etc., there is a goldsmith in the family, and there is no need for him to buy other things. Really gone. Damn it, I came to Harrods today, and it was so fucking annoying. The decoration was rubbish and there wasn't much to buy. Alan sniffed and motioned to Yaz and Rainier to take him to a coffee shop or some other place to sit for a while and have a cup of coffee. He couldn't just walk around and leave. It would appear that he was too perfunctory, and it wouldn't be good if he was misunderstood by the people below. Although not many people know that Harrods has changed its owner, Alan is still prepared to stay a little longer to maintain a good image. On the large sofa, Alan crossed his legs holding the coffee cup in his hand. He looked at the street scene outside the window. To be honest, Alan didn't like to see this kind of street scene with extremely dense traffic. Prosperity is prosperity, but noisy. He was used to living in that damn place in Wales. When he came to a big city with such an urban style, he instinctively felt uncomfortable. He had to hold back on everything he did. He couldn't be as open-minded as he was at home. Very frustrating. However, when he thought that he wouldn't be able to stay in London for more than a few days, he would just treat it as a change of taste once in a while. With this thought, Alan's mood improved again when he looked at the red bus that had just passed by on the street. Yaz and Rainier was sitting not far from Alan. As an entourage, she could not sit directly opposite. She still understood this rule. At this time, she put her legs together and leaned slightly to one side, sitting upright, like a conscientious little secretary, drinking coffee and taking a nap with the boss. Tap tap tap. There was a rush of footsteps and the sound of high heels, and a slightly irritable female voice was mixed in with the messy footsteps. "I told you, stay away from me. I finally came to London once, and I only bought a few things. I'm a princess, and I only spent so much money. As for it, It's because our family has no money. Are you done, Your Highness? Your Highness, please slow down. The things here are really too expensive. Before coming, Your Majesty said that your consumption limit is limited. An old man who looked like a butler followed the girl and tried to persuade her earnestly. The girl was still carrying two shopping bags in her hands and glanced around. At this time, the cafe was full. There was an empty seat directly opposite Alan, but there were several big men around him who were not easy to mess with, so that no one dared to sit across from him. But this girl was very courageous, especially when she saw Alan. Her eyes lit up subconsciously, and her steps seemed to be uncontrollable. She couldn't help but walk to the sofa opposite Alan and spoke in a very ladylike manner. Asked, "Hello, is there anyone here? I'm tired from shopping and want to sit here and rest for a while." Alan frowned slightly. He was annoyed by noise the most. Before this person came over, he heard her whirring along the way. Now seeing her just walking across from him, it would be rude to refuse directly. Alan looked at the lady in the pink skirt expressionlessly and nodded slightly, which was regarded as a response. Martha Louise looked at Alan expectantly and nodded. Although he didn't speak, Martha Louise still felt very happy. Women will subconsciously be tolerant to handsome guys, let alone such a handsome guy with such good looks. No amount of tolerance is too much. Although this person seems to be very cold and doesn't like to talk, but in front of his appearance, everything is not a problem. She asked the butler to order. After ordering, Martha Louise sat down very ladylike, tilted her head, and looked at Alan. After thinking about it, she bent down and stood up. She took the initiative to stretch out her right hand and said, "Hello. Thank you. Allow me to sit here and rest. My name is Martha Louise from Norway. Nice to meet you." Xiao Shitao raised his eyebrows as soon as he heard the little girl's introduction. When she mentioned that she was from Norway, Xiao Shitao took a closer look at the face of the lady named Martha Louise. And then, as if he thought of something, he quickly walked behind Alan's sofa, bent down and whispered into Alan's ear, "Master, she seems to be the eldest princess of Norway." What the hell, princess? I can meet princesses wherever I go shopping." Alan subconsciously looked up at Martha Louise, who was still holding out her hand. This person's appearance. It's a bit kitsch. Although she doesn't look too old, European and American women tend to look very precocious. Generally, those who are 15 or 16 years old look very mature. If I remember correctly, if she is really the eldest princess of Norway, she should be about 20 years old this year, a few years younger than herself. People of her age give people a very mature feeling. This feeling, coupled with her appearance and the way she looks at herself, give people the feeling that she is very romantic. Thinking of this, Alan reluctantly put on a smile on his face, handed over his right hand, gently shook Martha Louise's little hand, and said his name smoothly, "Alan." Alan Hill. Unexpectedly, as soon as her fingers touched her hand, Martha Louise's index finger scratched Alan's palm very dishonestly. "Who am I? Where am I? Am I being seduced?" Alan rarely encounters such direct people. Alan Hill. This name looks so familiar. Are you the Earl who likes to make movies? Earl of Carmarthen. When Martha Louise heard Alan's name, her eyes brightened even more, and she didn't let go of Alan's hand, so she asked directly with a curious look on her face, "It should be me." Alan used his right hand slightly to pull away the hand held by Martha Louise, and looked at Yasin Rainier, who had been watching the excitement from the corner of his eye. "Go and do a survey for me. From the perspective of an ordinary customer, go buy something you like. Then report to me later. Just tell me about your shopping experience." Now that everyone had recognized him, Alan couldn't just run away, but there was a little light bulb next to him, so he felt a little uncomfortable. He thought of a random reason and prepared to send Yasin Rainier away first. "Boss." Yasin Rainier was slightly confused after listening to Alan's explanation. "What is this request?" "I just want to spend money. I want to see if there are any shortcomings here. Buy whatever you want. Go ahead." Xiao Shitao. Give her a card and send someone to follow her and help her carry things. Alan was too lazy to explain and waved his hand to tell her to go quickly. Martha Louise watched with a smile as Alan drove away his little secretary like a domineering boss, and the smile on her face became even wider. This is the traditional aristocracy of Great Britain, so grand. Although their family is theoretically related to Great Britain, her ancestors are also descendants of Queen Victoria, and even her father, the current King Harold V, still has the right to inherit the British throne. But they are all nobles, so the differences between them are huge. She had to be careful about everything she bought. She couldn't afford anything more expensive. Even if she bought some ordinary cosmetics, the housekeeper would nag her and look at her. "You are so generous to your secretary. What does it mean to buy casually?" If you can point. Thinking of this, Martha Louise looked at Alan even more. Only point, she has a carefree personality, but now that she met Alan, she fell in immediately. After sending Yasin Rainier away, Alan glanced at Martha Louise and asked, "Norwegian, are you the eldest princess of King Harold V?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 370, To the Poor Norwegian Royal Family. "Ah, I didn't expect you to recognize me, Martha." Louise looked surprised as she watched Alan directly tell her life experience. But Alan still had that indifferent expression. "It wasn't me who recognized you. It was my butler who recognized you. He reminded me and I remembered." Although Alan's words were very hurtful, Martha Louise was not angry at all after hearing this. Instead, she looked at the little stone with a smile on her face and praised, "This is the housekeeper of a traditional British aristocratic family. ? He is so strong, capable of both literary and military skills, and can also remind the host of the identity of the guest when he needs it most. He is truly well deserved." Martha Louise looked at Xiao with envy. This housekeeper didn't look very old. He was most likely not a senior housekeeper, but an intern housekeeper. But for such an intern housekeeper, his professionalism was as good as it is so powerful that it can accurately remember which noble is who, what is its name, and what status it is, and it can also remind the owner just right. It's not like his old butler, who can only gossip and nag, and will talk about himself for a long time, even if he spends money. In this comparison, the gap is too big. Martha Louise was so envious that she felt a little paralyzed. Just a few minutes after meeting Alan, the other person naturally exuded such confidence. This kind of background shocked Martha Louise completely. The reason why Alan is neither salty nor indifferent to the Norwegian eldest princess named Martha Louise is mainly because her family's sense of existence is too low, and it is a poor royal family. The Norwegian royal family is only slightly better off than the Swedish royal family. But they are both brothers in need, and both are poor in Alan's eyes. Let's talk about the eldest Princess Anne. Her family's Norwegian royal family. So far, the entire Norwegian royal family has only one car that belongs to them. The car was produced in 1930 and is now more than 60 years old. It is a classic car among classic cars. This car is older than the current king. In addition to this car, their family also has a royal yacht. It sounds awesome. But this yacht is also a classic yacht built in the 1930s and is more than 60 years old. There is also a royal train produced in the 1960s. In addition, their family has 6 palaces and gone. By the way, the most important thing is that their family is very thin. There are only 4 members in the family. This is all the members of the entire Norwegian royal family. King Harold V, Queen, eldest princess and crown prince. Gone. The eldest princess and the crown prince are not married yet. There are only 4 of them in the family, 6 palaces, a classic car, an old yacht, and an old train. These are all the assets of their family. With such assets, let alone the British royal family, even compared with Alan, they are not qualified. Therefore, facing such poor people, Alan has no interest at all. He is afraid that, if he gets involved with them, they will be too miserable and come to fight with him. Norwegian officials only give them more than £10 million in support fees from the Norwegian royal family every year. More than £10 million seems like a lot of money, but many people will never make that much money in their lifetime. But the Norwegian royal family has a lot of troubles. The 6 palaces need to be maintained and repaired every year. Face is the most important thing. In addition to these, the servants' wages must also be paid. With these 6 deceitful palaces, their family cannot have fewer servants. If there are too few, no one will look after the palace. If something happens to the palace, there will be no one. Sometimes you have to spend more money. In addition to these expenses, at the end of each year, their family of 4 would have only about £1 million left at their disposal. This does not include the maintenance fees for their classic car, yachts, and trains. With the remaining money, their family of 4 can eat, drink, have sex, attend various activities, and hang out with relatives, so their life is tight all year round. This is what they should do. What have you ordered? Do you need more? Alan kindly prepared to give the poor princess something to eat as a landlord, mainly because their family was too miserable. Although it was much better than ordinary people in the aristocratic world, this was already it's pretty miserable. No, it's good that you can let me sit here and rest. I'll buy your coffee, Marta. Louise seemed not to hear what Alan meant, and even took the initiative to ask Alan to drink coffee, although a cup of coffee was not valuable. Alan was still speechless by her fake generosity. Alan would feel guilty for spending a penny on them. No, pointing to the floor under his feet, Alan introduced casually, from today on, this place belongs to me. I just came over to take a look today and found that there is really nothing I want to buy here, so I just sat here and rested for a while. Alan said it very casually, but this sentence contained a lot of information. What do you mean, that this place belongs to you from today on? The famous Harrods department store has changed hands. Although this place was originally acquired by an Egyptian owner, it was said to have spent £400 million on renovation, and now you can see this decoration style. Even if the 400 million doesn't count, even if the market value of the department store itself is at least 6 to 7 billion pounds, does it belong to you so simply? This is 6 to 7 billion pounds, not 60 to 70,000 pounds. Marta Louise swallowed her saliva subconsciously. She had never seen so much money since she was a child. Look at people at such a young age. Not only does he have such high artistic achievements, but he is also so handsome, and his business talent is so high. This is indeed the existence of the top #1 man on the British island that women have a crush on. Here first, Princess Marta Louise looked at Alan with something even more wrong. If it was just the most primitive appreciation, now it has become the most primitive appreciation, coupled with the passion from the heart and yearning. I heard that this person has never been married, and there have been very few scandals. He has been obsessed with art. This is simply the top template for a perfect husband. Marta Louise looked at the seat next to Alan and wanted to sit over to get closer to Alan, but when she thought about it, what if she sat over so hastily and left a bad impression on the other person? For a person like Alan, there is definitely no shortage of women around him, even beautiful women. In addition, he also likes to make movies. Although he does not show his face to the outside world, he is very popular in the film and television industry. Marta Louise thought about it for a moment. Could a woman in the film and television industry resist the temptation of this person? Even a normal woman can't stand it, right? What advantage does it have to compare yourself with them? The identity of the princess, even though the other party was just an earl, he was still looking down on their family in terms of financial resources and strength. At this time, ranking could no longer be determined simply by title. If you want to get closer to the other person, or take the relationship further, you have to use a different approach. Thinking of this, Marta Louise suddenly had an idea, leaned forward, smiled and said to Alan, "Alan, I heard that you don't have a partner yet, right?" Alan looked at this little girl asking him this kind of question with a gossipy face, and felt a little bit disgusted. It was not polite to ask a friend he just met about a private topic. Alan shook his head and took it as an answer without saying anything. Then, do you believe in horoscopes? I'm very knowledgeable in this area. I can help you check it out. If you want to know more about it, I can also do divination, which is very accurate. Marta Louise's tone was gentle and seductive, and she looked at Alan expectantly. Even the fucking divination has come out. What are you going to tell me? I look amazing. I'm destined to be rich and wealthy. Those shabby cars and yachts in your family are suitable for me, and then sell me at a high price. Alan stared at Martha Louise for a long time. In Martha Louise's expectant eyes, he refused without mercy. I don't believe in horoscopes or divination. I believe in guns. Alan's answer once again calmed Martha Louise. It's okay to not believe in horoscopes and divination. Then you can say that you believe in science. What does it mean to believe in guns? Anyone else believe this? Alan's answer was really beyond Martha Louise's expectations for a moment. She even forgot her words. Alan looked at the somewhat dazed Martha Louise and stood up. He felt that this little girl was a little abnormal. She was chattering and talking nonsense. If I stayed with her for a little longer, I might be able to get something done. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. Little Stone, Master, I'm here. Leave someone with the princess and give them a 20% discount when they pay. Zaro. Shitao opened his mouth and reminded in a low voice, Master, Harrods does not have discounts other than during the discount season. I know. Can't we just make up for the discount? Let's go. After Alan said this, he nodded to Martha Louise and walked without any sloppiness and was extremely chic. He was retaining people and giving discounts, which made Martha Louise somewhat unresponsive. It wasn't until everyone had gone away that the housekeeper came over and touched her gently, reminding her in a low voice, Your Highness, this Your Excellency is really the housekeeper thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any words of praise. He usually didn't praise others very much, and he only regretted it when the book was used. Now he was a little stuck for a while. But Your Excellency's method of doing things is indeed very grand. He didn't just wave his hand and say free of charge. Although it looks more grand that way, they represent the Norwegian royal family. When they come out, it's a bit disrespectful to directly waive the bill. It's a matter of face, and a 20% discount is enough. Since I'm the new owner of this department store, although the discount is against the rules now, I use my personal money to subsidize the cost of the discount. This is a great way to give them face. Look, this is the face of the Norwegian royal family. They come to buy things at a discount. Although it's not much cheaper, it can be seen from this way of doing things that such a person is not simple. As expected, he was a traditional hereditary earl in Great Britain. All of them came from such orthodox old aristocratic families, and were all elites. The old housekeeper praised Alan again in his heart. When Alan returned to the manor, it was already close to noon. He had some lunch, took a short bath, and went for a walk in the morning. He was not in a particularly beautiful mood. He was a little depressed, so he simply took a lunch break. On the other side, Yasin Rainier followed Alan's order and picked out some things that she usually likes, but has been reluctant to part with and has no money to buy, such as a small bag, a pair of mid-heeled shoes, and a set of high-definition shoes dress. After buying 3 things, Yasin Rainier thought about it, went to the men's section, and bought another belt. That was all the purchases were made. She wasn't going to do exactly what Alan said and just buy whatever she wanted. Since she is only allowed to experience shopping, it is enough for her to experience several stores. People must learn to be content after getting her things and waiting for the bodyguard to pay the bill. Yasin Rainier was ready to go back to find Alan, but the bodyguard reminded her that the gentleman had already left. At this time, Yasin Rainier was a little dumbfounded. The boss left. What should she do now? Your Excellency said that if you finish shopping, you can go to the manor to find him. We can set off now. The bodyguard looked at Yasin Rainier, who looked helpless, and gave thoughtful suggestions. Going to the boss's manor? Well, let's go. Don't worry, we are in London. A manor in London? Yasin Rainier couldn't imagine the concept of having a private estate in London. This is a manor, not a villa. Manors refer specifically to houses with front and back gardens that are much larger than villas in a place like London, where land is at a premium. This was even more beyond her imagination than Herod's. Following the bodyguard back to the manor, Yasin Rainier looked at the several servants she met along the way. She had not seen the maids in this house yet, but these male servants all gave people a very special feeling. Weird feeling. Although they are also working, these male servants are all tall and strong. When they look at them, they give them that fierce look. This look is very familiar to Yasin Rainier. Her family used to live in Kuwait, where there was a lot of chaos in the past few years. There were many insurgents. The eyes of the soldiers were just like these servants, extremely fierce. Yasin Rania fled abroad with her parents because her hometown was in war. Later, she went to Egypt to attend university. When she thought of these soldiers, she was instinctively afraid. But the thought that this was the boss's manner gave her a strange sense of security, a feeling of fear and safety. The next time she saw Alan was on the balcony. Yasin Rania looked at Alan wearing only a bathrobe and sitting on a lounge chair, exposing his strong chest muscles. Seeing this scene, Yasin Rania's face turned red again. "You're back. How was the investigation?" Alan asked without turning around. When he heard footsteps, "Boss, I didn't buy a few things. I even bought you a belt." Yasin Rania's weak voice, coupled with her slightly accented English, sounded strange. Alan turned his head slightly, pointed at his back and said, "Do you know how to massage? Come here and give me some massage." His tone of refusal prompted Yasin Rania to take small steps and move behind Alan step by step, placing her small hands gently on his shoulders. "Boss, will you be angry if I didn't explain to you well?" Haha. What's there to be angry about? Alan felt that this little tour guide was quite interesting. He asked her to go shopping, but she couldn't let go, and even bought a belt for herself. P.S. I didn't go out during Chinese Valentine's Day or ask for leave. Instead, I made extra updates. Chapter 373 Malmesbury. When a woman gives a belt to someone of the opposite sex, the meaning of this gift is a bit interesting. Alan pretended not to care and asked Yasin Rania to come over and give him a massage. She came over without too much resistance. Feeling Yasin Rania's unfamiliar massage skills, the two of them asked and answered questions, chatting incessantly. Alan remembered the information he had read about Herods. This time, the Egyptian father and son could be regarded as solving his urgent need. Alan has long wanted to build a large-scale comprehensive membership-based shopping mall, but first, he does not have enough cash on hand now, and second, he does not have enough manpower. For these two reasons, the supermarket has been delayed. The plan has not been officially announced. And this time, Herod's department store has just made up for one of his shortcomings. With their large department store, Alan is going to take over it for a while without making any changes, mainly for the purpose of learning. Then cooperate with your alma mater, Cardiff University. Find some of your seniors, juniors and other college students to come here directly for internships. First send them to be placed in the original department and copy a group of personnel with sales and management experience. This time can be as short as half a year or as long as 1 to 1.5 years. When Alan recovers his blood and saves enough cash, these people will be considered successful in their studies, and he can pull these people away. First, he plans to build a comprehensive membership-based shopping mall, and Herod's department store can be used as a large-scale training base for new employees, providing him with a steady stream of training for supermarket sales and management talents. As for my classmates at the university, they can rest assured that the initial internship salary does not need to be so high. If you dare to be dishonest and disobedient, I won't even give you a graduation certificate. After all, Cardiff University is in Wales, and Alan can still manage it. This technique of controlling people from the air will be relatively gentle and will not easily arouse the resistance of these college students. After they slowly adapt and accept the current situation of society in a few years, they will slowly add various benefits. A person's loyalty is guaranteed. Listening to what Yasin Rania told him about the company's rules and regulations, Alan nodded occasionally. Although these Egyptians were a bit exaggerated in their actions, even after escaping to Britain, they did not forget to promote the culture of their hometown and decorated the entire Herod's department store in a messy atmosphere. But excluding these exaggerated elements, in terms of management, Old Mohammed French Coconut still has some quirks. For example, since the year before last, Harrods has issued clear management regulations. No customers are allowed to enter the mall to shop if they are dressed too casually. This dress code is too casual, including but not limited to wearing slippers, wearing big pants, showing breasts, disheveled clothes, etc. Although every customer is not required to wear formal clothes when shopping here, fancy clothes, none of those things are allowed. Point in this way, the mall's competitiveness has been raised to a higher level. Although the media has made some mockery of their regulations in the past 2 years, overall, in Alan's view, management regulations like this are still very good. Alan has always been casual, unless he is at home. If he is outside, under normal circumstances, he will have a servant who is responsible for his image, to help him match his outfit. There are strict regulations on what kind of clothes to wear on what occasion, what kind of shoes, ties, bow ties, hairstyles, jewelry, etc., and even matching perfumes. Although there is a little sense of restraint, Alan is not exclusive. When going out, personal image is still very important. Sometimes, some big guys dress very casually, which is what is called down to earth. In fact, this means not following the rules and having no quality. This trend was brought down by the Americans, especially with the development of the internet. People were led astray by those tech geeks, and later on, so-called down-to-earth dressing came into being. Why does a certain boss dress very low-key and simple, and then attends a meeting on such an important occasion? There were even people who attended the press conference later wearing jeans, plaid shirts and sneakers. In the past, Alan might have thought that this kind of behavior was just as boasted in the media. This was a sign of the big boss's easygoing and down-to-earth attitude. But with his current status change, Alan no longer has this idea. When attending certain occasions, even if he feels relaxed, he must dress formally. As a big boss, if you don't dress formally, it's a sign of disrespect. Don't talk about bullshit being down to earth, easygoing, or some bullshit symbol of American freedom. This is the behavior of a bastard. Of course it doesn't matter to ordinary people, but when a person reaches a certain status, if they can't even manage their image well, how can they be expected to treat their products and customers well? If a person's own image is poor, or his image is very casual, can customers dare to expect anything good from his products? If he said that the quality control of his products is extremely strict, wouldn't that conflict with their casual image? If you can't even take care of yourself, how can you take care of your own products? Anyway, Alan doesn't believe it now. He has always done the same thing. Just like his ticket, the threshold is to get a membership card first. Even if the customer doesn't use it in the end, he can refund the money to them. But this card application process cannot be omitted. First, Alan is afraid that they don't have the strength to spend, and a membership card is equivalent to a deposit. Second, membership cards can filter out a large number of customers who are reluctant to apply for a membership card. How many takeaways are expected from a customer who is reluctant to apply for a membership card? Alan never cheats the poor. He will use this hidden method to directly screen out some poor customers once and for all. Okay, are you tired? You go and ring the bell and ask the servant to take you to take a bath, rest for a while, and stay for dinner together in the evening. When Alan was thinking about something, Yazin Rainier rubbed his shoulders obediently without saying a word. After he thought for a long time, he came back to his senses and realized that this person was still busy, and then he stretched out his right hand. He put his hand on Yasin Rainier's hand on his shoulder and patted her hand gently. This bold action made Yasin Rainier tremble subconsciously, but Alan's action stopped there, as if he really patted her hand, without any thought, just to remind her. With a blushing face, Yasin Rainier obediently followed Alan's instructions, walked to the balcony door frame pillar, and pressed the bell to notify the servant outside to come in. Master, that old guy sent someone to ask about his son again. After sending Yazin Rainier to rest, Zio Shitao walked to Alan, squatted beside his recliner, and reported the situation in a low voice. He, thinking of Dodie, who had been chopped into pieces. A sneer appeared at the corner of Alan's mouth. What does it mean to remove the bones, extract the marrow, and eat them dry? We must blast out the last bit of value from the waste. This Dodie cannot die yet, and Alan has no intention of actually killing him. It's not that he is soft-hearted, but this kind of thing, after this experience, will scare him to death in the future. And even if he is given 10 more courages, he will not dare to come back to trouble Alan. Alan has this confidence. He needs this Dodie alive now. This guy will only be able to move around London from now on. with his rich second generation social circle. When his friends see him in such a miserable state, they will think about what happened to him for causing trouble. Isn't it very promotional to see who has become such a miserable person? Alan won't stay in London all the time. At times like this, he needs to be a villain. With such a big Harrods department store there, all kinds of monsters and ghosts will inevitably look at it with greed, but they want to cause trouble for this department store. Before that, think about the master behind him. See if you can offend the cruel master Alan. Moreover, Harrods is still a listed company, and delisting and privatization will take some time to be implemented slowly. This also requires Dodi's father, Mohammed Fayoko, to personally operate it and let his son go first. And acting like he is true to his word will also make it easier for him to work better for himself. When the transfer of Harrods department store is completed, whether they will be retained or not depends on Alan's mood at that time. It's not impossible to report them casually and say that they came today for another purpose, and then have the security department arrest the father and son again and blow up the oil and water on them. After all, they are all killing with borrowed knives. Whoever kills is not killed. These wealthy foreign businessmen arrived in Britain and became naturalized. To Alan, they were big fat sheep that he could slaughter at his own will. In a constitutional monarchy society, no matter how rich you are, without the corresponding class and status, you are just a piece of fat and will be swallowed up sooner or later. You are going to arrange for someone to take Dodi to be a naturalized person so that he can be naturalized as a Welsh citizen and then send him back. Remember the expenses he has spent at our Carmarthen public hospital in the past few days, and let them pay them off. Clear, Zaro? Chital nodded, stood up and prepared to make arrangements quickly. Don't leave in a hurry. How are the arrangements over there? Alan raised his left hand and called a small stone. What he is asking now is about getting rid of Callum's sister. Master, our people have already made arrangements. Her whereabouts are uncertain these days. Old John said that they will make temporary arrangements, but after they finish, they will definitely notify you as soon as possible. Okay, go ahead. After hearing the satisfactory answer, Alan nodded. Ever since he learned that Andrew didn't care about the face writing output he wrote to him, Alan gave up the first plan. His current idea is to strike first, cut off her left and right arms first, and then, once that bitch is dead, Alan will prepare a big move to take them away in one wave. After being out for so many days and staying in London every day, Alan was already a little tired of it. He missed Wales a little. Now just waiting for the manpower at home to take action. May 7th, just afternoon. Southwest England, near Malmesbury, a small village in Wiltshire. This is one of the routes back to London after leaving Highgrove Manor, Bosch's estate. The roads in Great Britain are radiating like a spider web, expanding outward in circles. There are ring roads and radial roads. The roads are connected to each other. Generally speaking, transportation is very convenient. But this is already a remote area far away from London. If you want to get back to London faster, you have to take these small roads. Otherwise, if you want to get on the highway, you have to go a long way south. And here in Malmesbury, there is a well-known small hotel with a pretty good reputation. It is called the Hotel Mayumafu. It used to be a place for ordinary civilians and caravans on their way to stay. To put it bluntly, it can be understood as a place equivalent to an outdoor inn in China. It has a long history. Over time, the restaurant's signature dishes are quite famous within a few dozen kilometers of the surrounding area. Most of the tourists who pass by here for a meal will stop by and have a meal in this restaurant. However, the economic situation in Great Britain has been too sluggish in the past few years. There are fewer people going out to play, fewer tourists, and fewer people passing by. The restaurant business one day is worse than the other. The price of a restaurant with a remote address like this will be a little higher. If in normal times, everyone goes out to play and spends more than £10 on meals, it doesn't matter. Now. In order to save money, most people will step on the accelerator and go around to the nearby town of Swindon, which is more than 20 kilometers away, to eat. Over time, the flow of people on this path at the entrance of Malmesbury has become very small, and often there are only a few cars passing by in a day. A burgundy Rolls Royce was driving slowly on a country road. In the car, Karam's sister, Annabel, crossed her legs, and watched the program on the TV. Installed in the car, the quiet sound insulation environment and extremely sophisticated shock absorbers ensure that, even if the vehicle is driving on such a country road, it will not affect the comfort of the people inside the vehicle. Point under normal circumstances, if you want to buy a Rolls-Royce, you still need some status. No ordinary civilian can think of spending hundreds of thousands of pounds to buy a Rolls-Royce, let alone such a customized model. Point. But doesn't Annabelle have her sister? What does a Rolls-Royce mean when the pillow blows? Strictly speaking, the Rolls-Royce she is riding in now is a customized model for the royal family, and she feels at ease in it. Point. Annabelle's driver is a very ordinary old driver. He was only noticed by his boss in his middle age. He has a stable character and has been driving for decades. His biggest advantage is stability. Point. Just after turning the corner, dozens of meters ahead, a frugally dressed old man was standing on the roadside holding a small sign. There was an old-fashioned bicycle next to him, and he seemed to be carrying a backpack in the basket. Point. The old man held up a small signboard with both hands and waved it towards them. The driver saw the words "Good Samaritans" passing by. "Can you stop for a moment?" written on the signboard. "Boss, there is a gentleman blocking the road ahead. He seems to be in trouble and needs help." The driver turned his head and reminded Annabelle, who was sitting in the rear left corner, "Oh, don't worry about him." As soon as Annabelle finished speaking, she saw the old man standing in front of their car. It's in broad daylight. Although the location is a bit remote, you can't hit people directly, right? The driver's only trace of caution made him subconsciously press the door lock button again to ensure that the other party would not open their door directly from the outside. Point. The old man held up a sign and approached the car, motioning to the people inside to lower the windows and ask them to say a word. Chapter 374. Burning Rolls-Royce. Daying's car is a right-hand drive car and has to drive on the left, but the old man stood on the roadside. The driver sat in the driver's seat and opened the window next to the passenger. The window was only half lowered. The old man looked at it with a look of joy. The driver raised his head and glanced at Annabelle in the back seat. Point. After taking a deep look at Annabelle, the old man introduced himself. "Hello, I'm old John, a resident of Malmesbury village next door. My sister will have her birthday next month, but she has been in poor health recently. I want passers-by to help me write some short sentences to bless her, and I can give her 100 blessings before I send them to her. I'm sorry to disturb you. Can you write a small blessing for me?" Seeing Annabelle not talking and just watching TV, the old man was not angry, and his attitude became more humble and prayed, "My health is not good anymore, and I can't walk far, so I can only block the road here. People who passed by here recently, there are fewer and fewer people. Kind-hearted people, can you please disturb you for a moment and do me a small favor? I love my sister very much." The old man deliberately said that he was not in good health and could not walk far, trying to lower the vigilance of the people in the car. After all, in such a remote place, everyone would be more or less alert when a car is stopped on the roadside. Point. Then he emphasized that his sister was in poor health and needed to pray. Point. People in Daying sometimes believe in such nonsense. It is also very common to ask passers-by to write blessing words. He also specially emphasized that his sister is not in good health and he loves his sister very much. In this way, the image of a conscientious old brother is very three-dimensional. Point. Even the well-informed driver was frightened. He subconsciously felt sympathy and looked at the old man with white hair. He must be at least 60 years old, and he cannot be 70 years old. For such an old gentleman to still love his sister so much, it is really touching that he cannot bear to refuse his request. Point. The driver turned his head slightly to look at Annabelle, then begged, "Boss, open my car window." Annabelle nodded, raised her chin, and gestured to the driver to open the window with a proud look on her face. He enjoyed the old man's humble and pleading attitude. Point. When my sister gets to that position in the future, she can also play like a noble. By then she will also be a noble, and more people will be humble to her. If you are happy today, please help this old man write a blessing to his sister. As soon as the electric window was lowered to the bottom this time, the old driver was now completely unprepared for the old man outside, and even sympathized with him. If necessary, he was prepared to wait for the boss to finish writing a blessing and then help write one himself. What's Your sister's name, Annabelle, still crossed her legs, without even looking at the old man, and asked him for his sister's name first. Thank you so much, ma'am. My sister. The old man seemed to have forgotten something, smiled awkwardly at Annabelle, turned back to his bicycle, and picked up his backpack. The old-fashioned canvas backpack may have been washed too many times, and the canvas has become a little white, and even has frayed edges in some places. The old man hung his backpack on his chest, took out a notebook and pen from the bag, handed them to Annabelle through the car window and said, "My sister's name is Karami." When Annabelle heard the name, she suddenly raised her head and looked at the old man. It was the same name as her sister. Is it such a coincidence? Seeing the old man's humble expression and the honest smile on his face, Annabelle happily took the notebook, flipped through the first few pages, and already wrote some blessings. Turning to the last blank page, she thought for a while, wrote a line of words, and then handed the notebook back to the old man with a playful expression. Old John watched the target in the car take the notebook. His eyes quickly scanned the furnishings in the car, and the door was locked. This was good. The target had his legs crossed, and a slight smile on his face. He was relaxed and unguarded, which was also good. With the car window wide open, even if the person inside wants to close the window, it will take at least 5 seconds. 5 seconds enough time. After calculating the distance, the smile on old John's face became more and more honest. Watching Annabelle hand back the notebook, old John bent over and said thanks with a smile on his face. "You are really kind-hearted people. The Queen will bless you. I have some specialties from home. Please be sure to accept them. This is a little bit of my appreciation." Old John put his notebook in the backpack on his chest, while murmuring compliments. Although Annabelle didn't care about any of his so-called specialties, she was in a good mood at the moment, and was quite curious about what the old man wanted to give her. Then she saw the old man take out 2 hands from his backpack, with several things that looked like transparent plastic bags between his fingers. There is a light yellow liquid inside, which is homebrewed beer in the countryside. Annabelle subconsciously sneered, looking at the countryman and the beer in his hand with some contempt. After old John took his hands out of the bag, he quickly threw 2 plastic bags into the car with his left hand first. The plastic bags hit Annabelle and exploded. The liquid flowed everywhere. He was right-handed, and the plastic bags on his left hand were my strength was weak, so I only carried 2 bags of yellow liquid in my left hand. Each bag was only about 1 kilogram, not much. He threw the 2 bags of liquid directly onto Annabelle, who was sitting in the back seat of the car. After freeing his left hand, old John stepped forward quickly, pressed his left hand on the car window, and quickly threw 3 more bags of liquid towards the driver in front with his right hand. The bags were extremely fragile and would break if thrown on someone. The liquid spread everywhere in the car. A slightly pungent smell came out. After throwing it away, old John continued to take out 2 bags of liquid from the bag and threw them on Annabelle. It all seemed long, but from the time he threw the first bag to the last time he took out the matches from his trouser pocket with his right hand, it took less than 5 seconds in total. When old John took out the matches, Annabelle's scream had just started. Annabelle stared blankly at her soaked clothes and her hair, that was also wet. She just screamed subconsciously, and when her nose twitched, she smelled a familiar smell. This smell seemed to be gasoline. In the peripheral vision, she saw the humble old man just now, staring at her coldly. The old man held a matchbox in his hand. Without saying a word, before Annabelle could scream for the second time, he took out the matchbox. Take out a match and light it. The match drew a graceful arc from the old man's hand and landed accurately on Annabelle's thigh. Boom. The fire suddenly came into view, and Annabelle screamed and was swallowed up by the flames. She was covered in gasoline, and old John threw 5 bags of it. How much space does an ordinary car have inside? In such a small space, 6 or 7 kilograms of gasoline were thrown into it in a short period of time and then set on fire. What is the effect? There was a muffled sound inside the car, and the flames burned rapidly and broke through the window in an instant. The entire car was on fire. Old John subconsciously took a few steps back, coughed twice, and cursed in a low voice. Fake. That's so fucking powerful. Pushing his bicycle. Old John walked forward about 10 meters, then stood on the side of the road and looked at the Rolls Royce that seemed to have spontaneously ignited. The burgundy Rolls Royce had yellow flames coming out of the window like a flaming chariot, and the thick black smoke added a bit of momentum to the flaming chariot. As soon as the flames started to burn, the whole car shook violently twice, as if the people inside were pushing the door hard, but they had just locked the door with their own hands, and in desperation, they probably couldn't open it. Half a minute later, the violently shaking car became quiet again. Old John just watched quietly as the Rolls Royce slowly burned from the inside out. Although there are few people here, with such a big black smoke, it is estimated that someone will come this way soon. Even though time was tight, Old John still stood and watched. He wanted to make sure that the target in the car was cleared. Feeling a little bored, Old John picked up the notebook in his backpack and opened the last page, ready to see what the lady just wrote. This is a task assigned by the young master himself, asking him to get a representative personal item from the other party. What would Old John do with such a personal thing? He couldn't just stop and rob someone, right? Doing that would be too risky and prone to mistakes. It would be better to be like this now, when the other party is unprepared and can leave without suffering much pain. This is great. And the short sentence written by the other party himself is also very meaningful, right? It should be considered a personal item, right? Those who know her well will definitely recognize her opening the notebook. I saw the last page that read, "Karami, I wish you a speedy recovery, and I wish you can farm with peace of mind, and be a good farmer." Fuck. Even though Old John doesn't have a sister, he was a little angry when he saw this line of so-called short blessings. This kind of garbage woman never forgets to be sarcastic, even when she writes short blessings for others. What does peace of mind mean? Farm the land and be a good farmer. Does this look down on farming? What are you? Sure enough, the young master said that those who deserve to die deserve to die. It would be better for such a vicious woman to die early. 5 minutes later, a black van drove slowly from the direction behind Old John and stopped on the opposite side of the road. The window was lowered. The driver in the car was a big man with a sinister face. When he saw Old John, he subconsciously showed his kindness. A smile like that. "Uncle John, how are you doing here?" The big man pointed to the burnt black lily and continued, "Someone is already coming this way. Shall we retreat?" Without saying a word, Old John picked up the bicycle next to him with one hand, walked to the van on the other side of the road, stuffed the bicycle into the van, sat in the passenger seat, and glanced at Leo, who was almost burnt. Slice. There is no movement inside. In this case, even if Malin comes inside, he will die. Let's go. After Old John finished speaking, he closed his eyes and leaned on the seat to rest. The big man smiled, stepped on the accelerator, and the van catapulted away, carrying a wave of heat, and slowly walked away. The black Rolls Royce, billowing with black smoke, remained in place, leaving no information around it that might have been useful. The only flaw is a plastic bag containing gasoline, but if it was burned by the fire, it would have been burned away. There are so many plastic parts in the car. Who knows what a little scorch mark is? London, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in Alan's small manor there were bursts of men's gasps and intermittent women's screams in the room. Zio Shitao looked around. Seeing his expression, the two servants on duty quickly looked away, not wanting to look at him. After gritting his teeth, he received a call from his family. The young master demanded that he be notified as soon as the matter was done. No matter what he was doing, Zio Shitao didn't dare to disobey Alan's order. As soon as he received the call, he ran over to report the situation to the young master. But it was broad daylight. The bedroom door was closed, but the young master hadn't come out yet. Gritting his teeth, Zio Shitao bravely knocked on the bedroom door twice and reported through the door very quickly. "Master, I called home. Old John has finished his work. You are the one who asked me to be the first. I'll inform you when the time comes. And now that I'm done, I'm leaving." As soon as Zio Shitao finished speaking, the male and female voices in the bedroom suddenly fell silent. After waiting for 2 or 3 seconds, another extremely high-pitched female scream sounded, and the scream was accompanied by a sentence in Arabic. Zio Shitao went there on a business trip last year. He could still understand this sentence. It seemed to mean begging for mercy. The young master is so awesome. I understand. Dinner will be brought in later. Go and prepare it first. While Zio Shitao was stunned, Alan's voice finally came out from the bedroom, and he confessed, and then the screams and gasps continued simultaneously. Dang. Kang. Alan put the plate on the bedside table casually. He had lived a very comfortable life these 2 days. Never leaving the door. Without leaving the door, all the time was spent with the college girl who came all the way from the Arab region to work in Britain. The little girl is alone and in a foreign country. As her boss, he, Mr. Allen, is not allowed to care about his employees. For such employees, verbal care seems too perfunctory. Only by caring deeply about employees, getting along with them, and having an in-depth understanding can deepen the relationship between the boss and the employees. Alan cared so deeply about his employees that he even forgot to eat. Now I can only sit by the bed and have a hasty dinner. He glanced at the torn stockings on the ground, then turned to look behind him. Yazin Rainier held a corner of the thin blanket with both hands and covered her mouth, leaving only her big eyes exposed. The more Alan looked at her, the more interesting he felt that this little girl was. The Arabs are very conservative, and women even more so. Although Yazin Rainier received a Western education, she was very conservative in many things. Alan smashed his mouth, having some aftertaste. What he likes most is the feeling of wanting to be rejected, but being welcomed back, being wanted to be welcomed yet being rejected again. How do you say that? Yes. Pulling each other. It's this feeling of being very shy, very embarrassed, very reluctant to let go, but not too rejecting. Tsk. That feeling. The feeling of guilt is mixed with a little pleasure, and the pleasure is mixed with a little guilt. This kind of compound emotion is very intoxicating. Alan has not experienced this novel experience for a long time, and now that he relaxes, he will inevitably feel a little indulgent. Chapter 375. Good morning, Ms. Karami. Looking down, Yazin Rainier pulled the thin blanket and wrapped it tightly around her body. In this way, the Y-zone was clearly pinched by her. Looking at the gaze cast by Alan, Yazin Rainier I moved a few times embarrassedly. You rest for a while and have something to eat later. I'll go take care of something. Alan wrapped himself in a bathrobe and ignored Yazin Rainier. He stood up and walked to the outhouse, preparing to go to the study to see what was going on. Done so quickly. In the study, as soon as Alan sat down, he motioned for Zio Shitao to sit down as well. After the two of them were seated, Alan couldn't wait to ask. When he thought about it, Karami's sister didn't have a fixed time to go out. It was not easy to get to her. It would take at least several days to kill her unexpectedly. In just a few days, the work at home has been completed. In the Mayfair business, Daing's people have always been very efficient, and Alan is very satisfied with this. Master, it was old John who led the people to do this. You know, he is a person who usually only likes to raise flowers and plants, but at critical moments, Zio Shitao chuckled and echoed, old John did it? No wonder. When Alan heard this name, he had an impression of the person doing the work. Old John was the flower slave of the family. He was usually responsible for leading people to repair the lawn and flowers at home. He did not need to do it himself. He just direct the other servants to work. This old guy usually looks harmless, like a very kind and ordinary old man. But in fact, he participated in World War II in his early years. At that time, he was only 15 or 16 years old. He was very cautious and not reckless. Later, he was injured a little and his home was destroyed after the war. In addition to killing people, playing with guns, he didn't know much about other things. His education level was not high, and it was hard to find a job. In the end, he was selected by Alan's grandfather, the old earl of the previous generation, and he came to the family as a guard, and he stayed there for decades. Alan has always trusted the elderly people in his family. These people usually look haggard and look like they are about to die, but they can still be used at critical moments. After decades of pampered life, their body functions are not old enough to move. Occasionally, Alan gives them some tasks, and these people will even compete with each other. They are really too busy at home. Old guys like them are ruthless, simple, direct, and rough when doing things. It's not like in the movies, where high-tech equipment and team planning of many people are required to do something for them. It is too easy to kill a person, even a woman, inquire about the situation, send someone to keep an eye on it, and have a phone number to contact you at any time. As long as you find the other party's flaw, you can just pick a remote location and strike directly. When doing things, 2 words should stand out: safe. Alan asked again for specific details. Xiao Shitao held a small notebook and told Alan everything from the beginning of the planning to who was responsible for tracking, who was responsible for contact, who was responsible for responding, who was responsible for taking action. And the details of the action: burned to death. Humph. It's an advantage for her, hearing that the woman actually died like this. Alan snorted coldly, shook the hem of his bathrobe, crossed his legs, picked up the manuscript paper on the desk, and scratched unconsciously on the manuscript paper with the pen in his hand. Annabelle was dead. The only thing left is Andrew. By the way, Master, old John also got this. He couldn't handle the personal items you asked for, so in the end he could only get this. Xiao Shitao handed Alan the small book with short blessings written on it, pointed at the book, and helped him turn to the last page. This is the short blessing sentence that the target wrote in his own hand before he was alive. Alan, looked at this short sentence and grinned subconsciously. Old John was so bad that he even made up a fake life experience like a sister named Calamy. Now that he has this short sentence with blessings, it will be more convenient for him. London it point. After thinking about it, Alan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Okay, you go and have a rest. Go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow morning, let people keep an eye on Calamy's house. I want to visit them early in the morning." Huh? Master, you mean, go and prepare. Bring all the weapons you brought home. You should use them tomorrow. Alan waved his hand and asked Xiao Shitao to go down first and prepare. This time, he also brought several long swords of various styles, just for killing Andrew. Although there are some changes in the details of the plan, it will come in handy in the end anyway. Friday, May 8, 1992. This is supposed to be the best day of the week. After working today, you can rest tomorrow. The noise in the newspapers in the past 2 days also fell silent for unknown reasons, but who would have known that with the sudden incident yesterday afternoon? Early this morning, people who came out early past the newsstands and saw a dark photo on the front pages of various media and newspapers. One could barely be seen to be the burned remains of a car, and the details inside the car were even mosaic. It can be seen that this should be a car burning incident, but the passengers in the car did not escape for unknown reasons, which led to tragic consequences. It was just dawn in front of Calamy's house. The family of 4 were all wearing dark clothes. Calamy's eyes were red, and he was being supported by his eldest son. They had already received the bad news last night. Calamy's biological sister, Annabelle, was going to check on the boss's High Grove. On the way back from the manners discussion, the vehicle they were traveling in burned. Neither Annabelle nor her driver escaped, and they were burned alive in the car. The situation at the scene was extremely tragic. At that time, Camilla wanted to go to the hospital to see her sister, but the person who informed her on the phone made it very clear that she was hopeless. It was not appropriate to go there now. After all, it was late at night, and the other party was also. To deal with the follow-up here, it is recommended that they go directly to the hospital the next day. So, after a difficult night, Karami took his family with him early the next morning, preparing to visit the body of his late sister. The car had just walked out of the gate. In the past, the tank parked at the gate had its barrel raised relatively high, which did not affect their passage. But today it was different. The barrel of this tank had been lowered slightly, like a railing. Just like that, they blocked the gate directly, so that their car could not get out. Before the servant could go down to negotiate, Karami saw a row of cars parked on the roadside, and even 2 police cars. There's also an old Bentley out front. A tall and sturdy young man trotted to the back door of the Bentley and opened the door. A man walked out. This man's appearance was very familiar to Karami. Even though the two had never spoken, Jeremy knew him. Alan Hill, the Welsh country bumpkin noble who has been having tanks parked in front of their house in recent days to humiliate Andrew. Andrew, go down and take a look. That's Alan. Why is he here? Camilla squinted and stared at Alan, who got out of the car. At this time, Alan was wearing a very decent dark suit and a pair of white gloves. His blonde hair seemed to be gelled and slicked back. They were all attached to his scalp, and the image was extremely formal, as if he was going to attend some formal event. Master, go and call those policemen over. You can explain to them, and let's go over. Alan smiled and looked at the people getting out of the car at the door of Callum's house. Haha. Andrew, it was still early, and there were people on both sides of the road guiding him in advance. They would buy Alan a while so as not to disturb his plan. Andrew, do you know me? When Alan was still 3 or 4 meters away from Andrew, he asked him, who are you? Andrew didn't know if he was pretending to be stupid, but Alan could see a trace of confusion in his eyes. Don't you recognize the person who writes to you every day these days? It's you. Seeing Alan announcing his home, Andrew pretended to glare at Alan with anger. TSK, 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 stop pretending. Where is Jeremy? Alan watched this guy perform it again, and felt a little disgusted. Damn it, his wife cheated on him, and he didn't even care. Now he actually pretended to be humiliated. If his subordinates hadn't eavesdropped on there during the conversation, Alan was still kept in the dark. What do you want from me? Although Andrew was asked to get out of the car first to see Alan, Jeremy was still a little worried. Not long after Andrew got off the car, she saw Alan walking towards this direction. She didn't even have time to put on her hat and followed her with her bag. After getting out of the car and walking behind Andrew, she happened to hear Alan ask her, "Good morning, Ms. Jeremy. I heard that you are going to hold a birthday party next month. I don't come to London often. I will be leaving after finishing my business in the past 2 days. Before I leave, I came here to give you 2 birthday gifts." Alan just stood 1 meter away from the couple, with his hands behind his back, and a smile on his face. The two of them were talking and chatting like friends they hadn't seen for many years. Jeremy stared at Alan's expression with squinted eyes, smiling in a harmless manner. In this state, let alone this man is really as handsome as the newspapers praised him. Point with a slight pinch with her right hand. Jeremy calmed down and suddenly felt cold in her heart. Just now, Alan said that she heard that she was going to hold a birthday party. Only my husband, my wife, and my sister know about this matter now. And my sister was killed yesterday afternoon. Then Alan, how did he know? Jeremy was even more wary of Alan in front of him, but there was a trace of disdain on his face. "Oh, you want to give me a gift? Isn't that bad, Your Excellency the Earl? Hahaha, it should be. After all, everyone knows about your relationship with His Highness." As Alan spoke, he turned his attention to Andrew again. Today's Andrew is also wearing a dark British suit, with some obvious bags under his eyes. It can be seen that he probably didn't get a good rest last night. "Andrew Parker Bowles, the little bastard of the Parker family, I heard that you really want a title and join the aristocracy." Andrew was so confused by what Alan said that he didn't even care that Alan had just called him a little bastard. How did he know that he wanted the title? Turning around and looking at each other, both of them felt excited at the same time. Before he could think about it, the young and strong man who opened the door for Alan just now led 2 policemen with anxious faces to the side. Alan turned his head and glanced at everyone, and then looked at Andrew with a smile and continued to stimulate him. "Who is the head of the Parker family now? If I remember correctly, it seems that the 7th Earl of Macclesfield is in charge, right? Does he know that you, a little bastard, want to join the nobility, or is it through this dishonorable method? Do you want to bring shame to the Parker family?" Nobles. Generally speaking, most of the titles of the old nobles are obtained through military exploits, and only a small number of them are purchased. Nobles who earned their titles through military exploits would attach great importance to family honor, especially the Parker family. Their ancestor, the 1st Earl of Macclesfield, was notorious for being a corrupt criminal. In this case, the descendants of the Parker family, in order to wash away the stain on their ancestors, the following generations of Michael the Earl of Sfield tried his best to reduce the stain that his ancestors had brought to the family. Now, Alan said in front of Andrew that he wanted to eat soft rice and sell his wife in exchange for a title point. If this method is known by the current head of the Parker family, the consequences will be, I believe, that even if old Earl Parker crawls, he will crawl to London to kill this useless descendant of the family point. But Alan no longer wants to wait for old Earl Parker, he wants to do it himself. Andrew's face turned blue and red when Alan said that his ancestor was not the eldest son, and when he came to him, he had no title for a long time, so he was extremely envious of the nobility and longed for the title point. When Alan mentioned old Earl Parker, Andrew was instinctively afraid. If that person really knew that he wanted to join the nobility in this way, there's no telling what he would do to himself. The Parker family attaches great importance to family honor. You're talking nonsense. I've never thought of it this way. Don't slander me, you dog. Andrew, who had been pretending for so long, subconsciously became anxious. This has nothing to do with his cultivation or rage. No matter who it is, if someone exposes their plot in person, or even destroys their plans, they will break their defenses. What's more, something like this would involve his life and bring shame to the family. Andrew subconsciously pointed at Alan and started to accuse. As soon as he spoke, Calamy next to him still smiled when he looked at Alan. Even when he heard Andrew's last word, Alan's eyes even brightened. Seeing his expression, Karam's heart skipped a beat. This was going to be bad. Alan was still smiling at first, until he heard Andrew scolding him, and Alan's expression suddenly turned 180 degrees. The smile on his face quickly disappeared, and his eyes became cold. Like a hungry wolf, he stared at Andrew and said word by word, I, the hereditary Earl, have come to give Ms. Karami a birthday gift. I'll forget it if you don't thank me. You, Andrew, how dare you insult me? Have you thought about the consequences of insulting me? Andrew looked at Alan, who seemed to have changed his face in surprise. He didn't react for a while. He was very angry at this time, and the momentum he had just raised was suppressed by Alan's look. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.